Welcome to the birth of Uniting the Cults. This is a nonprofit whose purpose is to rid the world of apostasy laws. Thank you for joining us on this special day. My name is Rami Rustam, and I'm the founder. I want to quickly get through this 5-minute introduction, and then we'll get right into the interviews with the experts. I thought first to talk about the approach we intend to take with this organization. This is primarily about education, changing culture. We need to educate people all over the world about a lot of things, not just about the importance of repealing apostasy laws, but also the obstacles that prevent us from achieving our goal and the ways in which we can overcome these obstacles. And it's education in both directions. We need to learn from other people who know more than we do, like from organizations that are further along than we are, like AHA Foundation. That's Ayan Hirsi Ali's foundation. Now, this brings me to the significance of this day, June 14th. I chose this date because it's the 50th anniversary of Richard Feynman's 1974 Caltech commencement speech, titled Cargo Cult Science. Feynman dedicated his entire speech to one thing, and in my understanding, it is the biggest obstacle to progress worldwide. He said that we live in the scientific age, but that we don't think scientifically. He explained the pseudo-scientific methods that even physics departments exhibit, and he explained why they're happening. He called it cargo cult science. The term was coined, cargo culting. This is why I'm using the phrase cult behaviors. What physics departments are doing is the least bad of the cult behaviors. We will explain the worst of them, like nations with the death penalty for apostasy, for changing your religion. So what exactly is the link between the apostasy issue and scientific thinking? Consider what are the obstacles to ridding the world of apostasy laws. The biggest obstacles are the things that sabotage our ability to seek the truth. So a good way to think about it is this. Anytime scientific thinking is sacrificed, the road to reaching our vision will become more difficult and will obviously take longer. Now, if this still doesn't make sense to you, it should be clear by the end of this program. So now about our guests. First, I'll be talking with Usama al-Binni, a theoretical physicist and ex-Muslim activist. He's one of the people heading the Arab Atheist Broadcasting project, and he serves on the editorial board of the Arab Atheists Magazine. He's also a volunteer for Uniting the Cults. I'm so excited for that. Usama and I will be talking about Feynman's speech and its implications beyond what Feynman explained, and also the obstacles to reaching our vision and how to overcome them. This part of the program will be about 2.5 hours. Second, we were scheduled to have Dr. Wafa Sultan with us today, but this ended up not working out for her, so she'll instead be on the show in August as a podcast. I'm going to still talk about her a little bit here to get you guys interested for August. She's well known as a writer, an ex-Muslim activist, and a psychiatrist. She was named in Time magazine in a list of the top 100 most influential people in the world, quote, whose power, talent, and moral example is transforming the world. In the same year, she received the Free Thought Heroine Award from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. She's the author of A God Who Hates, The Courageous Woman Who Inflamed the Muslim World Speaks Out Against the Evils of Islam. Now, in her place, I'll be talking with Usama about the apostasy issues. This part of the program will be about 2 hours. Third, I'll be speaking with Eli Schragenheim. He's a well-known international management educator and consultant, active in various fields of management, including corporate strategy, supply chain, project management, shop floor control, IT, and HR. He worked with a huge variety of organizations all over the world, including public sector organizations, industrial, high-tech, and startups. He's also taught, spoke at conferences, and consulted all over the globe, including the US, Canada, Britain, Russia, Brazil, Colombia, Israel, Germany, Italy, Belgium, South Africa, Australia, India, China, and Japan. That part of the program will be about 2 hours. Now, a few more things before we get started. First, as you're listening to these interviews, please submit your questions in the chat. We will try to answer all the questions at the end of each of these interviews, and if there's any leftover questions, we'll produce a separate Q&A video answering all your questions, scheduled to be released in a couple of weeks. Second, 2 of these interviews were pre-recorded, and we did that for many reasons, one of which is so that we could edit the videos and add helpful bits of information and images. Third, if you'd like to contact Usama or Eli, I've included their contact info in the description of this video. All right, so let's get started. All right, welcome, Usama, to our live stream We're going to be talking about Feynman's speech in 1974, Caltech commencement speech, later named Cargo Cult Science. And I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. I'm talking here the whole time instead of you. So,
Well, I want to thank you for hosting me on your podcast and for this event. It's actually a pleasure to talk about the ideas that were presented in Feynman's speech. It's a very rich and powerful speech that has so many different aspects that can benefit us, not only those who are doing science as part of their everyday life, but also for people who are interested in learning from what scientists do and infusing that in their own everyday life, and just in what they're doing, whether professionally or just as regular human beings.
yeah, and I think a lot of people do recognize the science in general for working in all areas of life. Maybe not all. I know a lot of people say it doesn't apply to certain things. I remember my professor telling me science and religion don't mix, something like that.
Well, the thing about science is that had science been something that we intuitively understood, we wouldn't have actually had the struggle and all that effort that we as a species had to put into this in order to learn about the world. So if you look at something like flat Earth, for example, this is an example of a situation where the majority of humans throughout history have thought that Earth is flat. It's something that you can almost even demonstrate with some kind of a rudimentary scientific set of observations. It seems that the sun starts from a certain location, ends in a certain location. The stars appear to be revolving around the Earth rather than the other way around. And yet, it is something that took quite a bit of time, even though people in ancient Greece were able to get a sense of how to detect that this is not true and to even make a measurement of the radius of the planet. This was something that did take a very long time to reach us as a kind of an intuitive thing for everybody right now, or almost everybody. There are still people who think
Well,
that.
I'd like to clarify. I think I get what you're saying. I think what you're saying is like our initial thing was we figure out things by intuition. Like intuitively, we look outside. Yep, the Earth is flat. But I want to, and I know a lot of people think that the scientific approach like has nothing to do with intuition. But if you listen to scientists themselves, they talk a lot about extracting information from their intuition.
Yeah.
So I think there's a barrier there. A lot of people who outside of science think that scientists are all against intuition. So yeah,
Well,
it's not the
yeah.
case.
So what happens here is that intuition gets to become something that you train, in a
Yes,
sense that
yes,
we do have an intuition about something like flat Earth. We have an intuition about how gravity works. This is something that uh, 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 we evolved in the presence of gravity. We have all of our instincts calibrated to account for gravity, and so there is something to say about intuition. Intuition is something that is there. It's just that we have not evolved in a way that we were able to assimilate the mathematical aspects of the world, for example. This is something that we have the equipment to do it, but it's not something that comes naturally. And so that intuition that starts from the basic things that we get from everyday experience is not negated from by science. Rather, it's the other way around. We actually try to expand on this
Yes.
to show that there are certain aspects of the basic intuitive understanding of the world that do get preserved, but there are others that need to be modified and to be fine-tuned and reformed, sometimes based on how the world works.
Now, like you said, though, I'm sorry to clarify the clarification of the clarification, but so, oh, I think I just lost it. So you talked about training your intuition. So I want to say something that Feynman said in one of his books. I don't remember which one I read it in. Probably the one, Surely You're Joking. He described in there, he was describing a lot of his days, I think during the Manhattan Project.
Mm-hmm.
And he would describe how he would take another physicist and they would sit down for an hour or two and just play around with some mathematical equations or some concept. And Feynman, the way he said it was, let's do this to develop an intuition about it.
Mm-hmm.
He used those words, to develop an intuition about it. And that's kind of like, people use different phrases that I want to wrap my head around something.
Yeah.
I think that's the same phrase, same concept. Meaning, like, if you're brand new to it, okay, you're gonna be brand new to it. You don't have any intuition about it. It's no different than if you're the first time getting on a bike, you don't know how to ride it yet. For you to successfully ride a bike that first time, you really have to put a lot of conscious attention on exactly what you have to do. Almost every muscle, not every muscle, but what you have to do, and and then you do that enough, and now it's all intuitive. In other words, we say is second nature.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to put any conscious attention to it, but you're still doing all those same things. So that's happening with scientists. They're new to a topic, none of it is intuitive. You dig deep for a while, and now it comes out of you almost instantaneously with no thinking, but there is
Right.
thinking. It's
Yeah.
all
So
under the hood thinking.
So
Yeah.
I can bring up an example from teaching, for example, introductory physics to people who have not learned introductory physics before, something like mechanics.
Hmm.
So we usually now take for granted something like Newton's laws, but this is something that's really highly counterintuitive because of the fact that if you go back, for example, to when Aristotle was thinking about motion and how
So like
motion,
2,500 years ago.
yeah, how motion gets described, he didn't, for example, take into account that friction is everywhere, and so the idea of pushing an object and seeing it maintain its motion is not something that you would see in everyday life. And so this is something that's very counterintuitive, and yet the first law of mechanics, as formulated by Galileo and then Newton, is exactly based on the idea that if you give a push to an object, in the absence of any force acting on it, it's going to maintain that motion indefinitely. Or if it's staying at rest, it's going to stay at rest indefinitely.
So the word they use for that is inertia.
Yeah, exactly. So the law of the first law of mechanics is the law of inertia. So this is something that's very counterintuitive, and trying to see how people who are taking the course for the first time are training themselves to assimilate this idea, which does not accord with how we perceive things in everyday life, is basically trying to train that intuition so that hopefully by the end of the course, even though this was not something that you learned growing up, not only as a human, but going back to primates, this is friction is everywhere, and so we don't see things starting to move on their own, unless, for example, there is slippery ice somewhere that would make it easier for that to happen. And so this kind of training process is something that sometimes can be really, really hard for people who haven't seen this before. And it can take some time, but once you're there, once you have trained that intuition, you're actually able to see that actually this actually makes a lot of sense. It's not something that started off as something that's completely counterintuitive, that goes against your rational understanding of the world. In fact, it's something that's perfectly sensible, is in accordance with how you understand things. But of course, the most important thing is to not only be able to experiment, but also to um, uh, 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 um, uh, give some credence to certain assumptions that might contradict assumptions that you had at the beginning. So once you, like in any kind of logical deductions, if you're going to be making some kind of a syllogism, you have to start from certain assumptions, and those assumptions are probably the things that you need to work on the most at the beginning.
So I don't want to hit on this too much. Maybe we're getting in too deep on this stuff, but there's a lot of people who think there's aspects of the universe that humans are incapable of understanding. But I never had that conception, and I've seen what scientists claim what science is, and there's some principles, okay, and one of them is anything and everything is possible to be understood by humans, which contradicts that whole idea of some stuff we are incapable of understanding. Do you have anything to say about that part?
Well, I'm a little bit conflicted about it because the principle, the very idea itself, for example, of thinking about the ultimate aspect of the world that we can understand. For example, something that was formulated in the past few decades in the form of what is known as the theory of everything. Right now, this is out of fashion a little bit. People don't actually pursue that as such, but the idea in principle is showing you that if there are certain aspects of the physical world that can be formulated in some mathematical form, there's nothing that should prevent us, in principle, from being able to attain full knowledge of that understanding of the world. So it seems, in principle, possible. But at the same time, you can think about certain aspects, mainly computational ones, but certain aspects of certain problems that are so hard for us to grasp all at once. So you might think of these things as something that AI would probably help us get a better grasp of, getting that holistic view of what's happening, in addition to understanding the details. And there are certain people who right now are trying to explore certain frontiers in scientific knowledge using AI and machine learning and things of that sort to maybe push certain boundaries that we wouldn't have been able to push on our own, or if we wanted to rely on our own abilities, would have taken much longer and might not have been achieved the same way. Yeah, so it's I think there are two aspects to this that might be conflicting, and it's a little bit hard to say one definitive thing about it. But I'm
Yeah.
actually very optimistic about the possibility of not seeing any kind of end to our understanding.
So
So
I want to make two clarifications that might push you over to my side.
hmm,
And if not, it's okay. We'll make that another episode and we'll get deeper into Feynman's speech. Okay. Uh, One, what you were describing seemed to be like we might find it difficult because I'm going to say because currently our intuition isn't there yet, isn't trained yet. Okay. So, and the intuition getting trained a little bit more would help that problem get easier. And the second thing you mentioned AI, it's a tool just like a pencil. When we got the pencil, it made us smarter. Meaning, the way you described it was you used the words like there might be a problem that is too, I think you said big for us to understand at one time. Did you say big?
Yeah, so it's
With a
possible.
pencil, it's easier to do that versus not a pencil.
Yeah, so
And AI is just another example of that. So
it's that's possible, and so that's what I'm saying, that um, you don't know what you don't know, in principle. And so once we get to that edge where you think that, okay, now we have to start really pushing on that particular fundamental problem to get ahead and see where we can go beyond that. Once we get to that point, we probably would have a better sense of what's possible and what's not possible. Although it's really hard to think about a situation where you use the scientific method and then end up with an obstacle that is insurmountable. That's it. It's The very idea of thinking about that is what sort of problem would that be if the world is constructed in that rational sense that can be formulated in mathematical.
what people point to at this point is Gödel's incompleteness theorem,
Yes.
meaning that some problems can't be solved. I don't want to get into that. We're going way off topic if we do that. So maybe we'll leave that for another day.
Yeah, that's an yeah. Gödel's theorem is actually one of the more important aspects of what you can say about proofs in particular. We can definitely talk about
Well, I want to let me say the psychological aspect for a moment. If somebody believes that something that they can't learn it, that becomes a psychological barrier, a self-fulfilling prophecy, they will not learn it. If it's a scientist who ends up using that logic to avoid researching something, it's going to be that self-fulfilling prophecy. But like you said, we don't know what we can't know. That means because maybe it's possible and maybe it's not possible and we don't know, you should try.
Yeah, but I wouldn't probably emphasize the individual aspect of this, because eventually, right now, knowledge is a human endeavor. It's no longer something that you would say, okay, this sage is working on this particular problem, and therefore this particular person is the one who's qualified to crack it, or that this person has some kind of a special knowledge. We're talking about the human species as a whole. And so that's where this whole idea that if one person is not capable of understanding this, that does not mean that the community as a whole, the community of humans as a whole, is not going to be capable of doing that.
Yeah.
So science right now is no longer an individual endeavor. It's something that
So
relies
what we're
on.
talking about now is what are or not the limits of human intelligence, and that's we should leave that to another topic definitely. Let's get into what Feynman explained, and maybe we will get into this by the end of this little speech.
Okay.
All right, and this will start playing as soon as I put it on here.
During the Middle Ages, there were all kinds of crazy ideas, such as that a piece of rhinoceros horn would increase potency. Then a method was discovered for separating the ideas, which was to try one to see if it worked, and if it didn't work, to eliminate it. This method became organized, of course, into science, and it developed very well, so that we are now in the scientific age. It is such a scientific age, in fact, that we have difficulty in understanding how witch doctors could ever have existed, when nothing that they proposed ever really worked, or very little of it did. But even today, I meet lots of people who sooner or later get me into a conversation about UFOs or astrology or some form of mysticism, expanded consciousness, new types of awareness, ESP, and so forth. And I've concluded that it's not a scientific world.
So at this point, I just wanted to explain, and let me ask you real quick: is it even worth right now talking about any details related to, like the idea that people believe in jinn, demons? Because that freaked me out too when I found out people believe that stuff. Similar to Feynman was freaked out when he saw that people were believing in all these weird things.
Honestly, I did not find that really all that strange, because I grew up in an environment where everybody believes that. That
So it wasn't weird for you.
it definitely was not. And in fact, so until this day, for example, you would see sometimes people on in debates between Muslims and atheists, or rather atheists who are ex-Muslims, challenging them. Okay, if you're really an atheist, can you go and sleep in an abandoned house, believing that there is no jinn? So we challenge you to show that you don't actually believe in jinn. So it's something so ingrained that it's really it's considered to be.
So it sounds like people like me and Feynman were in a bubble. I've been saying this about myself, by the way. I've been living in a bubble. And I didn't know what was outside the bubble. And what was outside the bubble is things like people believe in jinn, people believe in exorcists, and that's people from far away. You know, I've been living in Los Angeles and then Kentucky and Illinois. The kind of people I'm talking about are far away in other countries. But uh, I was also living in a bubble here because I found out people here believe similar things. It's just
Yeah.
that I don't have those friends. They're not my friends. I don't talk to those people.
And it's not only that. Probably I would say over there it's a mainstream belief, as opposed to what you see in the West, where um, uh, well, the West has gone through a lot of stages since the Enlightenment that basically diminished the potency of these beliefs to a degree that I wouldn't say it's fringe, because right now there are certain revivals of some ideas in, I don't know, in some new age communities that would consider certain aspects of spirituality as overlapping with these older ideas, and then they start to bring some of them up. But it's not to the same extent where you have that same continuity of the belief in the Muslim world since time immemorial. Essentially, it's the same idea, but then it was improved and became more theologically relevant with the advent of Islam.
Well, I want to make clear. I'm guessing people imagine, and I think I used to imagine this too, that the Enlightenment era, which was, I don't know when you would say it started, but the roots of it are at least 1200s. But it's really started kicking in the most of Europe more like 1600s, from
Mhm.
what I understand. And and in a sense, we're still riding on the coattails of the Enlightenment era. And I think you were just saying that we've lost some of it. But I think if during the Enlightenment era, it was a few people that were really participating in it, and the masses were not. That's my guess. Similarly, ancient Greece, people think ancient Greeks were so smart or whatever. Socrates himself was killed by the state. Like it was
Yeah,
normal for them to be against us. Is what I.
yeah, I would probably push back a little bit on some aspects of this. I don't think that even though we do see certain figures that stand out, Diderot, D'Alembert, all those people, Voltaire, the people who stand out as the big names in the Enlightenment, I don't think that they were the only people who led this. There was a kind of a zeitgeist. It's something that they just expressed the spirit of the era in a certain sense. And this would be evidenced by the fact that later on, the whole culture, and it's not just this elite that was now introducing these ideas and promoting them, the whole the whole society as a whole went through some kind of a change. And I'm not saying that these people did actually express that spirit fully, because as you're saying, which is definitely true, the masses were out of it. They have nothing to do with what's going on in
Well,
these.
they didn't go through any of the education that the Enlightenment people did.
Yeah, and but at the same time, there was something that went on and then created a certain change in society as a whole. So right now, the average person that you would see in a typical Western society that went through that the effects of the Enlightenment is far different from the average person that you would see in many other parts of the world. Even though the culture now has been globalized and many of the benefits of that Enlightenment has been disseminated throughout the world, it's there is some fundamental difference when it comes to the values, to the when it comes to the general outlook on the world. There is something that happened that started from then. Well, not necessarily started, but peaked at that point and continued on. Um, uh, Somewhat similar in the case of ancient Greece, because again, the culture as a whole, despite the fact that you can talk about the general public who would also again be disconnected from reality, the culture as a whole was so productive, so capable of producing new ideas, of creativity that's
And just
really.
to help us understand, how would you contrast it from the Middle Ages, which was in between ancient Greece and the Enlightenment era?
So definitely there was a great deal of things that happened then that prevented some of that progress that was there, including probably the rise of Christianity and the kind of stagnation that happened when certain political and economic changes took place. So there was something that prevented people from engaging in learning in the same way.
Well, libraries were being burned. The libraries weren't existing that existed previously. That's a big one. And for a small thing that I remember in my research is there wasn't a lot of protection. There was a lot of raiding going on, and every new era there was a new weapon and a new way of killing, and the people who wanted to defend against it, when that new weapon came, they didn't have the defense yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, I remember when walls started, castle walls, and those kind of things, and that was a necessary step to stop the invaders. And like during the era when people could invade over water, I bet that wiped out so much potential of humans.
Yeah.
And that's what brought them. That's kind of what caused the Middle Ages, where people didn't have basic freedom of, hey, I can live for a year in this little town without worry of a raiding party. Anyway, okay, so let's continue here.
So I found things that even more people believe, such as that we have some knowledge of how to educate. There are big schools of reading methods and mathematics methods and so forth. But if you notice, you'll see the reading scores keep going down or hardly going up in spite of the fact that we continually use these same people to improve the methods. There's a witch doctor remedy that doesn't work. It ought to be looked into. How do they know that their method should work?
I just want to tell the audience real quick. There's a book that I learned something about this, The Underground History of American Education by John Taylor Gatto. This man was a New York City school teacher for 30 years. He won awards like New York State Teacher of the Year, multiple years. And what he discovered is something that explains why this is the case, or at least partially, which was that the education system was designed for the purpose of making us obedient rather than helping us become the great thinkers that we know of that the Enlightenment produced. I'm not going to get into details, but it's something, if you want to get into it, please do check out that book. I am going to have future episodes on the podcast talking about this. And next year on this same day, because I'm going to do this every year, I'm going to try to get someone from the agency that handles. John Taylor Gatto has passed away, but his work is still moving, and I'm trying to get someone to get on the show and let us talk to him about it. And one of the things I learned in there was this basic thing that reading scores have not been getting better. Like literacy wasn't getting better throughout it's been 8 generations since American compulsory education started. And the way they solved that was because the reading scores were not getting better and they wanted it to look like it was getting better, they would just change the standards so that the numbers look better. It's totally anti-scientific, by the way. But that's another story. So let's continue here.
Another example is how to treat criminals. We obviously have made no progress, lots of theory, but no progress, in decreasing the amount of crime by the methods we use to handle criminals. Yet these things are said to be scientific. We study them. And I think ordinary people with common sense ideas are intimidated by this pseudoscience.
I want to say one thing about this now. There, at least for America, a lot of the prison system, a lot of the prisons acts in a way where they see the purpose of the prison for punishment, and they think punishment will affect behavior, and they think it's a type of learning. They also see it as justice, but there is I don't know how new it is, but there are people in the penal system that are trying to change that, and they understand something better, which is it needs to be for reconstruction or rehabilitation. And you do see that word used to talk about the penal system, but rehabilitation is very different than punishment.
Yeah.
And if you just look at the recidivism rates, the rate at which people leaving prison and then having to go back in, the prisons that do better at being more about rehabilitation instead of punishment, they get better. They get lower recidivism rates. All right, so continue.
Yeah. The whole idea of the justice system and the prison system and everything that has to do with it is based on certain moral theory. I personally have issues with it to begin with, but that's probably a different issue.
It's not just a moral theory. It's a theory about how human learning works. They're making judgments about what to do based on what they believe how the human mind works. And I think their model of the human mind is incorrect. And by the way, I remember there's a friend I have that was in prison, and he's the one who told me a little bit of this stuff. And after he was out of prison, he was making speeches trying to get kids to not go to prison. Okay, but he was focused on this thing where there are prisons doing rehabilitation instead of prisons that are doing punishment, and he was doing talks about this. And anyway, so I eventually would like to get someone who knows all these things to come and talk on the podcast too. So
regarding that, I personally have a lot of reservation about how this is handled to begin with. That sometimes you the way that you put culpability on a criminal and assume that they are able to distinguish right from wrong, and based on that you have the ability to punish them or to hold them accountable. I think that needs to be rethought in light of mainly biology.
It sounds like what you're saying is some of the stuff that Sam Harris says.
Sam Harris, and more recently Robert Sapolsky. He recently published a really, really good book called Determined. that has made a big splash because he's a biologist, and he basically goes through the argument of showing how everything that we're doing is determined, and therefore, if you really want to treat criminality properly, you're probably going to start thinking about it as some defect rather than as a moral evil as such. But anyway, this is probably going
Yes,
way
but I'm
off.
glad you said all this, and I said this because if I understand things correctly, you and I are doing another podcast just on this topic.
Yeah, this is something that's very important for me because the idea of free will, which is the basis of all. So, whenever someone is trying to leave religion, the idea of free will is going to come up naturally. Okay, if I'm going to be doing this, am I going to be held accountable? Especially in Islam, for example, that has this accounting system of good deeds and bad deeds that you have to.
It's a really funny accounting system, though, because you can erase all your sins by going to Hajj. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's
And it's not only that. Supposedly, you can get a pardon, or you can go to hell just because he feels like it. You can actually find verses that show that if he feels like it, if he wishes, if it's what he
based on
desires.
logic or whim. It doesn't clarify.
Whim. It's purely whim.
Mm.
Because if it's logic, then what's the point of
saying that?
yeah, of presuming that there is some kind of a supreme authority that has that ability.
What I was going to say was, if it is logic, then why would Allah even be saying, if I want it to happen? Because if it's logical, then you would just go by the logic and you don't have to say anything.
Exactly. So if it's something that has to do with logic, or if you're talking about some form of objective morality, then the whole idea of a judge that is capable of arbitrating or presiding over that moral system becomes redundant. And so you have to assume that there's something that's inexplicable, that's something that goes beyond that original law that was there, in order to give him that supreme authority.
Okay, so let's continue here.
So we really ought to look into theories that don't work, and science that isn't science. I think the educational and psychological studies I mentioned are examples of what I would like to call cargo cult science. In the South Seas, there is a cargo cult of people. During the war, they saw airplanes land with lots of good materials, and they want the same thing to happen now. So they've arranged to imitate things like runways, to put fires along the sides of the runways, to make a wooden hut for a man to sit in with 2 wooden pieces on his head like headphones, and bars of bamboo sticking out like antennas. He's the controller, and they wait for the airplanes to land. They're doing everything right. The form is perfect. It looks exactly the way it looked before. But it doesn't work. No airplanes land. So I call these things cargo cult science because they follow all the apparent precepts and forms of scientific investigation. But they're missing something essential because the planes don't land. Now it behooves me, of course, to tell you what they're missing. But it would be just about as difficult to explain to the South Sea Islanders how they have to arrange things so that they get some wealth in their system. It is not something simple like telling them how to improve the shapes of their earphones. But there is one feature I notice that is generally missing in cargo cult science. That is the idea that we all hope you have learned in studying science in school. We never explicitly say what this is, but just hope that you catch on by all the examples of scientific investigation. It is interesting, therefore, to bring it out now and speak of it explicitly. It's a kind of scientific integrity, a principle of scientific thought that corresponds to a kind of utter honesty, a kind of leaning over backwards. For example, if you're doing an experiment, you should report everything that you think might make it invalid, not only what you think is right about it. Other causes that could possibly explain your results, and things you thought of that you've eliminated by some other experiment, and how they work to make sure the other fellow can tell they've been eliminated. Details that could throw doubt on your interpretation must be given if you know them. You must do the best you can, if you know anything at all wrong, or possibly wrong, to explain it. If you make a theory, for example, and advertise it or put it out, then you must also put down all the facts that disagree with it, as well as those that agree with it. There is a more subtle problem. When you have put a lot of ideas together to make an elaborate theory, you want to make sure, when explaining what it fits, that those things it fits are not just the things that gave you the idea for the theory, but that the finished theory makes something else come out right, in addition. In summary, the idea is to try to give all of the information to help others to judge the value of your contribution, not just the information that leads to judgment in one particular direction or another. The easiest way to explain this idea is to contrast it, for example, with advertising. Last night I heard the Wesson oil doesn't soak through food. Well, that's true. It's not dishonest. But the thing I'm talking about is not just a matter of not being dishonest. It's a matter of scientific integrity, which is another level. The fact that should be added to that advertising statement is that no oil soak through food if operated at a certain temperature. If operated at another temperature, they all will, including Wesson oil. So it's the implication which has been conveyed, not the fact which is true. And the difference is what we have to deal with.
So I want to give a couple examples, and maybe you can also. I remember many years ago being in the alcohol store to buy some alcohol, and I saw this vodka. And this was when I was in my early 20s, and I was, trying to be thin or whatever. And I'm not sure I had the correct theories about nutrition anyway about this, but I remember seeing a vodka label that said sugar-free. And I thought, that's great. I'm going to buy. Yeah, I did the right thing, buying that sugar-free vodka. And I don't remember how I came about this information, but I think I was thinking about it, the physics. And I'm trying to understand, okay, how does this make sense? So let me check the other ones, the other vodkas. They all don't have sugar. Let me check the other types of alcohol. They all don't have sugar. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's just that the other ones weren't smart enough to realize they should also market their product as no sugar. You could have just said no rocks in there. It's also true, but nobody cares about that. Another example. I had a business where I was in the selling cell phones, and Sprint was a company a long time ago, and they advertised their network. They said, we have the best PCS network. And for me, it was very clear because I knew what all the networks were because I was in that business. But other people don't know that Sprint has the only PCS network. So they have the best PCS network and the worst one and the average one and the median one because there's only one. I remember being angry about stuff like that. Oh, actually, I wonder if this is even the same. This is not an advertisement, but I don't even know if it's worth saying it here. I remember watching the History Channel, and it was a documentary that in it they were talking about the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what they said in there was that some mathematician, whatever, made a model of the Leaning Tower. And in the model, the tower fell. And then the person said in the History Channel, it literally breaks the laws of nature. But that's not how things work. That you see how it's an advertisement? He's trying to say something that would make you interested, to get buy-in, to get you, I don't know, liking the episode, I guess. Because you're
what counts today in the parlance of today as clickbaits.
Yes, and I want to clarify for people because this is not obvious. I can tell it's not obvious. On my podcast, I had someone who's studying to be a physician, and he didn't get it. What I had to explain to him was, so the model that this mathematician made, the model itself does not accurately represent nature. It's an approximation. Actually, all of our physics theories are. So if the model doesn't match nature, you don't say that how do I say this? You don't say that the building breaks nature. You say that the model didn't match nature.
Yeah.
You know?
So sometimes I bring demonstrations of certain basic experiments to class, and for some reason, if the experiment doesn't work as expected, I make a joke. Oh, we broke the laws of physics this time. And then of course I work on trying to fix the whatever that was wrong in the experiment to make sure that it works. But yeah, the idea of modeling and imagining that what we actually have does represent nature fully, that's that's just a mix of ignorance and hubris and a kind of especially when it comes from a scientist saying that yes, we do know fully how this works now,
Well,
and based on this, this shouldn't happen in a way that deviates from the model. This is actually really very deceptive, and it should not come from a scientist at all.
today at least, let's throw a bunch of people under the bus right now. Okay. After Isaac Newton came up with his theories of gravity, 1600 something, and before Einstein refuted it, okay, which was like at least 300 years later. During that period of time, or maybe not the first 5 years, but at least the last 100 years, the previous 100 years before Einstein, from what I understand, physicists were thinking this is it.
Well,
And that is the same conception that this is perfect. We're not going to find a better one. It's not an approximation. We're done.
okay, yeah. Well, first of all, I would probably not say that Einstein refuted Newton, because what happens actually is that Einstein generalized the theory that you would get from Newton. You can actually
Newton theory became a special case of
a
Einstein's theory.
special case, exactly. When you're far away from really big masses, or when you're not considering something that's close to the speed of light,
Yes.
and all of classical mechanics can be reduced.
It's really cool if you take Einstein's math formula and pump in those two pieces of information where speed is nowhere near infinity, which means you can treat it as zero and the term goes away. And then the other thing you mentioned, far away from a lot of mass,
Yeah,
something about that term goes away. You do some algebraic manipulation, and what you pump out is Isaac Newton's math
yeah,
formula.
exactly. Yeah,
That's
so
fucking amazing.
yeah, I just wanted to clarify this because of an issue that's happening in recent years, in the kind of postmodern approximate or postmodern interpretation of science, that all science is relative, and any new scientific theory abrogates what came before it. That's not how it happens. It always builds on what.
Well, we still use Newton's theories.
Yeah, yeah. People got to the moon
We
with
still
Newton's.
get taught them in school, and we still use them, and they work. You
Yeah.
just have to know what the limits of it are. And here's the point: if you look at what Isaac Newton came up with, he didn't know what the limits were.
Yeah.
If anything, Einstein, you could say, there's one way of wording it. He took Newton's theory and fixed it by showing where the limits are.
Yeah.
So Newton's original version, minus those limitations, is wrong in that sense.
Yeah.
But a lot of this is just semantics, because even what we count as wrong, I mean, there's many definitions you could say about what is wrong, right? Like
Yeah,
everything
so-
we're saying right now is wrong.
Yeah,
compared
but
to the
it's just that some people think, okay, well, Newton's theory now is completely irrelevant. No, that's not true.
Yeah, not true at all. Yeah.
But going back to your original point, which is the idea that, okay, people think that we have actually reached the ultimate in whatever modeling that we have. This happened so many different times in the history of physics. So at the beginning of the 20th century, well, a little bit before, people thought that everything has already been elaborated, and all that remains is just details now. That was before quantum mechanics and relativity. And it was a big surprise at the beginning of the 20th century, starting from Planck, Einstein, 1905.
Well, I'm guessing today people are on board now with the idea that every one of the theories we have is going to be replaced. And from what I understand, pretty much everyone knows, even outside of physics, they know this basic idea that relativity doesn't mesh with quantum mechanics. If I understand correctly, they don't mesh.
Mhm.
That implies, just like what happened previous to relativity, which was Newton's gravity and Maxwell's electromagnetism also didn't mesh, and Einstein made them mesh. So there's going to be a new theory that makes relativity and quantum mechanics mesh.
Yeah. So yeah, and Einstein himself tried to get a unified theory, and of course he died before that happened. There was there were so many different attempts for of this sort. Right now, this is one of the biggest problems in physics that is not yet solved, although there are so many different approaches that are trying in some way to get somewhere with it. And the point with this is that it seems, from our understanding of the forces of the main forces of nature, if you just reduce them to four, assuming that you count gravity as a force, then just unifying these together in one model, that should be a theory of everything. And so we get again into that sense of maybe we have now a full model of how nature works.
And taking it a step further, and I don't claim to understand this, this is more very superficial for me. According to E equals MC squared and what I've heard about it, energy and mass are two dimensions of the same thing, two manifestations of the same thing.
Yes.
So maybe if we find that, we're finding that central thing that causes the four forces. I don't know.
Yeah, so the main issue right now, the three first forces, they do have a way of being unified in the form of the standard model of particle physics. And so we do have a working model that unifies electromagnetism with the two nuclear forces in a uniform mathematical description.
When was that?
So that was mainly in the 60s, 70s.
Okay, it's beyond what I know. I didn't go that far.
Right, and so now we do have a way of making that description. So, for example, the most recent piece of that model, you've probably heard about that or seen the development, was the discovery of the Higgs boson at the LHC, which was really the last piece of the standard model. That
it's what they called the God particle.
Yeah, that's a really bad name, but
well, yeah, I know. I think the reason, my guess for why they were using that term is because they were looking for this single particle, and I guess that means a single formula. And I guess the idea is if there's only one, that's the conception of God.
Well,
only one.
Well, the Higgs boson is what gives mass to all the other particles. So if you solve the standard model theory fully, what you actually get is just massless particles. And we know that this is not true, since all the particles that we have, whether they are fermions, like in the case of electrons, positrons,
they all have mass.
Protons, they all have mass.
You're not counting in photons then.
Well, photons don't have mass. These are the interaction in the electromagnetic theory, and you also have the gluons in gravity. But
so yeah, you're speaking beyond what I know, and maybe one day we can do an episode on this.
Yeah, but the point here is that when you solve the theory without the Higgs boson, everything is massless, and so
it doesn't work out. Okay, so having the Higgs boson in it brings mass into the equation.
Yes, mass is.
So why did they call it the God theory?
That's one of the reasons. It's a God particle, and that's really poorly.
It's the one thing that explains the rest. Is that kind of what it?
Not explains the rest, but
was there a marketing guy that said, "What are we going to name this thing?" What's going to bring the most attention? We'll call it the God particle. That's what
Well,
it is.
well, honestly,
Probably that guy working at History Channel.
I personally actually thought that before the Higgs boson was discovered, I never thought that it was actually going to be discovered. And I remember we were actually in a talk.
That sounds too beautiful, doesn't it?
It
To be real.
well, it sounds too good to be true in a
Too good
in
to
a
be true,
certain
yes.
sense, because it starts from a point where um, you go through certain mathematical implications of the theory, and you would expect that there's something like that. Something of this sort happened before. So, for example, the discovery of the neutrino, or the speculation about the existence of the positron. All these came initially from a theoretical.
Weren't they? I mean, weren't they all like that? You always had to find the theory first, and then design an experiment that would help you.
Not necessarily.
What can you name an example of a?
So things that happened at the beginning, for example, when the structure of the nucleus, and the fact that the proton resides in the nucleus, and
Bohr model?
The Bohr model and the Rutherford experiments. These were conducted before any understanding of the theory itself. Or, for example, the idea that that light is going to have the discrete form that we know in the form of photons. This happened before the introduction of the photon model, and it was Planck who came up with a kind of an explanation that then speculated to try to explain the experiment.
I'd like to dig in your mind about that, but maybe not now.
Yeah, we're going really off topic here.
So let's continue for people.
We've learned from experience that the truth will come out. Other experimenters will repeat your experiment and find out whether you were right or wrong. Nature's phenomena will agree or they'll disagree with your theory. And although you may gain some temporary fame and excitement, you will not gain a good reputation as a scientist if you haven't tried to be very careful in this kind of work. And it's this type of integrity, this kind of care not to fool yourself, that is missing to a large extent in much of the research in cargo cult science. We have learned a lot from experience about how to handle some of the ways we fool ourselves. One example, Millikan measured the charge on an electron by an experiment with falling oil drops, and got an answer which we now know not to be quite right. It's a little bit off because he had the incorrect value for the viscosity of air. It's interesting to look at the history of measurements of the charge of the electron after Millikan. If you plot them as a function of time, you find that one is a little bigger than Millikan's, and the next one's a little bigger than that, and the next one's a little bit bigger than that, until finally they settle down to a number which is higher. Why didn't they discover that the new number was higher right away? It's a thing that scientists are ashamed of, this history, because it's apparent that people did things like this. When they got a number that was too high above Millikan's, they thought something must be wrong, and they would look for and find a reason why something might be wrong. When they got
I just wanted to tell people about this. I looked up. While he was talking, I recognized that this is confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I thought, okay, let me look this up. When did this term get coined? It was coined in the 1960s, previous to this speech. But I guess confirmation bias as a phrase wasn't very common yet. Today, you hear everyone saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I want to say, maybe you could say there's kinds of confirmation bias. The reason there's a bias in this case was people saw Millikan as this. I'm guessing they saw Millikan as this great man.
Mm-hmm.
Great scientist, and then if you get a result different than him, oh, I must be wrong. And I think it would be, and I think a lot of people deal with this, by the way. I know I've dealt with this. When I saw somebody that I recognize as way smarter than me, and then they said something, and I happen to disagree, there would be a lot of, oh, well, maybe I'm just wrong. And then I find out later, let's say 2 decades later, oh, no, I was right. They were wrong. I just let myself be fooled. there was a confirmation bias. It's weird though, confirmation in his direction instead of my direction.
There's
I don't know.
probably also an appeal to authority in this case.
Yeah. Which is what this is. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different phrases you can use to describe the same thing or aspects of it.
Well, I might connect this with what we talked about earlier about the Middle Ages. So both in the Muslim and the Christian world during the Middle Ages, people really, really relied on Greek philosophy and mainly Aristotle. So a great hindrance to the advance of science was really sticking to those ideas
know
Aristotle was really a big figure in shaping the thought of so many big thinkers that
Well, can I clarify for the audience? This is a guess here. Okay. First of all, there was lots of people before Socrates, which is why Socrates was so amazing. I think 5 centuries before him was building up to Socrates. And then Socrates' direct student was Plato, and his direct student was Aristotle. And his direct student was a man that took over a big chunk of the world, Alexander the Great, who brought Greek culture and Greek philosophy, including Aristotle, to a huge area of the world. I don't know how far further than Persia, going east. I don't know how far west, but a huge area.
I believe Afghanistan.
Okay. And like if so, what were you saying about Aristotle? People saw Aristotle as this great philosopher.
Yeah. So there has been a great influence of Greek thought, as you probably know, that there has been a huge movement of translation into Arabic, mainly assisted by Syriacs who were present in the new found empire in the Muslim world. And they started assimilating some of the philosophy, not in somewhat begrudgingly, because they were not really happy with the influence of that philosophy. There was a great deal of debate that happened in Andalusia, but the main person who was responsible for this was Ibn Rushd Averroes, who was the one who elaborated a lot on the work of Aristotle, and so that. Yeah, in the Muslim world, but at the same time, Saint Augustine, for example, in the Christian world, also relied a great deal on Greek philosophy, and so you had these two parallel lines in both worlds, where what is known as scholasticism in the Christian world really relied very heavily on Greek philosophy, and in the Muslim world, this tradition that then depended on the melding of Muslim philosophy with that Greek philosophy in what became later on known as kalam.
Kalam meaning kalam just means words, but it means philosophy, I guess.
Yeah, so the way that this acquires a kind of a technical aspect to it, it becomes when you say someone is mutakallim, or someone who's working in kalam, it means that they are working in aspects of theology that might be considered like natural theology, where you have aspects of philosophy mixed with religion, and the main influence from Greek philosophy was not any of the other philosophers except for Aristotle.
Okay, so I want to say something. I don't know if this is going to be good or not, but from what I understand from Karl Popper, Aristotle made a huge mistake that 2,000 years worth of philosophers built their philosophies on that mistake, and it ruined it all in a sense. And this is not really my words. Obviously I'm paraphrasing, but this is from Karl Popper. And just real quick, what the mistake is: Aristotle came up with this philosophy that is now known today as justified true belief. And what it's kind of saying is, in order to treat something as knowledge, it has to be backed up by something else. And that actually creates an infinite loop, which is not possible. And Karl Popper explained why that's wrong by explaining how knowledge is actually gained. And what he explains is the scientific approach.
Yeah.
Which is different than Aristotle's conception. Now, I want to be clear. Aristotle, who was built on Plato and Socrates didn't have that conception that Aristotle had. The justified true belief stuff.
I'm not specifically pointing to one aspect of Aristotle's philosophy. I'm saying that so many of it has persisted for so long, and I mentioned at the beginning how it affected, for example, our conception of the laws of motion. So that was a big hindrance.
Physics ideas, yes.
Yeah, but it also affected so many different things. When for example, you think about how Aristotle worked in philosophy, in logic, in politics, in poetry. He has so many of these works that became so canonical that they acquired a certain reverence, both for Christians and Muslims, even though Aristotle himself was not revered, but a lot of his ideas persisted, and they became part of the frozen dogma of the church and Muslim theology. And so it had this kind of effect of slowing down some of the progress that would have probably otherwise have moved in a different direction.
Well, yeah, so I just want to say real quick then, like the idea of relying on knowledge from the past, I guess you could say there's a relying too much on, in the sense that you just never disagree with anything they do. Similar to this Millikan situation, we definitely don't want to do that. But we also don't want to ignore the past, throwing out the baby with the bathwater. There was lots of good stuff all the way back to ancient Greece, maybe before that, I don't know.
The one of the cornerstones of doing scientific work is to critically approach anything, never to say, okay, this was done by so and so, and therefore this is an authority figure. We're not going to be.
But to be clear, it's happening in a subconscious way, I think, to all these people. Like when it happened to these people after Millikan, they're subconsciously doing it. I don't think they're ever saying out loud, I'm going to follow him or whatever.
Yeah. Sometimes, let me give you an example from my everyday experience. Sometimes maybe I would be solving a problem and I would make a mistake. Now, some people in class would not think of it much. Okay, he's the professor. He's the one who's qualified. We're not going to think about it. Other people would point it out. You seem to have made a mistake here. And so you have this split between two different types of people, where someone is willing to think about what's actually being presented here, not based on the fact that this is being presented by an authority figure, but the fact that, okay, this we have a certain set of rules that we're now trying to think about critically, and there seems to have been a mistake here. And so the whole idea is to be able to speak up and say, okay, you've made a mistake here, go back and fix it. And
so I want to explain the other side of the story that you just explained from the perspective of the teachers. What you'd explained is from the perspective of two kinds of students. I want to explain two kinds of teachers. So I think a lot of people know what kind of teacher Socrates was, but I want to explain what the older version of teaching was. This is in ancient Greece, and I think it's everywhere. The older style of teaching was the student comes to the teacher, and the teacher is the student is supposed to learn what the teacher says verbatim, and the way you judge the student is by how well he parroted the teacher. And the new style, which I'm sure happened before Socrates, but Socrates is famous for it, he's said to act like, with the students, we're equal. You can disagree with me. And actually, based on the method he uses, which is well known as the Socratic method, it's a line of questioning. You don't even give the answers. The teacher's answers doesn't matter.
Yes.
So, yeah, the two kinds of teachers and two kinds of students
Right. So
can make a matrix.
so in many places right now, not everywhere, but in many places, especially for introductory courses in physics, the Socratic method is really something that's being emphasized very much. This is mainly in what is usually presented as tutorial style, where you present a situation and then you don't really give the answers as such. The students are supposed to debate one another, and the teacher does not act as someone who is presenting the knowledge, but really playing the role of a facilitator to make sure that things are pushed in the right direction, or that
Or going at all.
yeah,
You know, if you ask the right question, it helps it move forward. But by the way, just to be clear to everyone, if you ask the right question, you are bringing knowledge into it.
yeah, that's
Or-
definitely like so.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say with this is that there is a big problem with education, but at the same time, there are people who are thinking about including these really important elements in producing student knowledge that really relies on questioning the knowledge, on talking to each other, debating, and really generating their own knowledge based on just understanding the topic and going critically through the whole thing.
Well, I will say that the best teaching that I got was in university in my physics classes. Okay, but I do remember in 5th grade. My whole 12 years, K to 12, was public schools in America, except for 1 year I was in Syria, 5th grade, 10 years old. The school is called Icarda. It was a European school. And I vividly remember one of the classes where they were doing the Socratic method on us, and or with us, and I didn't know it by that name, but later when I was studying this stuff, I recognized that that's what they were doing, and so when I said earlier that and what he said too, that the education is kind of screwed up. As a system, it's screwed up, but there are individuals who are way surpassing what the system gave them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them happen to be physicists. They don't have to be, obviously. I'm sure there's plenty of Socrates level people that aren't in physics. All right, should we continue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got a number closer to Millikan's value, they didn't look so hard. And so they eliminated the numbers that were too far off, and did other things like that. We've learned those tricks nowadays, and now we don't have that kind of disease. But this long history of learning how not to fool ourselves, of having utter scientific integrity is, I'm sorry to say, something that we haven't specifically included in any particular course that I know of. We just hope you've caught on by osmosis. The first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool.
Maybe we can expound on this a little bit for people. We as human beings, or just what, if you think of what we are, like, we have no access to perfection. Okay, we don't even have access to, like, I imagine people think that what we see is perfect, but there are, what do they call them, optical illusions.
Mm-hmm.
If you've seen any optical illusions, that's your mind misinterpreting the sense data. Okay?
Yes.
We don't have direct access to the sense data. It's lossy information. And there's actually many levels. Part of it is the actual sense data physics-wise. Our lens isn't great. That's why you're using glasses. Right? That's the physics level of information loss. But there's another level where the mind is interpreting that sense data. There's that interpretation step You know, if you take a baby just born, even after they've, you know, there's a period where their eyes aren't even working yet. It's just blurry. But there's a period where it's not blurry anymore, but they can't tell what is three-dimensional. They can't tell what is far versus close.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so their mind is not interpreting the way our mind is. Same sense data. If anything, theirs is better. Because, you know, you're wearing glasses, they're not glasses. Okay. By the way, I wear glasses, so not making fun of too many people. Where was I going with this? I even forgot what I was saying. Now I said a joke and I forgot. Okay.
Yeah. So definitely the senses. There are so many different experiments that would show you surprisingly how poorly not only your vision but also how your brain constructs the whole picture. There is a very, very nice book by the recently deceased Daniel Dennett about consciousness.
Okay.
It actually goes in a lot of details about these illusions and how the whole thing works. It's not only that book. He has several books that are in that same direction. And the nice thing is that he's not only dealing with this from the perspective of philosophy. He relies a lot on actual scientific research. It's actually fascinating to see and to run some of these experiments and see actually what it is that we're missing. So some of them we can easily detect, like you're saying. So others are not easily understandable. So when I'm looking at something straight ahead, I sense that I have a good knowledge of what's actually there in my peripheral vision, but in reality, experiments have shown that most of this is just constructed, that your actual ability to really create details is for things that are straight ahead. The things that are outside this small cone of vision is just constructed by the brain, and it's really poorly constructed.
It's heavily dependent on what you were expecting.
Yeah.
Which is the interpretation part. And in a sense, that's why we're better than babies. But it's also debilitating in a sense too, because not having an expectation might lead you to see that thing better than having one.
Yeah.
And then there's some of the interpretation, not even just sense data. Okay, as an example, one time my father saw my face and I was doing the squinting thing. He thought I was angry. I'm not angry. The sun is right in my face. You know, that's another example, right? I guess my face made the angry look. And maybe on some level I was angry about the sun, not about anything else. Yeah. So it is really easy to fool ourselves. We get fooled so easily. And sometimes it's surprising that people get surprised when we're fooled. I'm surprised when people get surprised that they get fooled or that I'm fooled, you know?
Yeah, this is
because I can tell that in some areas of their knowledge they expect a lot of foolery, and in other areas they're not really doing that.
Yeah.
So let's move on here.
So you have to be very careful about that. After you've not fooled yourself, it's easy not to fool other scientists. You just have to be honest in a conventional way after that.
That's what we just talked about, but one thing to add, and I don't know if I'm saying something different than what he said or if it's under the same category. You know, we were saying earlier, if I see someone as a very smart person, there could be an appeal to authority there. But charisma can have an effect. And one way, okay, charisma it's a lot of things, but one of the aspects of it is looking confident in what you're saying. Okay. If I look confident in what I'm saying, other people can be fooled by just my confidence in it.
True. Yeah.
And the opposite can happen too. Scientists often are very expressly saying things like, we could be wrong. But then other people who don't really know what science is can look at that and say, "Oh, that means they're wrong. Look, they're not confident."
Yeah. Yeah. That actually connects with the idea of so many scientists are actually ill qualified to directly converse with the public. It's like there is a kind of a complete disconnect between what they want to convey and what they actually convey. Now, in certain places where you have you have the scientists needing the support of the public for funding and things of that sort, you end up with a slightly different situation where the scientists actually do become more savvy when it comes to the way that they
You almost have
present.
to use the language that they're used to instead of the language we use in science.
Right, and so creating that kind of bridge between scientific speak, if you will, and public understanding.
I
This
have a
is
lot of
something.
experience with that.
Yeah, this is something that's
Being on Reddit, talking to a lot of people for the last 3 years, I have a lot of experience with that.
um, so there is something to say about some scientists bearing part of the blame in this case, because if you're really trying to deliver something that's trying to reach as many people as possible, you probably should work on looking at how you think about this normally as a scientist, and then looking at what sort of way you can do in order to present that to the public. So
If you're
Feynman
going to
is
be involved in education, yes.
exactly
Yes.
Feynman is a great example of someone who's actually capable of bridging that gap so seamlessly that he does have the charisma, he does have the ability to present that figure of authority, but at the same time he doesn't give you the sense that he's talking in a completely different language. He's talking in a language that you can understand. In fact, the famous Feynman lectures, a set of books that have been produced recently based on lectures that he developed. If you read through them, he doesn't follow the same kind of format that you would expect in a regular textbook.
Okay.
He speaks in a way that develops the knowledge from really simple examples and then builds on them in really very intuitive and still powerful ways.
So now we're going to keep playing here.
I would like to add something that's not essential to the science, but something I kind of believe, which is that you should not fool the layman when you're talking as a scientist. I was a little surprised when I was talking to a friend who was going to go on the radio. He does work in cosmology and astronomy, and he wondered how he would explain what the applications of his work were. Well, I said, there aren't any. He said, yes, but then we won't get support for more research of this kind. I think that's kind of dishonest. If you're representing yourself as a scientist, then you should explain to the layman what you're doing. And if they don't want to support you under those circumstances, then that's their decision. One example of the principle is this. If you've made up your mind to test a theory, or you want to explain some idea, you should always decide to publish it whichever way it comes out. If we only publish results of a certain kind, we can make the argument look good. We must publish both kinds of results.
So I would like to give an example. This is a situation I wanted to talk about as a separate episode during this live stream. It's a recent thing I learned about. DuPont in the 1950s developed this technology which came from tank technology in World War II. And it was initially used on tanks, but they found out it was good for pushing away water. And they ended up using it on pans for non-stick Teflon. Mm-hmm. And workers in the manufacturing site started getting sick, and they did some scientific research, even if it's not really official, like you might imagine what official scientific research looks like. But if you do something like this, is supposedly what they did. They took 5 of their employees, laced some cigarettes with this chemical, let them smoke it without letting them know what was in it, and they all got sick. That's scientific research. Even they all got sick. Like, it was there was no statistics to worry about. 100% fail. You didn't need to do like fancy double-blind studies and statistical models and all that. It was very clear. This is, they hid the information. They didn't tell anyone. They kept going on decades producing the Teflon, and it wasn't just the pans that were harmful, but the byproduct was harmful too. The byproduct was waste that ended up in landfills, unwanted by and unknown by the people who own the landfills, by the way. There was doing so much lying in all of this. And the reason I bring it up, it's so important because today it is said that 99% of humans have this chemical in us. And the reason it is still in us, it's what's called, it's in the category of forever chemicals. Forever chemicals are chemicals that our bodies don't know how to get rid of. And the reason we can't get rid of them is, if people can understand how evolution works, okay? If we evolved with chemicals in our bodies over millions of years, you might imagine we evolved methods to get rid of bad chemicals. But if you introduce a chemical to our bodies that is new to nature, which this Teflon chemical was, it's called C8. It's a carbon chain of 8 with a freon on the end. That doesn't exist in nature naturally. We made it. Evolution never worked on getting rid of it from a body, so we can't. And apparently maybe they're thinking 200 forever chemicals, not just this one. So a man that kind of discovered all this, and he was a lawyer that went after DuPont and helped win almost $1 billion settlement for 3,500 cases. He's still working on this, and I tried to get him on the show. I only learned about this recently, so I didn't give him enough time. He replied back saying he has a conflict. Maybe next year he will be on the show.
Well, this is actually also very similar to the situation with the cigarette companies that did actually know about the harmful effects of cigarettes and then continued on promoting their product. And in fact, sometimes my understanding is that the promotion was that it's actually healthy in certain ways. I can't bring examples right now, but that's my understanding, is that sometimes it was promoted in a very positive light. And it was only through a lot of hard effort to show that this is not the case, in order to actually start providing warnings and so on. But I guess the point here is, if you have some financial interests or financial stakes in the matter, and you have some scientific truth, then it's not just possible, but it's more than probable that the people who are going to have those interests affected are going to hide or...
Well, I want to be clear that the kind of people that are willing to do that are different than the kind of people unwilling to do it. And maybe it is the case that the people that are not willing to do it wouldn't end up in those CEO positions.
Yeah, it's there are, unfortunately, the fact that in order for you to do some kind of research, you have to put in money. There is no such thing as just taking pencil and paper and just do research in your mind. You have to actually have some kind of funding for your research. That dependence of scientific research on money would be actually something that funding agencies, governments need to be really mindful about. And this is something that's very delicate.
Well, another element of this is, we have the government who's supposed to be there to protect us, at least the way it is today. It wasn't this way 250 years ago. It's there to protect us from these companies doing these kinds of things. And They don't seem to be very successful. If anything, sometimes it seems like the effect is they end up protecting those companies instead of protecting us.
Yeah, the fact that there are lobbies and people who are trying to push certain agendas means that money can go both ways.
Well, lobbies that would affect the Congress. The people in the government that I'm talking about is like, I don't even know which department it is, but this is the executive branch. These are people who I know this happens because this happened in a few other scenarios. People will work in, I'm going to switch to Boeing for a moment, okay? Later in this show, I'm going to be talking with Eli Schragenheim about Boeing. And if anyone knows about what's going on with Boeing, basically they're throwing away scientific integrity and their engineering of their planes in favor of money. And that's why we're having these extra plane crashes and things like that. And there's actually a man who recently, I just saw this video, spoke. He works for Boeing as an engineer, and I don't think he works for them anymore. I don't know. And he was in front of in a Senate hearing explaining what Boeing is doing. So what routinely happens is somebody will be working for Boeing high up in there, and they also want to later work for the FAA, which is the government body that's supposed to be regulating Boeing. And because they want to make that hop, no, the reverse is happening. An FAA employee, because they want to make the hop to work for Boeing, they try to be nice to Boeing. And there's a lot of cases where these people flip back and forth. It happened with the cigarette companies.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to trust somebody that works for the government to protect us from a company when they flip back and forth between that company and the FAA and the department? And I know there's newer-ish laws that recognize this and try to prevent the switching. You know, if you worked for the FAA, you should never work for any of the companies that it's regulating. Okay, so let's continue.
I say that's also important in giving certain types of government advice. Supposing a senator asked you for advice about whether drilling a hole should be done in his state, and you decide it would be better in some other state. If you don't publish such a result, it seems to me you're not giving scientific advice. You're being used. If your answer happens to come out of the direction the government or the politician like, they can use it as an argument in their favor. If it comes out the other way, they don't publish it at all. That's not giving scientific advice. Other kinds of errors are more characteristic of poor science. When I was at Cornell, I often talked to the people in their psychology department. One of the students told me she wanted to do an experiment that was something like this. It had been found by others that under certain circumstances, X, rats did something, A. She was curious as to whether, if she changed the circumstance to Y, they would still do A. So her proposal was to do the experiment under circumstances Y and see if they still did A. I explained to her that it was necessary first to repeat in her laboratory the experiment of the other person, to do it under condition X to see if she could also get result A, and then change to Y and see if A changed. Then she would know that the real difference was the things she thought she had under control. She was very delighted with this new idea and went to her professor. And his reply was, "No, you cannot do that because the experiment has already been done and you'd be wasting time." This was in about 1947 or so, and it seems to have been the general policy then to not try to repeat psychological experiments, but only to change the conditions and see what happens. Nowadays, there's a certain danger of the same thing happening, even in the field of physics. I was shocked to hear of an experiment done at the big accelerator at the National Accelerator Laboratory, where a person used deuterium in order to compare his heavy hydrogen results to what might happen with light hydrogen. He had to use data from someone else's experiment on light hydrogen, which was done on different apparatus. When asked why, he said it was because he couldn't get time on the program, because there's so little time and it's such expensive apparatus to do the experiment with light hydrogen on this apparatus, because there wouldn't be any new result. And so the men in charge of programs at NAL are so anxious for new results in order to get more money to keep the thing going for public relations purposes, they are destroying, possibly, the value of the experiments themselves, which is the whole purpose of the thing. It is often hard for the experimenters there to complete their work as their scientific integrity demands. All experiments in psychology are not of this type, however. For example, there have been many experiments running rats through all kinds of mazes and so on, with little clear result. But in 1937, a man named Young did a very interesting one. He had a long corridor with doors all along one side where the rats came in, and doors along the other side where the food was. He wanted to see if he could train the rats to go in at the third door down from wherever he started them off. No, the rats went immediately to the door where the food had been the time before. The question was, how did the rats know? Because the corridor was so beautifully built and so uniform that this was the same door as before. Obviously, there was something about the door that was different from the other doors, so he painted the doors very carefully, arranging the textures on the faces of the doors exactly the same. Still, the rats could tell. Then he thought maybe the rats were smelling the food, so he used chemicals to change the smell after each run. Still, the rats could tell. Then he realized the rats might be able to tell by seeing the lights and the arrangement in the laboratory like any common-sense person. So he covered the corridor, and still the rats could tell. He finally found that they could tell by the way the floor sounded when they ran over it. And he could only fix that by putting his corridor in sand. So he covered one after another of all possible clues, and finally was able to fool the rats so that they had to learn to go in the third door. If he relaxed any of his condition, the rats could tell. Now, from a scientific standpoint, that is a number one experiment. That is the experiment that makes rat-running experiments sensible, because it uncovers the clues that the rat is really using, not what you think it's using. And that is the experiment that tells exactly what conditions you have to use in order to be careful and control everything in an experiment with rat running. I looked into the subsequent history of this research. The next experiment, and the one after that, never referred to Mr. Young. They never used any of his criteria of putting the corridor on sand or being very careful. They just went right on running rats in the same old way and paid no attention to the great discoveries of Mr. Young, and his papers are not referred to, because he didn't discover anything about the rats. In fact, he discovered all the things you have to do to discover something about rats, but not paying attention to experiments like that is a characteristic of cargo cult science. Another example is the ESP experiments of Mr. Rhine and other people. As various people have made criticisms, and they themselves have made criticisms of their own experiments, they improve the techniques so that the effects are smaller and smaller and smaller until they gradually disappear. All the parapsychologists are looking for some experiment that can be repeated, that you can do again and get the same effect, statistically even. They run 1 million rats. No, it's people this time. They do a lot of things and they get a certain statistical effect. Next time they try it, they don't get it anymore. And now you find a man saying that it is an irrelevant demand to expect a repeatable experiment. This is science? This man also speaks about a new institution in a talk in which he was resigning as director of the Institute of Parapsychology. And in telling people what to do next, he says that one of the things they have to do is be sure they only train students who have shown their ability to get psi results to an acceptable extent, not to waste their time on those ambitious and interested students who get only chance results. It is very dangerous to have such a policy in teaching, to teach students only how to get certain results rather than how to do an experiment with scientific integrity.
So he just described a similar thing in logic to what we were saying from the beginning about the two kinds of teachers. The kind of teacher, the old style teacher was, we're going to judge you by how well you copy me.
Mhm.
And that's what's happening here. They don't want the students that can't get the exact same results as the teacher. The opposite of science.
It can actually also go to a larger scale when it comes to funding agencies. So there is safe research and not so safe research. Safe research would be the one where you're probably going to be getting the grant because you're building on work that has been done in a very specific way. Not so safe research is going to be more adventurous, trying to maybe push some boundaries and maybe try to question new things or have try to make some gamble about something that could or could not yield a result that you don't know ahead of time if it's going to lead somewhere. And so, unfortunately, this is also something that's causing some stagnation in the progress of.
So you're saying, I'm guessing what you're saying is these entities that choose what to fund, they're leaning on safe research and away from the unsafe.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately the case, and so you end up with a huge number of papers appearing on basically the same topic, maybe making small modifications or making
In physics too?
in physics too. I'm talking about this I'm mainly talking about physics in general. But
Okay.
I do have some idea about what's going on in psychology and medicine about how effective this is, but in the case of physics, there's a great deal of papers that are being funded because of the fact that they are reinforcing ideas that have already been discovered. And maybe I'm not saying necessarily that this is wrong as such, because obviously, if you arrive at a result that has been confirmed many times, then a good idea would be to reconfirm that or to elaborate on it. But at the same time, it's stifling a certain amount of creativity that would be needed to go a little bit beyond. And this is something that's actually very much needed in the foundations of physics right now, because we know that we are at an impasse in many areas. And so the funding itself is a big problem.
So I have a question for you. First of all, what you told me is new to me. I never thought about it before. Um, can you try to put your thinking into cancer research? Do we have the same problem in that kind of area?
What I know about medical slash psychological research is that there is a problem that has to do with reproducibility of research. So this has been an ongoing crisis now for several years, and it seems that many of the papers that are being presented seem to be lacking in scientific rigor, and so the reproducibility is the main issue there. I cannot speak too much about the details. This is not my field, but I know that that this is a major thing that's going on.
Well, let me be more clear about my question. That seems adjacent to my question. My question, more clearly, is, you know how you said the people who fund research are leaning towards safe research and away from unsafe. Are they doing that with cancer research?
I would probably say it's not only cancer research; it's any kind of research that is going to have some pharmaceutical implications, because
So I guess if I'm a company and I'm like, all right, let's make the new cancer solution, I guess it would make sense. Let's put research money into something that's close to being figured out
I would probably
rather
say that
than some brand new area where there's some, I don't know who does this. Is it a physician? Some physician is saying, hey, I have this really new idea. And then nobody picks up his project because it's the unsafe category.
I would say probably that's the case. I cannot speak more definitively about this because this is not my field.
I need to bring in an expert on that and ask him that question.
But I would say probably with how big pharmaceutical companies are, that there is a lot going on when it comes to what sort of research is something that gets funded eventually, whether it's governmental or private funding. There's a lot of problematic aspects for how research is selected and how it gets directed.
All right, let's continue here.
So I have just one wish for you. The good luck to be somewhere where you are free to maintain the kind of integrity I've described, and where you do not feel forced by a need to maintain your position in the organization, or financial support, or so on, to lose your integrity. May you have that freedom. Thanks for watching.
Every cell of each plant and animal contains genetic information coded onto the DNA molecules. The model represents...
I just wanted to see that through the end. I don't know why. It's to me, it feels like sniffing a flower or something. You know what I mean? I don't know how these artists do stuff like that. It's beyond what I know. So that last thing Feynman said, he wishes that we have the freedom to do science with scientific integrity without pressure, various pressures that are asking you to not have that scientific integrity. And the examples he gave it the whole speech, which was things like, well, I guess the guy who has the money wants more publications, so that goes against scientific integrity. But and doing these activities, all these pseudo-scientific methods that sacrifice scientific integrity in favor of another goal, this is what Feynman called cargo culting. Now, there's various goals, and the point is, it's not the truth goal. Okay, and so an example is nations that have apostasy laws, the death penalty for apostasy, or not just death penalty, but other things, in prison for leaving your religion. The keeping my scientific integrity means being able to say what I believe about God. But more than that, not even just a truth thing, I want to help my fellow brothers and sisters not face the same suffering that I faced. I was a Muslim for 32 years. If there were more people speaking out, maybe I would have left when I was 12.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, my grandfather wouldn't have. I found out my grandfather was a closet ex-Muslim. Maybe if there wasn't a death penalty, he would have told my mom the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in America, I'm imagining right now, Americans are thinking, what the fuck? This is crazy. What are you saying? Why would he hide it from his child? The reason he would hide it from his child is if you say some information like this to your child and they don't know how to keep it a secret, they can go get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So he keeps it from us. I think that is the case with a lot of people.
But even within the U.S. itself, if you have a big enough Muslim community, you can actually, maybe even regardless of the size of the community, if you just have a Muslim family, that's going to be an issue within the family itself. Trying to live within that within the confines.
Yeah. So it's like my grandfather didn't want my mother to have troubles with everybody else, not even just the family, but the whole society. Social outcasting.
Yeah, I think there are many people, even within the U.S., within a Western society, if they are trying to leave their religion, and specifically I'm talking about Islam, but there are other religions as well that have this issue. They are trying essentially to, like you said, it's like a cult that you're trying to leave, and there are really heavy penalties for trying to leave a cult, no matter what it is. But this is especially so when it comes to a very protective religion like Islam.
And in a sense, when we become ex-Muslims, in a way, we technically left the cult, but by making it with the death, there's a death penalty. Now we have, and I don't have that here living in America, but I'm imagining if I was over there, which is, by the way, very hard for me to imagine. Having a fear of any of this is hard for me to imagine. I've never had any of it. I never even had fear of hell, by the way, even when I was a Muslim, which is really weird to me too. We could talk about that maybe. Having this thing over your head saying, you can't act like an ex-Muslim. Like, so I'm an ex-Muslim, but I have to act like a Muslim so I don't get in trouble.
A society that emphasizes conformity and uniformity is definitely going to be enforcing this type of behavior no matter what. You can trace back all the way back to the time of Muhammad, when in Medina he had
1400 years ago.
Yeah, he had the people he called the hypocrites, which are people who didn't actually accept his rule in Medina, and legitimately so. If you don't want that, and we have to remember that the rule was mainly a kind of a military slash political social rule. You don't want that. This guy came to your town and is creating this other state. So these people started being discriminated against, and they were considered to be traitors, essentially, to the state. And so that's the main thing that is happening when it comes to apostasy in Islam. There is an aspect of treating it as a form of treason, and that's why they consider the death penalty or social death or other forms as kind of a legitimate way of dealing with it.
So the parallel to, let me say it like this. You mentioned treason. I don't know if you said it is treason or like treason.
No,
Or
it
in
is
some cases it's being treated as
it is exactly considered as such. It is
Okay.
it is treated as treason to the ummah, the nation.
Okay.
Mhm.
What you will find Muslims say in response to this, like when I criticize the idea that Islam has, the death penalty for leaving the religion, they say, well, that's treason and you guys have that too. And now here's the thing. First of all, I don't have a problem with having a law about treason. What I have a problem with is when you treat a whistleblower under the treason law. So let's clarify for people. A whistleblower is someone who blows the whistle about something he knows or she knows in the secret, and who you're trying to protect in this case is America. Okay, a whistleblower, to be specific about somebody, let's say Edward Snowden. He worked for I think it was NSA and multiple departments. And he found out that America, the government, is listening to us, recording our emails, recording our calls, which is illegal in two ways. Illegal, well, the main way is it's against the Constitution. But it was also being done secretively. Okay? So he wanted to expose it to the American people, to protect the American people, to protect our country. That is what the people is the country. The country is the people, not the government.
Mm-hmm.
When we say treason, when the government says we're going to apply the treason law on Edward Snowden, what they're saying is that Snowden is against the country. But no, he's not against the country. And he's not even really against the government. He just wants the government to improve. This is criticism.
Yeah.
Okay? So he should be treated under the whistleblower law. We should have protections for whistleblowers. So it's very different than what the Islam situation is, or and you could think of it this way too. When I'm exposing Islam, and like I said, I'm trying to help people not suffer the way I suffered. I'm trying to help people. This is for the benefit of the collective. This is not to hurt the collective. It's a similar thing that the US is doing. Different scale, different level of whatever you want to call it. I'm not trying to say they're equal, but it's the same in logic.
Yeah, the problem with people who view apostates as traitors is that the level of panic that they usually have of someone who seems to have found out the truth and that they might be bringing that truth to someone else, that's what scares them, that they feel that the whole thing is riding on some precarious foundation that can be easily demolished. So when that is the case, if they interpret it this way, which is a wrong interpretation, it's a completely wrong interpretation, and it's an overreaction, they go into that panic mode, and the way that they think they can deal with the situation is to just stifle that person who's trying to speak up, and just make sure that the problem is completely gone away by making them stop. So
Of course.
so that's the issue. If you do have the truth, you should not be afraid of hiding it, or you should be able to say, okay, you're saying something of that sort about Islam. Let's bring our own side and confront you in the arena of thought, instead of trying to silence you and stop you from talking.
So what do you think of the case of the US? Let's say very specifically about how, when Edward Snowden revealed to the American people that our government has been watching us, the whole, the parallel to the Islam situation is, they knew they were doing evil. The US recording us, knowing it's against the Constitution, bypassing the Congress to make a law that would allow them to do it. The reason they kept it secret is they knew no one would let them do it. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe that aspect doesn't because if you're looking at true believers, whether in Islam or any other religion, they don't actually believe that they're doing something wrong. And let's actually make this even a little bit wider. Let's think about Nazi Germany. Nazis did not actually necessarily think that they were doing evil. Nobody thinks of themselves, okay, I'm an evil person, or I'm a wrongdoer. They would have a sense of, okay, we are doing something that might be superseding or breaking
Okay.
some
Okay.
moral code, but we think that we have the authority to do that, and that
Okay.
we're
So let me try to argue the US position using the logic you said. So somebody in his position saying, look, I know this is against the rules, but we need to do it in order to stop the 9/11 people. Something like that.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think that works well.
The
It's
fact,
destroying the fabric of everything.
exactly. So in that case, you're actually sacrificing something so big in order to achieve this momentary goal, which in its own constitution is something that has so many wrongs.
So do you think the Muslims are doing the same thing? They believe they're right. They know this little part maybe seems wrong, but the master goal is too important.
Yeah. So the idea that the goal justifies the means is something that is the main principle for something like religion.
The ends justify the means, which
So
is false logic.
what happens there is that the moment that you are submitting, that's the way that you think about Islam to begin with. Islam means submission. The moment that you are submitting to the central idea, that you consecrate the text, the Quran, that you present anything or the main ideas of Islam as holy and above reproach, then everything else that follows beyond that is going to be a justification of this main idea.
Even the most extreme evil you can imagine, all of it is okay.
Exactly. So once you surrender your mind to that idea, it means that even if you feel that you're doing something wrong, even if you feel that this idea goes against something more fundamental in your makeup, that would still be the case, because that would violate.
So do you think that explanation applies to some of the actors in the US? They're trying to protect the US, I guess, as the goal, and they think any means is okay,
They are
including murdering Americans.
they are trying to protect their ideas of their idea of the US,
Yes.
which is not necessarily the same thing as the actual US. And based on that, they would just take license to do whatever they think is necessary in order to achieve that goal. So
It reminds me of the movie You Can't Handle the Truth. He was doing something similar.
yeah, yes, that's true.
Yeah, he knew it was against the rules. Maybe on some level he knows it's also bad, but he has to do it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the ends justifies the means logic. Man, that's interesting. After this, I'm going to be talking to Dr. Wafa about apostasy, blasphemy. I wanted to bring someone to talk about parenting, but I was not successful. So I'm just going to quickly talk about a few things. There are parents who are doing cult behaviors. And one way they do it is a basic way that a lot of people agree with, even therapists argue this, is the united front concept.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The idea is the father and the mother in front of the children have to look like they're united in agreement about something.
Yeah.
And the reason they do it is if they look like they're in disagreement, then they're let me try to guess what their logic is. Then I guess the kid's not going to obey, something like that. And I don't know if it's obvious to people why that is so bad. It's not helping the child learn how the real world works. The real world works, we have disagreements and we have to have a proper method of how to deal with them. We shouldn't beat the shit out of each other. We shouldn't shoot each other. There's, and then, there's steps before that. There's court, but even before court, we should be able to resolve our matters before we get to court and so on, right? So the united front concept is trying to circumvent all of that. It's getting rid of the scientific approach. But another thing they do, and this is worse, and I guess maybe the united front concept came because this other one was going away. The whole idea of scaring the crap out of your children. It's severity wise, it's gone away a lot. Like if you go back 100 years, the level of how parents would scare their children, there was severe beating. Where today you can get in trouble with the government for that. But there's still a little bit of beating. They don't use the word beating, by the way. They call it like spanking. And yeah, I guess it's less fear-inducing, but it's still fear-inducing. And actually, you'll hear parents say this. Hitting them once hard. There's a saying, I forgot the saying, but hitting your child once hard is enough to put the fear in him so you don't have to hit him again. And that's the same logic as I learned this recently from ex-Muslim. Sorry, he's not an ex-Muslim. He's somebody from India. and he was explaining that in Pakistan recently, there was a wave of ex-Muslims, something like 400,000 ex-Muslims in a short period of time. And what Pakistan decided to do was death penalty for like 10 of them. The idea there is it's similar to the parent hit your child once so you don't have to hit them more. Kill 10 people so you don't have to kill 400,000. Because the point of killing 10 people is now the next person who saw that on the news, they might think twice of being outspoken. So
that's a little bit similar to what I was talking about earlier about the legal system and the punishment, and thinking about maybe the imprisonment as a kind of a punishment and a deterrent to people to not do that thing that they were punished for, which is a silly thing because if you have enough motivation, it's just some basic principles. If you have the motive and the opportunity, you're going to do whatever you want to do, no matter what.
There's people who say when in context of they want to describe that they want to beat somebody up or hurt them, they say, instead of even saying I want to hurt them, they say I'm willing to do 10 years. So that's exactly what your point is right there. I'm willing to go to jail to beat your ass.
Yeah, so the idea of punishment as deterrent is really a poor idea. It might be something that would give you the satisfaction that you have done something, and it would satiate something inside you that, okay, there's something that's been done and there's a punishment that happened. But in reality, I don't think.
Well, maybe temporarily there was some success. So, for example, in the Pakistan situation, they killed 10 people. Maybe temporarily there were fewer ex-Muslims. But long term, it's going to make more ex-Muslims.
I would probably say that those who were scared off went underground. It's not that we had less
No,
ex-Muslims.
I would say maybe there's less ex-Muslims though because there was less speech.
Yeah, which is actually that connects exactly to the situation that we're going through right now. The fact that you can see more ex-Muslims, more apostates, more atheists in the Muslim world has to do with the fact that some form of space or some alleviation of some of the former restrictions happened. And that happened after what is called the Arab Spring, which was a really false impression of a relaxation of those restrictions, because that's not really what happened. But in any case, that was really responsible for a great deal of what we have seen since 2011. It's not that all of a sudden we have atheists came out of nowhere. They have always been there. It's just that the deterrent that was there in the form of the authority of the government, which included both the political and religious aspect, is no longer viewed as the same intimidating figure as before.
Now, what I'll say is, so what I just said is the way they're treating people today, I'm saying, is causing more ex-Muslims to happen anyway, right?
Yes,
if they became peaceful the way Christianity and Judaism is today, I think a lot of people would remain Muslims.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes,
they wouldn't leave. I kind of have like examples in my own life of that kind of thing. Like they don't want to leave, even with all the bad stories. Let's say that's part of it is like a familial thing. You know, my whole family is Muslim, so I don't want to get out of the group.
Yeah,
and if Islam was peaceful, that would be happening plenty.
Yeah, religion eventually is an issue of identity, and so if you're willing to actually leave that identity, it means that there's something that's wrong enough in that environment for you to start rethinking a part that constitutes who you are. Because you're I was born a Muslim, but that doesn't mean that I'm a Muslim anymore. It means that I have gone through a process that meant I had to reevaluate a significant
Well, I'm
portion
not
of
even
my
sure
life.
it's fair to say we were born Muslims, because when I was born, I didn't know English or Arabic or words or God or Allah, or nothing, you know. Maybe I was 3 years old, and maybe somebody could start putting ideas in my head. I don't know.
Right. Maybe that's a different situation from
Sure.
growing up in a Muslim country, because then
Oh,
you would have a religion hammered into you right from the start.
not from the start though, not day one. So no one's badgering you at day 1, day 2, day 5, nothing.
Well, they declare it for the most part,
Sure,
because
on the books.
on the books, and they symbolically come and say the adhan in your ear.
Oh, I didn't know about that. By the
For
way,
the most part, many people.
maybe
ask.
that didn't happen to me. I don't know. Maybe that was what was wrong.
It's not that you're going to register it anyway, but supposedly this is supposed to be the first thing that you hear anyway.
Okay. Okay, so I want to talk about one more thing. So Richard Feynman said at the end of that speech, or in the middle somewhere, and at the end, he apologized to the world, or students going through science classes, that we don't teach the scientific approach directly. We've been hoping you learn by example. And so that speech was done in 1974. I wonder if it has improved since then. But I want to say that there have been people since Feynman that are trying to, or attempted to, outline what is the scientific approach. And one example of that is a man named Eli Goldratt. When he was 20 something years old, he decided to himself that he's going to teach the world how to think. My guess is he watched this speech by Feynman and decided to fix the problem. And what's interesting is, so he came from physics, and he's an Israeli. I don't know where he taught, but apparently some of his buddies in the business department were nagging him with questions all the time. And apparently he was doing well with them. And to the point that he became a business management guru. He died in 2012. And by that point, the name of the body of knowledge that he brought to us goes by the name theory of constraints. Huge amount of the world has learned this theory. I don't know how well they've learned it. I don't think they know it the way I know it, because I understand it deeper than what people are learning, I think, in general. But I have someone on the show today, Eli Schragenheim, who was I see him as like Einstein's closest colleague. Okay, Eli Goldratt being like Einstein. So other than Goldratt, though, just to be clear, we have to bring in, like, when we say what the scientific approach is, a lot of people think that I mean stuff that physicists know as their approach. As if I'm like, because people will say they'll differentiate between hard sciences and soft sciences, and already they're thinking there's one set of methods in the hard sciences, different set in the soft sciences, and then they completely exclude everything else. Like, so if we're talking philosophy, totally different. If we're talking morality, totally different. If we're talking religion, totally different. Like, they think none of the scientific approach ideas apply outside of, in the extreme case, physics, chemistry, and biology. But the other people who are doing that, who have been doing that, is what we know as epistemologists. People epistemology is the study of knowledge. So you should look there too. And really, that's older than what Feynman was talking about. And actually, if you listen to Feynman's comments about the field of philosophy, he thinks it's all crap. but that's because most of it is. Okay, so there's really good epistemologists though. So one of them is David Deutsch, also happens to be a physicist. I don't think that's a coincidence, by the way. He's a physicist, really somebody that brought a lot of stuff recent. It's more like Einstein level to me. I mean, I'm not a physicist. I don't work in the field of physics, but I studied physics in university. He discovered quantum computing, and it's not just a theory. People after him, he's a theoretical physicist. He's not a experimental, right? He doesn't do experiments, but he designed the experiments, and people did those experiments, and apparently this stuff is working. And I think there's already quantum computing computers. Like, it's already to the level, it's commercial now. Somebody was telling me Google uses them.
Yeah, there not only Google. There are many different places, and
I think you were telling me, actually. I don't remember.
The quantum computing right now is actually on the rise in terms of research everywhere. You have in almost all departments that are doing physics, you can probably see one or two people working on quantum computing in one way or another.
So I just want to clarify for the audience, go read David Deutsch's book, The Beginning of Infinity. He has a second book 10 years before that, The Fabric of Reality. I didn't read that one. I would recommend just reading the newer one. And, this is another way of saying, this is the scientific approach. He doesn't use those words. That's the words I'm using. I'm borrowing from Feynman, And again, if we think of what this approach is, it should be thought of as the methods from physics, from chemistry, from biology, from psychology, from medicine, from medicine, the double-blind experiment, which is designed to get rid of placebo effect. You don't need that in physics. You only need that if your subject that you're studying is humans. So that's why we don't use it in physics, but we have to use it in medicine. And then why you wouldn't cut anything out. The best ideas in theology, the best ideas in morality. And I mean, when I say best ideas, I mean the methods of forming ideas, the methods of testing ideas, not like the end conclusions. Like when we talk about physics, I'm not talking about how does gravity work. I'm talking about the logic of physics, not the physics itself.
Yeah, if I might add one little point here regarding this distinction between hard and soft sciences and why this is the case. So with the idea of a hard science as something that's reliant on really exact and things that might be comparable to how logic is as precise and as as capable of producing really airtight results. That's something that you would get mainly from physics. It becomes diminished in strength as you go away from physics, go into chemistry and biology. But the problem here with the other sciences is not that they're not amenable to this type of reasoning. It's that, in a sense, that they're actually the real hard sciences, in the sense that they are actually harder than those simpler. So the problems in those sciences are much more complicated, and so being able to find your way through all this maze of complexity and produce the same type of work that you are seeing in physics mainly, but also in other sciences, it's much harder.
So let me clarify it for the audience, unless you weren't finished. You want to finish?
No, I just wanted to say that I think that if you look at the 20th century, which started with being the century of physics, essentially, that then had some other applications and things that are related from chemistry and biology. But I would probably say that we are now starting in the next stage, which is going to make those other sciences go maybe a few rungs up the ladder getting
All right.
closer to becoming more rigorous in the same sense as
Okay, well, I like what you're saying. The clarification I want to make for people is, so you said in physics, I'm going to use my words here, it's easier to be objective.
Mhm.
And a lot of people think that, for example, morality is subjective. I think the proper way to look at it is it's everything's objective.
Mhm.
It's a matter of how difficult it is to be objective in that field.
Yeah.
Okay? And physics is the easiest one.
Yes.
The other ones are a lot more difficult. So that I like the way you said that. The hard and soft delineation doesn't make sense. It should be physics easy, everything else harder.
No, and I would add also something to that. So the idea of hard is not only conveying the idea that these are precise sciences. There is something about the general perception of physics as being a hard science, something that is
Oh,
easy to do.
difficult.
But what's actually happening here is that if we want to bring those other so-called soft sciences to the same level of rigor that you have in physics, they would become much harder. And maybe
Well,
in some sense they would simplify, because then you would be talking about a higher level of organization. But the main challenge right now of making these sciences as precise as something like physics comes from the fact that they are more difficult to parse through, to be able to understand to the same level.
so I'll say that when I was going through school, physics was like the easiest thing for me. Okay, I had trouble with like English or metaphors even. I remember going long periods. I didn't know what the fuck a metaphor was, but I was doing really well in physics and math and chemistry and biology. I think everyone else is wrong. I think physics is the easy thing. What's difficult is stuff like morality.
Yeah.
It's so much more hand wavy
Yeah,
than
yeah,
physics is.
I agree. Yes.
So, well, do we have anything more to say? I think we've covered a lot of things. This is way better than I imagined, and all of the episodes have been like that. With Eli Schragenheim was the same, and I think the same is going to happen with Dr. Wafa Sultan.
Yeah, it's been great. It's really enjoyable, and I think that so many of the things that we started talking about could be elaborated on further. But of course, we already have gone through quite a bit.
We won't do that now. Yeah, we'll have multiple episodes later. Well, so for the audience, anyone who would like to talk to Usama or reach out to him, we're going to put his contact information in the description of this video, and you could talk to him that way. Do you have anything else you want to tell the audience?
I just want to wish you all the best with this event. This is something that's important, and I'm really glad that you're doing it. And I really encourage people to follow what you're doing. It's something that is really doing a lot of good.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just to add a little bit to this, I think what I'm doing is bringing in two categories of people. And they don't have to be separate, but there's the humanitarians and there's the scientists. And they don't have to be separate people. Like Einstein was both, okay? But the scientists are the ones maybe who care more about the scientific age, and are we being scientific and pseudoscience and all that. And then the humanitarians are, let's not kill people, but they're related. It's one topic. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to unite those two groups.
It's one world, and we're talking about one species of humans at the end.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's it then. Thank you, Usama.
Thanks.
The next one.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, Usama.
Hello, Rami. How are you?
I'm good. This is really weird having us talking and then talking again like this.
Well, it actually went really nicely. Having watched this again, it's actually nice to have seen the final product together, and finally to have the event actually being launched this way.
Yeah, cool. So, just to remind everyone, this was supposed to be planned where Dr. Wafa Sultan was going to be on this portion. She ended up not being able to do it. We got rescheduled for August, but maybe it might be better actually that Usama is here because he's a volunteer for this organization. So there might be some discussion that happens here that wouldn't have happened with Wafat.
Well, I think maybe I should clarify here that unlike her, she's an expert who is qualified in areas of psychology, who has had a lot of experience in terms of the public aspects of this. I probably would lack certain aspects that she would be bringing to the table, though I think the fact that I'm also coming from the point of view of an apostate who has also been active, I might also have a different angle, but it's definitely not a replacement of what she would be saying.
Yeah. So, some of it will overlap. Oh, I just realized we kind of skipped the Q&A for the last session, and we only got a couple of questions, and I had set to half hour for this portion, which is definitely unnecessary now. But who knows? Maybe we do expand this to be half an hour. So Sissy said, "Do you think religion will vanish in the future?"
Um, I think there's a very nice analogy between religion and something like the flu or the mosquitoes. They evolved with us, and it's really hard to get rid of them. They have adapted in such a way that they become part of life. They might turn into an annoyance that keeps on nagging for all sorts of reasons. But what I foresee personally is that what would likely happen for religion as we know it is that it's going to become a much smaller institution within society, mainly related to rituals. Some people might still turn to it in hours of.
Spirituality reasons.
I'm sorry.
Spirituality reasons.
Uh, I'm not sure because
that's already happening now. I've noticed.
Well, the thing about spirituality is that there is so much more in the market today for spirituality compared to when you look back for just one institution that is supposed to provide your spiritual needs, your material needs, your every need that has to do with every aspect of your life. And
I see what you're saying. They can get it other places.
Yeah, and so for example, you can take a look at the project that Sam Harris has been championing. So Sam Harris has really been into various aspects of Buddhism and meditation, and still he was able to abstract those essential values that are completely devoid of the religious veneration of people, the worship
of the mythological stuff.
Yes, and he was able to abstract that and provide you with that element that religion for so long has had a monopoly over.
Okay.
So something like prayer. We know that prayer is something that actually does have a spiritual value, something that changes the brain in certain ways. The thing is, however, is that it's not the only way that this could happen, and there are so many different ways and activities that you can get the same benefits. Not that those benefits are obtained by everyone, especially when it comes to something like the ritualistic type of prayer that we have in Islam. But in general, it's something that you can extract from so many other activities, and that's exactly what's happening here. So it's possible to have spirituality, to have those needs being provided in so many different other ways. Now, I know that there are other aspects that people do miss, and I have personally tried to explore a little bit in terms of that with what's known as the Sunday Assembly. Are you familiar with that?
Sunday assembly? No.
Okay, so here's what the Sunday Assembly is. It's I think I forgot where it started first, but it's basically a kind of an alternative um, assembly that happens on Sundays for people who still miss the sense of,
Atheist church.
exactly
Okay.
the sense of community that people have in church. Now, I personally never actually missed that aspect in Islam, but having lived in a place that actually does have an assembly, I went there a few times along with my family because they did have children activities and things of that sort. You have a TED talk instead of a sermon. You have
It's the same thing, though. It's the same thing. They're trying to teach some moral lessons.
yeah. So you have that. You have some singing happened actually. So
Social gathering, fun stuff. Yes.
exactly. There was a meal, I believe, if
And
I'm not.
and Americans, I don't know about the entire West, but I know about America more than anything. They're starving for that kind of stuff. There isn't enough of it. If I just do a comparison, okay, I'm not Syrian, but I've been there, and I have Syrian family, and like I said, in 10th grade, I was there for a year,
Mhm.
and then I was there for 6 months at age 26. Little bits and pieces. And one huge difference between there and here is in Syria, it's very normal, like almost basically every day, to go visit somebody's house.
Yeah.
You're a family member. We a big family, so it's and then sometimes it's friends too. But you could just you could fill up the whole year with just your family, okay? And in America, there's not a lot of that. I think there's a lot of American families that do like it, but they're not getting enough of it. Part of it is they live so far away. Like when it's very normal to find work that's not in your hometown, where in Syria there's not much working anyway. So everyone's at home, everyone's close by, especially in the town I'm from, Aleppo, Syria, which is it's 5 million people. You think it's acts like a big city. It's very much closed to the rest of the world. It's not the capital like Damascus. There's not a lot of people moving in and out of it. Not even just for vacation or traveling temporary, but even moving at all. Like people just stay in one city pretty much, generation after generation. Very different than America. And so the point is, in America, where there's people starved for this kind of social gatherings, going to church to get it instead makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. And so I guess there's the atheist church. What'd you call it?
Sunday Assembly. It started first. I'm trying to remember where it was at the beginning, but it has proliferated, and I believe there are certain branches right now in Europe. Though in Europe, to begin with, there has been a dissolution of the church, and people have been only using the church as a kind of a social gathering place. So it never actually really dissipated the same way that it's disappearing here in the U.S. By contrast, over there, you can still see people who don't believe at all still go to church for the social aspects.
Really?
Yes.
And they don't do that here, you're saying?
Yeah, in the U.S., if you're going to church, you are going to church very often.
I mean, I've never really been to church, so I don't really know. But where are you getting your information from? Your Christian friends?
Well, I've lived in the South for a while, and that's mainly my experience from the south of the U.S.
Okay.
On the West Coast, this doesn't seem to be the situation anymore. But my general impression is that, especially in the South, when people are going to church, of course there is the social aspect, but there is also a religious dimension nonetheless. You go, and there are churches everywhere. Churches represent part of the society. It's not just
well, they're doing more than we said so far something about religion, and we said social gathering. They're doing more than that. They do stuff like, people are poor, don't have a house, don't have food. They're taking care of those things.
Yes.
And of course, there are organizations that do that dedicated, like in the city I'm in right now, Peoria, Illinois. There's a place called the Dream Center. And if you're homeless for a night or however long, you go there to get help. It's Christians. Okay. It's not the church, but it's Christians that are doing it. They're at it. I'm sure those people go to a church.
And I can attest also for something like that on the Muslim side. If it weren't for that social / welfare dimension that those religious organizations do provide, I think they would have a really hard time just surviving at this moment. They have to be providing something back for society, and this is definitely one.
And I want to be clear to everyone. I have a very high opinion of what they're doing. Okay, like the Dream Center and feeding people when they're hungry, don't have food. Okay, and I do believe the government should be more involved in this stuff. But even if they're not, somebody needs to be doing it. That's my point.
Yeah,
somebody. You shouldn't have people on
right.
the streets. I actually want to dig deep into that some other day. Not now. About welfare and how to solve it. A couple things you mentioned I want to hit on, still on this same question. You talked about prayer, and you were talking about Sam Harris, and I think the link you were making is meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I speak very highly of meditation. I've never done it, but from what so I watched a podcast between it was the Joe Rogan podcast. It was Sam Harris and another guy named Harris. I don't remember his first name.
Okay.
Remember it. Isn't that crazy? We can remember such things. It's years ago.
Chris Harris. I know who you were talking about.
So in this little podcast, they were talking about meditation, and the way they explained it really made a lot of sense to me. Previous to that podcast, what I thought of meditation is just mythology. It's so like just tricking yourself kind of thing, more like hypnosis or anything. And hypnosis is not good, and let's not talk about that now. But so meditation, even if we don't use the word meditation, it's kind of like journaling, but without a piece of paper. And linking it to prayer now, when you're praying, when you're meditating, you can be making some decisions about your life, as opposed to like if you weren't doing those things, you're kind of just operating on autopilot. Operating on autopilot in general, just doing that. Imagine you go. There's a movie like this actually. It's called Click or something. Adam Sandler. Do you know the movie? The movie is about there's this magical remote control, and it controls more than just.
Yeah, I don't know the plot. But I've seen the poster.
There's this magical remote control, and it controls his life, and he gets to do things like fast forward because something is boring. Okay, well, it was glitching, and it would happen for years. He would fast forward through a few years of his boring life, and then it was passing him by, and he wasn't liking that. This is how people are actually living in a lot of cases. They live on autopilot for years, and then every once in a while they wake up and go, "What the hell have I been doing?" Everyone, if you haven't watched that movie, go watch that movie. Prayer and meditation and things like that are about trying to have some control over that, over having some conscious control instead of just autopilot your whole life,
True. In the case of Sam Harris, there are so many other implications also that follow from this, because it's part of his entire worldview, things that have to do with compassion, with the dissolution of the ego, the lack of free will, the consideration of how others are actually objects of compassion. And so it's a kind of a whole worldview that is very definitely viable, and it's completely devoid of that religious aspect. It's something that you reason about, but at the same time that you can experience. I personally cannot say that I can directly relate to many of these things. I have tried meditation; it never worked. But as they describe it, it's something that requires a lot of perseverance, a lot of hard work. But at the end, it seems that the rewards are very great, and many people just testify that it's something that is an important element in their life.
So I'd like to talk more about meditation, but man, we might be going too deep. I want to summarize kind of this thing with religion real quick. So religion started, I don't know how many thousands of years ago. It started to solve a problem, okay? Everything is like that. Everything is an intended solution to a problem. And it developed over time, people infusing new ideas into it, solving more problems. You named a few of them, like the social gathering thing, the church concept, the prayer, meditation, that stuff. So if you consider, how are we going to have a world without religion? It would have to be where all those good things that religion did solve somehow are still with us somewhere else.
Yes.
So this is another way of saying you cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater.
So take as an example the role that religion has played in regulating society in place of laws. So in ancient times, you didn't actually have laws as such. Rather, you had a kind of a mixture of a religious authority that also has something like the Ten Commandments. It's something that appears to be in the form of a moral code, but in reality, it's actually a mixture of laws and ethics, things that can regulate human life. And so right now we have modern laws that have incorporated all these aspects, and you don't go to a religious a person or a religious court or somebody of people who implement religious ideas in order to adjudicate any of these things. This is something that has been completely taken over by civil society.
So what you're saying here is one of the things already got solved away from religion, although Islam is not doing it. So I want to be more clear for people. So the first religions, I don't know, let's say 6,000 years ago, right? The first civil laws, is that Hammurabi?
I would say, although some people might say that there are some precursors, but yeah, we can go there, but it's not.
And when was that?
It's definitely not 6,000 years.
Yeah. It's newer than that is the point, which is what you were saying earlier. Religion was the first institution that started having civil laws. And I guess what are civil laws? It's sort of a, I mean, back then was it just a set of punishments? One of the punishments, one of the laws of Hammurabi was if a man rapes a woman, the husband of that woman that got raped now gets to rape the rapist's wife. It's insane. Now, here's the thing. That's a bad law, but just the idea of having civil laws is an amazing thing. Having some laws that everyone in the area has to follow.
And notice actually today how this appears in a kind of a modern guise. Religious people would come to us and say, religion is the one that invented morals and ethics, and atheists have absolutely no basis for that. How is it that you're going to be running your life without a source of authority to tell you what is it that you're supposed to be doing? And so this is a kind of a true misunderstanding of what's actually ethics, what roles it plays, and how it develops, and how people implement it. But it is a very common argument that they try to bring up against people who don't follow religion.
So let me shoot them down real quick. You said source of authority. And earlier in that interview we did about the scientific age, you mentioned Aristotle, and one of the ideas we were talking about that he brought to us was the idea that in order for you to consider a piece of knowledge, in order to like treat it as true, you have to back it up with some other piece of knowledge that you already know to be true. And that is your authority. That is your source of authority. And religions took that and went further and said, our source of authority is God. So what I told you about Aristotle's idea of being wrong, and the guy who corrected it, Karl Popper, something not even 100 years ago, recognized there is no source of authority. What we have instead is the scientific approach, which is the opposite of it, which is we guess ideas and we chop them down. We don't prop them up.
Yeah.
We chisel them. We add in ideas and we chisel them. We rule out things. We test them. People get confused about the concept of even evidence, which is actually the next question here. People think evidence is used to select a theory from many. So they say this piece of evidence tells us that this theory is true. But it's not like that. Evidence is a ruling out method. It's a negative method.
Yeah.
And what you can do with it is to rule out a set of theories from many, necessarily leaving in many, not one. And it could be just one that you know of, and the rest are things you haven't thought of yet.
Yeah, many people confuse what evidence is with mathematical proof. So, for example, they think that, okay, you have demonstrated some claim about the natural world through a few experiments that, okay, this has proved the idea. Of course, this is not the case. What you have is a lack of this confirmation until the next experiment comes about. And that's the ongoing cycle. You never prove anything. You always are subjecting your ideas and theories to tests. If those tests disconfirm it, then that's the role of the evidence. That's the definitive role of the evidence. The evidence doesn't at any point fully confirm or establish a theory beyond doubt.
So I just realized now while you were talking that this question by itself needs its own episode. I think we should schedule that someday. I think for now we'll stop this question and move on to the next one, okay? This is another question by Sissy. I hope I'm saying that right. One thing I don't understand is how do religious people believe that they know exactly what happens after death, and then they added when there is no evidence. And so what do you have to say about that?
Well, it's if these people have established their whole belief system based on faith in something they have never seen, what needs to be done is for you first to basically sign that piece of paper. Okay, whatever you're going to be saying next, I'm going to approve that. That's essentially what happens in religion. And so take a sacred text as an example. The sacred text, if you're just looking at it rationally, you can very easily completely demolish it with a modern perspective. But if you have surrendered your will to go and do this investigation, do this scrutiny in the first place, then whatever this text is going to say is going to be sacred no matter what. In fact, you're going to do your utmost.
I think that's true. There are people doing that, but I want to describe another category of people. I don't think I fit in that. I think I fit in this next category I'm about to explain. So I was saying earlier in the interview about the scientific age that I was living in a bubble. I didn't know people that believed in jinn and demons and weird shit like that. But I was the guy that believed in God. So, but I wasn't doing what you're saying. I was still thinking rationally, hey, I was thinking independently from the concept of God. You know, when I was looking at anything, let's say evil eye, the concept of evil eye.
Mhm.
I when I would think about the idea, I don't think in my head, well, God says it's real, therefore it's real. I'm not even thinking of God when I do that, you know. And I'm actually remembering the history of my thoughts on this. You know, I remember the first time I heard about evil eye. I didn't hear it in the context of religion. I heard it, my mom said it, okay? And I didn't know where she got it, and I didn't ask her where she got it. I knew she got it from, you know, I know the phrase old wives' tales. I knew she got it from other people. She didn't tell me she read it in a book called the Quran, you know. Although I don't think that would have worked on me anyway. I want to
Well,
tell you, go ahead.
No, about this, it's not necessarily that they believe in God and then they derive all that stuff from that authority. So what happens is that you're brought up in a certain cultural milieu, and based on whatever you're getting from that culture, you're going to have certain implicit authority figures and sources of authority that you don't question anything that these sources of authority are going to be providing you, um, uh, simply because if you're going to be questioning that, you're going to be questioning your sense of belonging to the group. And so belonging to the group is far more important and provides a sense of intuitiveness to all these aspects that are just hoisted.
And are you saying that in order to satisfy my urge to belong to a group, I have to also believe what they believe?
Yeah, essentially.
At least in this form.
You
I'm
don't
sure
have,
I'm sure there's the opposite of that. I'm sure there's groups that the idea is to have differing beliefs. You know?
yeah, but when it comes to that, the very idea of God doesn't even enter the picture. If you look at the typical life of a believer and compare it to the life of an atheist, it's not really that different. People start thinking about God only when there is actually some friction. Like a typical Muslim would never think about the idea of the existence of God until they encounter someone who is doubting the existence of God. But it's not something that they invoke or think about in their everyday life.
And let me add one more thing. You just mentioned the atheists. There are plenty of atheists who treat scientific claims or claims that are claimed to be scientific in the same way that a lot of theists believe in God,
Yes.
meaning just appeal to authority. Okay,
Yeah.
but I think there are theists who don't do that. They are using logical reasoning to arrive at the conclusion that there's a God, and even if it's the wrong conclusion, you know, they're doing something that's not appeal to authority. They're doing their own independent reasoning.
I would say that it's all marred with a lot of confirmation bias. Take a look at, for example, Saint Augustine or Rene Descartes, and how at the end of their philosophical journey, all of a sudden, they end up where they started. It's all about God. If you want an even worse example, take Hegel in the 19th century. He started with some really broad philosophical ideas, and then at the end of his conclusion, it turned out that the Prussian monarchy was the pinnacle of all existence, of all that philosophical
Oh wow.
idea.
Okay, so you're reminding me of something very common that I've been talking about recently, which is you'll see people, theists, let's say a Muslim or a Christian, they'll argue against atheism, and then when they're done arguing against atheism, they say, therefore Islam. Which makes no sense, because the only thing you're arguing there is that there is a God that made the universe, but no other features.
No, it's not even a god; it's a creator. Jumping from a creator to a god,
Well, I don't know the difference between creator and God. The point is, one feature is there. There's a thing, whatever it is, with no features yet. The only feature we're giving it made the universe, and then no more features. For you to jump from there to Islam or Christianity, that's the confirmation bias stuff. You're not actually, because the way it would work, you'd have to do it this way. Every feature that you add in there, you better have good reasoning for it. Every single feature, and Islam has like a million features for God.
You want someone who actually does really nice acrobatics with trying to produce some fake logical justifications of things. It's William Lane Craig. He is such an acrobat. He teaches philosophy. He has debated so many atheists, and he's well spoken. He's considered to be one of the most important Christian apologetics today.
Okay.
But if you really look down at it, when you try to justify belief in crucifixion as something on a philosophical level, not something that's based on a historical fact, but just at a philosophical level, you're stretching things too much. Revering the personality of Jesus and what he has done is one thing, and then going to those broad ideas of philosophy and then claiming that there is some kind of a logical deduction that goes from those arguments and then end up with the importance of crucifixion. This is this is too much.
So I just looked at the time. We did use the whole half hour. I'm surprised. 2 questions. So yeah, let's stop here and move on to the next session, which is let me get rid of this off the screen here. All right. So what we're going to be talking about now is more directly the apostasy issue and really blasphemy too.
Well, here's the thing. I have prepared some slides, but I'm not necessarily going to follow them because obviously we have some back and forth. I'm going to put them on the screen, and then we're just going to talk as we have been doing.
Sure, we can ad lib. Yep, and anytime we are stopping for whatever reason, I have a list of 10 questions, and it's probably too much for this little time we have here. Go ahead and put it on.
Right. So
I have to add it myself here. There we go.
Okay. So I've chosen the title to be one of the most famous quotes from Muhammad that supposedly justifies the killing of apostates based
So
on...
this is hadith.
Yes. And we're going to come back to that background picture, which actually has a lot to do with this hadith. So here's basically what I had an idea about going through today, talking about how apostasy came about, what is apostasy in Islam, and then some discussion about the laws and how this connects with blasphemy. What is it about apostates, and how does it feel to be an apostate? And then possibly talking about what can be done about this.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to start with this quote from Bernard Lewis, which basically sums up a great deal about what apostasy is. So I'm just going to read through it. It's a really nice thing that really encapsulates the basic idea, although it's too general, not very specific, but it does have relevance. So the penalty for apostasy in Islamic law is death. Islam is conceived as a polity, and this is really the most important aspect of this, because as he says, it's not just a religious community. If it were a religious community, I don't think we would have this outgrown cultish behavior that has extended beyond what you would expect in a typical cult, a small group of people that would punish someone who would leave the cult. Right now, it's a global religion, and yet it's this behavior still persists. It is a withdrawal, a denial of allegiance as well as of religious belief and loyalty. Any sustained and principled opposition to the existing regime or order almost inevitably involves such a withdrawal. So I think this Bernard Lewis, by the way, is someone who is hated by many Muslims because he does speak critically of Islam, is considered an Orientalist, and therefore a representative of the kind of ethos that comes with colonialism and that opposition with the West. And this is actually a really important aspect of apostasy. And do feel free to just stop me whenever you.
I'll stop you real quick. You missed a sentence, I think. It follows, therefore, that apostasy is treason.
Yes.
Which is what you said earlier in the first interview.
Yes, definitely. And
the reason it's treason, it's because it is more than a religion.
Mm-hmm.
A polity. I don't think I've ever seen that word.
Yeah. So
a political unit, is that what that is?
Yeah. So Christianity followed that same paradigm for quite a long time, and this changed much later in the history of Christianity. But throughout the history of Christianity, the Pope as a political leader was so much involved in the appointment of kings, of leaders, and so on. So there was no separation of church and state at that time. So I want to talk a little bit about the foundation texts of how apostasy relies on some text in Islam for justification, because this is actually a very problematic aspect of it. So there are two different sources that are used here, the Quran and the Sunnah. The Sunnah being the saying or actions of Muhammad, or lack of actions in some times. So the thing about apostasy is that in Quran itself, there is no mention of a punishment for apostasy. Apostasy is mentioned, but there is no worldly punishment for apostasy. So this verse 217 from Surah Al-Baqarah talks about how an apostate dies as an infidel. And so some people have been trying to create a kind of an interpretation of this verse to show, well, no, apostasy is in the Quran. Because the problem with so many of them is that, especially in modern days, is that some people are objecting, well, apostasy punishment is not in the Quran. Why is it that you're still upholding it? And so that brings us to the actual texts that come from Hadith. And
maybe we should tell people why anyone's even following Hadith.
Right. So the Quran itself is quite ambiguous, to say the least.
About the Hadith, you mean?
The Quran as a text is a very ambiguous text.
Oh, just vague statements. Okay.
Vague statements, very terse, very disconnected with context, and does not elaborate on a lot of things. And so the generations that came after the death of Muhammad had to start thinking about ways of elaborating on that. And so the idea of Sharia didn't even begin until they started this kind of elaboration. And so they started collecting sayings of Muhammad. There is a huge number of sayings that are out there. Many of them are fabricated. Muslims admit that they're fabricated, but many of them
keep them logged in the books.
Yes.
So they have these books of hadith, and on each claimed verse is not the right word, but each claimed saying by Muhammad, it also says whether it's treated as valid or not, and supposedly it also says the chain of people that it went through.
Yes. A chain of isnad that basically tells you.
And I guess that's good. It's scientific, by the way, to keep in the incorrect ones.
Yes,
There.
it's a very big topic, and I'm not sure if we want to delve into that because there are certain aspects of it that are good, but Western scholarship right now looks at this quite dubiously, even though it's very good for that age as a kind of an attempt to verify what's there. In reality, there's a lot of it's quite sloppy.
Well, did you mention the part about? Doesn't it say in the Quran that you were supposed to follow hadith, or how does that work?
Yeah, so in the Quran there are several places that tell you to follow what God says and what his messenger says.
Muhammad.
And so that opens the door for people to just say, okay, well, this means that you have to follow Muhammad's sayings. But then you can also elaborate on that and say, well, maybe everything that he did was sacred, and so we copy literally everything that he did, and that's what the Sunnah is. Sunnah means following everything that Muhammad was doing. Yeah, so that main text that has been used as justification of apostasy is this one: whoever changes his religion. Islamic is not mentioned explicitly, but that's the only interpretation that you could have
I
for it.
did not know. I'm reading that line right there. I did not know that was the reason. So it says there, whoever changes his religion, kill him. And what is the reason? So that he doesn't go to hell?
Yeah, so you're
So
basically
they're saving us.
Yeah, so many of these punishments are supposed to be punishments that essentially redeem you and to give you a kind of a repentance instead of having to.
So they'll feel good in murdering us.
Yeah, definitely. That's the case.
I did not know that. Wow.
And so kill him and do not inflict upon him Allah's torture means do not burn him. That's you cannot use fire in killing them.
That's what that's saying. Do not inflict upon. Oh, it's saying don't use fire to kill him. So it wasn't saying the reason you kill him is so that he doesn't go to hell.
No, but that interpretation that you're just saying now is actually a valid interpretation for the overall. When they're talking about the justification for these punishments,
Okay.
it is to protect you from the even worse punishment that you would get in the hereafter. It's not that you're going to be completely redeemed and go to heaven. You're still going to hell. It's just that it's not going to be as bad.
Okay. It makes sense though. If all of that was true, it makes sense because if you're dead now instead of 10 years from now, that's 10 years less of sinning.
Yeah.
So that's less hell time.
I'll show a quote from a Saudi executioner later on to elaborate on this.
But wait, I just found some bullshit. If they kill us now, and I had another 10 years, maybe I could have reverted back.
Yeah, maybe. But and then
I lost the chance to go to heaven.
Well, there's a lot of maybes. For example, the biggest maybe that every Muslim has to contend with is that you don't actually know if you're going to heaven or hell, no matter what you do. Because eventually, at the end of the day, it's up to God. If He wants to let you go to heaven.
From what I understand about that part, I think the reason they're saying we don't know is because we don't know the accounting method, right?
No, it's not only that.
It's the other part you said.
It might be that Allah, for some reason, on Judgment Day, says, "I'm going to forgive this person." Why? Because He feels like it.
His balls were itching that day, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know why I picked that. It's definitely a guy thing. Anyway.
Yeah. So there are two other similar texts, but they're essentially emphasizing the idea. The main thing about these two others is that you have to be fighting actively against Allah and His apostle. So that's also another point that some people bring up today, saying, well, if you're not fighting, you're not really an apostate. But then others say, well, if you're trying to propagate atheism or a criticism of Islam, then you are fighting against the religion, and so you are an apostate.
So it's not very clear standards to know what is an apostate.
Exactly.
So just leaving the religion in my mind and never saying anything outwardly, depending on which interpretation of what counts as an apostate.
Yeah.
And that's why you get different reactions from different Muslims.
Exactly. So there are so many different ambiguities on so many different levels in the text, in the interpretation of the text, in the implementation of the punishment, that it's both a good thing and a bad thing. It's actually a dangerous thing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So many people say, well, the Quran actually is a nice text. It has this "let there be no compulsion in religion," when in fact this has a very specific context. And right now, the way that this is understood by traditional interpreters is that you have two different things. There's no compulsion in entering the religion. They're not going to force you to do it, though this itself.
So let me ask the obvious question. This sentence there, let there be no compulsion in religion, must be a sentence in the context of a few other sentences talking only about entering in Islam.
Yes, and it's actually about a very specific incident. According to exegesis, it's related to a group of people in Medina who were Jewish. And so they said, okay, we're not going to be forcing you to convert to Islam for that specific group. But then after a while, everybody was basically converted in one way or another. It's not that they converted out of their own free will. There were all sorts of things. There was fighting. There was financial incentives. There was all sorts of things. And so there is a very specific context for it. And so the way that they say that apostasy is punishable by death is to say entering the religion is not compelled, which is a Quranic verse. This has a higher authority than the hadith. But leaving the religion is something that is punishable by death. And this is specifically about Islam. Okay. So how did that actually form? There is an important set of historical events that happened. The first one is the Apostasy Wars.
So this happened upon the death of Muhammad, am I right?
Yes. So when Muhammad died, many people started rebelling against the central authority of Medina.
Yes, so I want everyone to know we're only talking about what is today's Saudi Arabia. We're talking about this is what you would call the Arabs, the real Arabs, not like the Syrians and the Jordanian, right? The
Yes.
Jordanians. I wonder if there's any Arab in our lineage, you know. But so we're talking in Arabia, and we're talking deep in Arabia, like the original, next to the Kaaba, right?
Yeah.
So talking Mecca.
We're talking Mecca, Medina, and a few small towns that have now swore allegiance to Muhammad. So everything that's happening right now is happening in Arabia. It has not extended.
1400 years ago, I don't know what year. What year did he die?
630, 632. That's
and the moment he died, some people said, I don't want to be in this.
Yeah. So there are several categories of people who rebelled, and I have listed them here. Some people just wanted to go back to their former faiths. Some people said, okay, we're going to stay Muslims, but we're not going to be paying the tax anymore. And that's the main problem, not paying the tax. That's what started this whole thing.
That tax was going where?
That tax was going to the central treasury that was in Medina.
Now, what my whole life that I've been hearing the word zakah, it was to give to the poor. So I'm guessing that's not what was happening.
There are multiple categories of zakah. First, there is the zakah that every Muslim who has reached the nisab, or the amount that is taxable, needs to pay, which is 2.5 annually, 2.5%.
5%. But it depends, right? Because I heard it could be up to 25% and the difference depends on how much of it involved human work versus Allah's work.
The standard thing, and the thing that is supposed to be one of the pillars of Islam. Notice here, a financial aspect of this is a pillar of Islam. And so these people didn't want to pay. They said we had basically a compact with Muhammad, and Muhammad now is dead. We don't know if we want to continue paying allegiance to his successors, whoever they are. Others, there were other people
There
who
were
claimed,
prophets.
yeah, and the timing of the prophets is actually problematic, because one of them, which is the most famous, was much more popular and stronger than Muhammad. His name is Musaylama. They usually, the Muslims call him Musaylama the liar. But there were others, and these seem to have understood that this business model is actually working very profitably, and they wanted to copy it. And so Muhammad's successor, Abu Bakr, had to start fighting people in order to defend that entity that was created, and this cow that keeps giving them money. They keep milking it for money continuously.
So Kat here wanted to clarify. Yeah, we didn't clarify for the audience. What we were talking about was internal struggles in deep inside Arabia. But yeah, the borderline of the Islamic world at the time of the death of Muhammad is much bigger. How big is it at this point?
Well, there were skirmishes that happened with the Romans at the time, though it didn't really.
I mean, did they have Syria yet?
No.
Not yet.
Well, here's the thing. There are certain texts that are a little bit ambiguous. There is a famous Bible, a front page of a Bible that talks about the conquest of the Arabs into Syria, led by a person named Muhammad, and it was written at a time after his supposed date of death. And so there is some kind of an ambiguity about his actual date of death, but the traditional narrative is that this happened, that expansion happened after.
I know a lot of the Islamic world got there or invaded after Muhammad, but Muhammad did plenty too. He was more than just Arabia, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he tried to expand, but it didn't really. He was still trying to subdue the Arabs themselves. It didn't really expand until the time of Abu Bakr, but especially Umar, and then Uthman, and then the Umayyads themselves that expanded and basically conquered places all the way up to Spain.
We have a historian over here. I'm not really sure what's being said here, but it's just clarification further about.
So Hassanids were still independent at Muhammad's death. Yes. Yeah. In fact, I would even say more than that. After the conquests, in all places, you have to remember that the Arabs themselves were a minority, and looking at how many people they have conquered. And so they would have these little garrisons in all sorts of places that are essentially gated communities to keep the locals out and control them. And so there were so many revolts everywhere. In fact,
You mean right when Muhammad died?
Well, after that, after the expansion happened,
Okay.
after the expansion happened, you still had revolts all over the place. In fact, many of the people that were conquered, they never actually converted into Islam until the middle of medieval times. People were still Christians for the most part. And that had to do a lot with not only the fact that they were holding on to tradition, but that Muslims wanted them as a source of income, because as a non-Muslim, you had to pay a poll tax And
You mean the tax for non-Muslims was higher than the tax for Muslims?
Yeah, there's a special tax called jizya that non-Muslims have to pay, and many caliphs at the beginning especially resisted people converting to Islam. They didn't want them to convert because they wanted to keep paying.
Okay.
Right. So that revolt happened, and that's actually how this connection between denying one of the pillars of Islam happened and the actual revolt itself. And so whenever
these were the first apostates that got killed?
Yes. For example, Abu Bakr took a lot of prisoners, and supposedly they were not supposed to be killed since they...
So Abu Bakr was the Khalif after Muhammad?
Yeah, he was his very first successor. And he didn't last long anyway. But
how did he stop? How did he get?
All of them. How did
I mean, was there a peaceful transition of power?
No, there was never ever a transition of power that was peaceful for them.
Okay, so how did Abu Bakr leave his seat of power?
It's probably that he was poisoned. That's one of the possibilities.
Yeah. Okay.
Others.
Who was the successor after him?
Omar, and he was assassinated in the mosque.
He was too. Okay.
And then Uthman, he was assassinated by Muslims.
All of these were by Muslims. Let's be clear to everyone.
No, well, Omar wasn't actually. He was killed by a Persian who was a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Omar was especially against Persians, and it seems that he was oppressing them especially. And it seems that there was a rebellion that was happening underground that eventually resulted in his death.
Okay.
Yeah. So the very word apostasy in Arabic doesn't actually mean apostasy in the sense of revolt that you get from Greek apostasia. It actually means reversion, and so this gives us the historical origin of the word, which means going back to your former faith. Right now, we don't have a former faith to go back to. So when I'm apostatizing,
that's
Islam,
weird.
Yeah, well, I'm still called a murtad, a reverter. That's what it means in Arabic.
It's about as illogical as saying I was born a Muslim.
Yeah. So the whole idea then started and germinated at that time of the apostasy wars. And so the apostasy wars were the time when killing was actually something that was considered seriously for groups of people who are revolting against Islam.
So
now,
I want to make a guess here. So Muhammad didn't think of the concept of apostasy.
No,
he only thought of the concept of reversion. He didn't think 1400 years later that Islam would still be here and that people would leave the religion, and we need a name for that.
I probably think that he didn't think past his nose when it comes to.
He probably assumed it was all going to end when he died.
Yes, yeah, essentially. There is a lot that can be said about his death and his deathbed wishes and what he was saying then, and so it's there's a lot that can be said there. But when it comes to actual apostates at the time of Muhammad, there were very famous cases where he actually decreed killing people for apostasy. The first one was Ibn Abi Sarh. Do you know the story? Okay, so this guy was someone that started as a scribe. He was someone who would write down whatever Muhammad dictated him. And then one day he changed a little bit. He said, Muhammad said a certain sentence, and then he said to him, read it to me again. And he read it, but with a certain change. God is all magnificent and great, and he said God is all great and magnificent, or something of that sort. And Muhammad said, "That's great. That's wonderful. That's how it is." And this guy said, "Oh, I said something that is divine." And so he started doubting, and then this guy reverted. And so Muhammad wanted to kill him. That was definitely one of the people that had an apostasy charge against them, and Muhammad wanted to kill him. He wasn't able to kill him at the end. There is a whole story about that. If you want, we can go through it. But
I'd love to eventually do it. I'm not sure now it makes sense, but
yeah. So there's another one who started criticizing him, bringing other things to object. Another ibn Harith. He's a very famous person also. This one was killed. But there's a bunch of others. So Muhammad did actually do some of these things. And so there is a whole slew of things that make Islam a very hotbed for this idea of apostasy. You have the civil wars that happened at the beginning. You have the tribalism in which Islam started with a certain tribe and then propagated to become one tribe. And so you have this cultish behavior that develops as a result of a need to belong to that cult. And so there is a huge sense of xenophobia that gets generated by this. And this was very clear at the very beginning of Islam when they started propagating beyond Arabia and conquering these other regions, and ended up being in control of so many other people. Do you know the story about this camel with the arrows?
no.
Do you want us to talk about it?
Sure.
So, so in Islam, everybody is against everybody, as we said at the beginning. Everybody is killing everybody in order to get to that seat, to the authority, to the money, basically, at the beginning. One famous thing that happened at the beginning was the civil war, where Uthman, the fourth of the rightly guided caliphs, became so corrupt that he was giving basically favors to his family, and so they called out for ousting him. And Aisha, she's Abu Bakr's daughter, called for his killing. Why? There's a famous quote by her: "Kill Nathal," that is Uthman. She was having a kind of a bad nickname for him. "Kill Uthman, for he has disbelieved." So she was accusing him of apostasy. And so that was basically the start of a civil war that ended up killing a lot of Muslims. And again, it was all about authority and money.
Is this the division? This civil war is the division between Sunnis and Shia?
There's still one step further, but again, Aisha was also involved in the fight that happened between her and Ali.
Okay.
And so the other quote that I put here was actually showing how each small group of Muslims thinks that they are the right one. There's this famous al-Firqa al-Najiyah, the group that is going to be the only right one that's going to go to paradise, and so everyone else is going to be wrong, which means everyone else is going to be a heretic, an apostate, someone that you should actually fight against, that they are not true Muslims. And so you have
which is what ISIS did recently.
Exactly.
To other Muslims.
Exactly. And so you have everyone against everyone. Bellum omnium contra omnes. Okay, so here is the opening slide.
Oh, wow. There you go.
And I would like to actually explain the elements of what you're seeing here. Let me actually try and see to get... Okay, so are you able to see my pointer?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so the actual quote itself: "Whoever changes his religion, kill him." As you can see, this is actually something that's painted on a prominent place that is visible by everyone. Who put it out? It was Jabhat al-Nusra. That was a group that came out not only against ISIS, but against the regime in Syria. Then here they have Allahu Akbar. And then here, this is the verdict against the apostate. Now, who are the apostates that they're talking about? This is the same group, Jabhat al-Nusra, who killed some Syrians, saying that they have apostatized for being part of this infidel rule in Syria. And so this is pretty much alive. This is not something that's in the history books. You can see it over here. It can very easily get revived. People have lost their lives because of it. This
is not even 10 years old.
Yeah.
All these people are still alive. I mean, none of them died from age, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
from old age.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a real thing that is not going to go away. Okay. So I just wanted to point out here for people who might say, okay, this is something that's specifically Islamic. There is precedent in the Bible. If you go to Deuteronomy, you will see that there is specifically mention of death for someone who believes in a different God. And the Christian church itself has persecuted people throughout the ages for all sorts of reasons. Fortunately, this has stopped, but this has been the case for both
When
Jews.
did it stop?
I would say probably, I don't have a date because I didn't really look into this in detail, but I would probably say this ended not that long ago, maybe 16th century.
Really?
Yeah, I would say something
Wow.
like that.
So
But
you're saying in the Christian world, or in the Western world, in Europe, let's say the year 1400, there were people killing other people because they weren't in the same religion. I mean, I know of the wars between, the Catholics and Protestants, but that was two states that each have their own religions, and they're fighting a war against the other state because they have a different religion.
Yeah, but Protestantism started as a kind of a rebellion or a heresy against the Catholic institution.
Can we say what it is real quick? I'll tell you what I know, and I think this is good. Catholicism was doing this thing where you can only speak through God through a man, somebody else, not yourself, which means that person is acting like God in a sense.
Yeah.
And Protestantism says, no, you talk to God yourself. When you pray or when you read the Bible, you're talking to God directly. I think that makes a lot more sense. If there's a God, that's what it is, not the other thing, not the Catholicism.
Yeah.
So I think Protestants were fixing something broken. And to be clear, the original Christianity didn't have that Catholic concept.
Yeah.
Like a pope or somebody at the church that does things like gives pardons. Anyway.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in Catholicism, but having the whole institution start based on Peter's preaching that reached Rome and then developed from there, and then he was essentially the first pontiff, and so on. So there is a kind of historical post-Christ justification for the establishment of the church, but of course it did balloon completely out of control.
So I don't know, Kat, but it sounds like they're not a Muslim, and maybe it used to be a Christian or something. So they're teaching us some Christianity.
Well, yeah, thank you. I like I said, it's not my field, so I was just making a guess.
Yeah. All right.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about apostasy in Islam. And apostasy actually falls in the purview of something called hudud.
Things you're not supposed to do.
Yes, a kind of a thou shalt not, but there are certain aspects to this. The first thing was what we talked about before, that what actually counts in Islam is not what you really believe, it's how you act. So actions and not creeds. You could become an apostate for all sorts of reasons. You could say something that starts as blasphemy and then balloons or snowballs into an apostasy charge. You could withhold zakat like the people who started at the beginning, or stop praying. You could disagree with another sect. So
part of it is, it doesn't matter if I claim that I left the religion.
Yeah. So it's actually very rare for people to come out and say, I am no longer a Muslim. This is not how it usually starts. People know better not to say that, especially in Muslim majority countries where it would actually literally be dangerous to do that. And so what actually happens is that sometimes you say something that gets interpreted in a certain way, and then the implications of that follow from what people perceive of that. So these are the hudud. This is not a universal list. Some people disagree with it. Some people add or subtract from it. But apostasy is a had, and it's executed by the ruler. It's supposed to be done by the ruler. However, in many cases, you will see it's actually vigilantes who carry out this if they are not satisfied with how the ruler is carrying
And
this.
really, a lot of people that fear the death penalty for apostasy, most of that fear isn't the state. It's the people in the next door neighbor's house.
Yeah, you know, in the movie Matrix, how Mr. Smith is someone who just starts as someone walking down the street and then all of a sudden morphs into someone else.
Shit, yeah. That's
Yeah.
what it's like. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, so it's
Ooh.
potentially any kind of Muslim.
Anyone could turn into an arm of the state and execute the
I have personally had someone I thought was a confidant, half jokingly, half seriously, threaten me with death if I don't repent in 3 days. Just someone who I knew, and I thought I was trusting them. This was many years ago, so it's not an imminent thing, but it's something that has been said.
Okay.
So I've given here other infractions that are considered also hudud, like mugging. This is something that actually ISIS did a lot. They would execute or crucify or mutilate people. But you have also other things, as you can see. Now, let me say something about the word had itself. Now, had can be considered to have a connotation that has to do with a sword. So when you say had the safe, that's actually the blade of the sword. And the hudud are supposed to be those limits where you cut the limit for the activity of humans because you're infracting on God's limits or borders, and so that's where it comes from. And so you look at the place where this is very commonly carried out. They have
so this is Saudi Arabia, and it's the state doing this.
Yes. Notice what they have in their flag.
Yes.
The same sword that is being used, and this happens in there's a famous place called Chop Chop Square, where every day on Friday, I'm not sure how often right now under bin Salman they've been doing it, but it has been known to be the place where they execute people for whatever crimes they have committed, including possible apostasy. So this is supposed to be a more humane way of killing people, at least as humane according to.
Well, what's missing in this little story is what they did wrong. You know, like in America, there's discussion about capital punishment too, and you know, there's one argument of why we shouldn't have capital punishment is stuff like, you know, it's better. I heard this from David Deutsch. It's better to have 100 guilty men that went free than to have one free man that got killed by the state.
Yeah.
And the point there is, you know, we're oftentimes wrong in our judgments in court. You know, there's free people in prison, and
Yeah.
and there's the opposite. There's criminals that are out in the streets. They didn't get convicted.
I have a problem with this whole idea, as I mentioned before, especially when it comes to judging people and basing things on free will and understanding the brain. So I have reservations about the whole idea of capital punishment for all sorts of reasons. Okay, but yeah, so this is something that still happens, and it's carried out very officially and in the open. Now, here's a list of a few things that you could expect if you actually end up being considered an apostate. So, by the state, in many countries, you have various implications, execution being the worst, but it's possible to have some prison sentence in certain countries, and there's also social death.
What can the state do there?
For social death,
do they get rid of your business license? What's going on?
Yeah, you start having difficulty because in many countries you're supposed to declare on your ID card what kind of religion you have.
Okay.
And so if you end up without a religion, whenever you're trying to apply for something and you present your official government ID, you're going to have trouble. Now, there's also
apply for something in the government, or
in the government, but no,
like getting a passport.
There's more implications to this. So, for example, since you are no longer a Muslim, you are not entitled to get inheritance anymore. So you get denied any kind of property.
I'm sure this is not all the Muslim majority countries, right? It's just a few of them or something.
In some places, yes. In other places, like for example in Pakistan, where they really love apostasy and blasphemy, they go for that no matter what. they
oh, there's sarcasm there when they say they love it. They really attack it hard, you mean?
Yeah, there are so many cases that you hear coming from Pakistan when it comes to that. But yeah, it's possible to annul marriages because an apostate is no longer a Muslim and cannot be married to a Muslim anymore. Losing custody of children.
You're losing a bunch of rights.
Yeah. Essentially, since your blood has been become halal, essentially, you no longer count as a Muslim anymore.
They call that your blood becomes halal?
Yes.
Halal means permitted by God.
Yes. That's
what?
That's exactly how
it sounds like it would be the opposite. Your blood had become haram.
No. Your blood has become halal in the sense that if you want to go and eat meat, you have to eat meat that is halal. So you slaughter that meat that is halal.
Oh, shit. That's what it means. We get to eat you. Shit. Okay.
And so, of course, there are other implications, especially for people who have very strong family ties. They have trouble very often get disowned or have some trouble communicating with their family, trouble just making a living in general. So here is a map that actually shows where you have apostasy laws, and obviously you have a very clear region in the world where this is the case. Not every place has the death penalty, obviously, but many do. Many have prison and other sorts of punishments. But
So I noticed Egypt is the lowest category of yellow, loss of child custody marriage. But Egypt is a place that is now very famous. I don't know how long it's been this famous, but famous for convincing YouTubers to take down their YouTube channel.
Well, Egypt is actually a very interesting place because right from the beginning, when Napoleon came and brought a lot of inventions and ideas, it was fresh out of the French Revolution. There were so many things that happened there. And so you go back all the way to the beginning of the 20th century. There's a famous atheist that actually wrote a book about being an atheist in Egypt, Ismail Adham. And things happen over there in a very intense way. So a place like Saudi Arabia, where there is a very strong authority, where you don't see these people come out, you can see that the death penalty is very prominent. And that's actually going to connect to what I'm going to be saying at the end. In a place like Egypt, where you have so many people coming out, it's really not feasible to start just executing people. Everyone who's going to say, I'm an atheist or I'm an apostate, you go out and kill them. This does not work. And so
no, what they're doing is like what in America. So like if they want, there's a war against drugs. Okay, I'm against that. But so the idea is, instead of going after the drug users, and then also instead of going after really the person they're buying drugs from, they'll go after the bigger source and just go after the big dog. And what Egypt is doing is going after the people that are making the big waves, like the YouTubers who are changing a lot of minds.
Yeah. So take a look at Saudi Arabia maybe 10 years ago when the Arab Spring happened. The very first thing that they did, also Egypt to some extent tried to do something like that, but it didn't go through. In Saudi Arabia, they considered atheism and terrorism to be in the same category. So if you're an atheist, then you are a terrorist. Now this has interesting implications, because if you look at this from the eyes of the West, Saudi Arabia is supposed to be fighting terrorism. And so if you lump together something like this, which is a threat to the Saudi government, not only from the threat of violence that you get from terrorism, but also the threat to the stability of the regime, then it would be bundled together in a way that shows how this can be viewed, not only from the point of view of the West, but also internally as a threat to the stability of the society. So
2011 is 2024 now. Is that the same, the prince that they have now? When did he?
No, that came after. I think I forgot when he came to power, but this came after.
It's afterwards. Okay, so that guy's better. Maybe he wouldn't do these aggressive things, but I still have heard some pretty nasty things he's done.
I have very negative opinions of him.
Okay, another time.
Okay, so I mentioned at the beginning why it's so dangerous to have this ambiguity in not only the original texts where apostasy is mentioned, but also in the way that this gets interpreted. And so this gives whoever is going to try to implement apostasy a very wide range of ways of acting against people. Just go, for example, to an example that we might be more familiar with, accusing people of sorcery, the witches of Salem, for example. You can
1800s, am I right?
Yeah, you can accuse someone of being a witch and come up with all sorts of weird criteria in order to try them. And so many people end up dying because you just wanted to kill them.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that happened. I don't know that it happens now, but early on, psychiatry started. Well, I don't know where it started, but it became an arm of the government, and it became an arm of, like, let's say a family member didn't like another family member anymore, they could get that family member put in a mental hospital just by claiming that they're crazy, similar to in the witch trial scenario, just claiming someone's a witch.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. This is it's probably a kind of a mechanism, a social mechanism that's independent of what actual tool that's being used, whether it's psychiatry, blasphemy, witchcraft, whatever it is. It's something that people are just tempted to use in order to. It doesn't have to be related with an actual crime or an infraction. It's just a kind of a tool that's out there.
Well, the point in both those cases we just mentioned, there's no court case and a jury of your peers. You know,
Yeah.
where today it's better. I don't know that it's fully fixed, but in psychiatry now, you know, it used to be where you can be put in a mental hospital based on the opinion of your doctor.
Yeah.
Where I should say who this was. There's a man named Thomas Saz. Was a psychiatrist. He's since passed away 2012, I think. And he was a liberal. He understood liberalism, and he understood this basic thing that what they're doing is circumventing the law. Mm-hmm. There needs to be a court case. There needs to be a judge. There needs to be a jury. You know, not just the opinion of a doctor. Anyway,
mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So there is this also connection between this idea of apostasy, laws, and authority. If you remember at the very beginning when we were talking about the apostasy wars, people in power actually use this a lot. And in many Muslim countries, you see this kind of alliance that doesn't seem to be obvious or natural, but it's there. It's an alliance between.
So to clarify for people listening, I recently heard about this too, which is, you know, there's certain states that are using the apostasy law, not because they care about Islam or apostasy, but because they're trying to protect the state itself from whoever's criticizing them.
Yeah, and there's an actual legal connection that I'm going to be talking about shortly, which ties up to exactly this idea. So you would see in all sorts of places the authority really being in bed essentially with religion, and in almost all countries there are certain exceptions, especially in Tunisia, where there is a kind of a separation that has been happening for a long time between church and state.
So let me tell people real quick. Tunisia is like the closest country to Europe. They were ruled by the French for longer than any other Muslim majority country was ruled by a European country. It's 120 years, I think. Am I right?
I'm not sure.
The point is, they got more European influence.
Algeria has also been ruled by Europe for a long time. Essentially, it was the second bank of France across the Mediterranean. But yeah, Tunisia has a very, very strong.
So that explains, you know, so Europe went the route of separating church and state in what, 1600s, and so yeah, so I guess the next one in the Islamic world would be, you said Tunisia, right?
Yeah.
I get that one mixed up with Algeria all the time.
Yeah, there are struggles happening over there still, and it's not a very smooth path, no.
Okay.
So here's an example of what it actually means to have people with religious authority practicing policing authority. So up until relatively recently, right now it's not as severe as before. They had
this commission for the promotion of virtue and the prevention of vice in Saudi Arabia, which is essentially the religious police. You can see over here they're
It's like
actually
Iran's morality police.
yeah, and so they are arresting someone here. As you can see, people in civilian Saudi clothes with just arresting someone for whatever infraction. They would just roam the streets and they see whatever thing that is out of order, not complying with religious regulations, and just arrest them. Again, this is not the case right now, not as severe as before. They have fortunately been completely changed in some sense. But
Did they repeal the laws, or they just stopped applying them?
Yes. Well, the laws are still there. It's just that right now there is a directive to interpret them more ambiguously, let's say.
But that means it can easily switch back.
That's the point. So, for example, I have heard from Saudi people that if the current regime were to all of a sudden disappear, many traditionalists would probably want to go back to how things were before. And right now, things are not rosy to begin with. But there are some changes that
I don't even know what it would mean for the regime to change or whatever. Saudi Arabia is so different than all the other countries in the whole world. It's one stinking family. It's not even monarchy.
Well, the change of a regime, what I mean by that, every time that you change a ruler, that's a change.
Oh, that's what you meant. Not okay. Okay. So somebody else in the same family,
yeah,
could just be more traditional than the one that's in.
Yeah, because there are factions, and there the people from the old system are still there. It's not that they have disappeared. Okay, so when people say, are apostasy laws actually active? So there are so many different examples, and here comes this meld between apostasy and blasphemy. So I'm going to go left to right, and the important aspect of here, which is something that we talked about before, is that these are famous people. That's why apostasy becomes feasible to come after them to try to silence them.
And that's why you told me I'm not in danger. I remember.
So the first one, Farag Foda, he's an Egyptian writer. He was actually assassinated. He was not killed by the state, but was assassinated by terrorist Islamic groups. Basically, for his writing, he was criticizing Islam. He was promoting secularism. So he
and they openly said it, or
no, openly. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
The next one over is Nasser Hamid Abu Zaid. He's also an Egyptian. He was a university professor, and he was promoting theories about the Quran that were not in accordance with the traditional narrative.
He's trying to make it more peaceful.
Not necessarily more peaceful, but he was basically looking at the history and the structure of the Quran in a way that's actually in accordance with a lot of what you would see in Western scholarship. His promotion to a full professor was barred mainly because of one person, but there were others who were against him, and so his marriage was annulled, and he was going to have other implications. So he went into exile to the Netherlands, I believe, and that's where he died eventually 10 years ago. I'm not sure, actually, I forgot. The next one over is a very famous one. He's actually one of my heroes, Salman Rushdie.
Salman Rushdie. He lost his eye 2 years ago in New York.
Exactly. And so
it was an attempted murder, of course.
Yeah. Again, someone who originated actually from the person who tried to kill him this time through stabbing was a Shi'i. And even though
he's from Iran, right?
Salman Rushdie?
Yes.
Or Salman Rushdie is Indian.
Oh, he's Indian.
Mhm.
Help me understand why Iran put a fatwa on him
Well,
30
it's
years ago, 40 years ago.
okay. So if you actually read the satanic verses, one of the main characters is actually a parody of Al-Khomeini. So there
So
was,
he's doing a political criticism.
yeah, he does political criticism against everybody.
So okay, fine, but the fatwa then was an attempt for Iran to protect its own state from criticism.
Yeah, my understanding is that Al-Khomeini himself was actually opposed to putting it, and he was convinced by other people, but I'm not sure about how reliable these details are.
And I want to understand this too. They did this 40 years ago, right? 30 years ago?
Mhm.
And they never took it away?
Well, it didn't happen quite smoothly. So in 1989, that's when this actually happened, when the fatwa came out. And
We keep saying fatwa. What is fatwa?
a fatwa is basically a religious decree to act, to have
And
Muslim.
in English terms, when we use the word bounty,
No,
bounty on your head.
no. Fatwa is something more general. So, for
Oh, okay,
example,
okay.
You go to a sheikh or to a religious person and ask for fatwa about do I wash my hands before I wash my face or after? So that he would give you a fatwa. He would give you a decree that this is supposed
I
to be
see.
done.
So it's not found in the Quran, not found in Hadith. If you want a little bit more information, you can go to like an imam, and if he says anything different or in addition, then that's called a fatwa.
Right, but fatwa actually requires for you, in order to be able to issue fatwas, you have to have a lot of qualifications in Islam in various areas.
God
So
speaks to you, right? God speaks to you, or something like that.
yeah, so not everybody is essentially supposed to be able to issue a fatwa, but we're talking about the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, so of course he has the ability to issue that. The last one is an Egyptian writer. She actually, her name is Sadawi. I forgot her first name for some reason. Sana. Anyway, so she was accused of blasphemy. She's a very famous feminist activist. She's not an apostate as such, but she has been accused of apostasy. So just because of the fact that she acts in a specific way, she is considered to be someone who rejected Islam in some way or another, or is fighting against it, and therefore deserves the charge of apostasy. So as you can see, it's pretty much alive, and many people are getting affected. So let me go here.
So there's not really much of a difference between apostasy and blasphemy. And I could say it this way too. Apostasy itself is already pretty vague. So it's not that much, it's not very difficult to mix it in with blasphemy.
Yeah, so here's another example where you started with someone who was basically presenting.
So let's say his name. His last name is Jabir. What's
Sharif.
his first name?
Well, he's Egyptian, so he's Sharif Gaber.
Oh, they say G, yes.
So he has been under home arrest for quite a lot of time now because of videos that he produced. So he wasn't really coming out as an apostate as such. That's not something that he says. What he says in general in his videos is just general criticism, very directed, but very general criticism of Islam, but not saying, okay, I have left the faith. And so this person is now facing prison time because of this. And this boundary that you have between apostasy and blasphemy is really a thin boundary. It can go either way. It's a very blurry boundary. Let me give you another example of someone who was actually about to die because of this. This is Mohammed Mkhitir. He was imprisoned in Mauritania for writing an article on a blog about the situation generally in Mauritania. So there was a mix of political / religious things, because it also mentioned Muhammad in the article. So he was supposed to die. In Mauritania, they would go for the death sentence, and he was actually in prison for quite a long time there. What you're seeing right now is his repentance statement on state TV. After a lot of pressure, he actually was released from prison. Nawal, yes, thank you, Ragad.
By the way, everyone, that's my mother, Ragad.
Yeah, I blacked out on her name for some reason. So yeah, Mkhitir now is fortunately in France. We talked, and he's now back to his activity, fortunately, and he's no longer being affected by that ruling. But of course, he was in prison, and the thing here was. The people of Mauritania were going on demonstrations in the streets asking for his death. So it's a mix of politics, culture, religion. It's a lot of things. So when we say apostasy laws, it's actually a very murky, fluid thing that doesn't have a well-defined thing that can be used as a weapon against people in all sorts of situations. Now, there are people who tried to reform, amend, modify things. For example, the group that call themselves the Quranites. These are people who deny the veracity of Sunnah and just believe in Quran. They would say there is no apostasy ruling in the Quran, and so there is no worldly punishment for it.
Yeah.
These are two examples here. One of them is Egyptian Muhammad Abdo, and the other is Pakistani, I believe, or Indian. I forgot. Muhammad Iqbal. They both went out against that idea, and there are many people today. This happened at the beginning of the 20th century, but there are people today who basically follow this idea. So some of what you hear today is that, okay, you don't want to believe, okay, just do it privately. We don't want to know about that, because then if you bring it out, you're going to infect others and cause the harm. And so that's the justification that some of these nicer Muslims now say, we're now going to compromise. We are not going to prosecute you for apostasy. Just don't infect others, which I think, even though it's a good idea, better than killing people, it's still a bad idea, because you're just silencing people. You're not letting them express themselves the way that others are allowed to express
You're
themselves.
not letting me save my brothers and sisters. That's bullshit.
Yeah. And so for the longest time in Islamic history, I'm sure that many people were apostates. It's just that they were afraid to talk. They didn't want to.
So there's the imam. I wish I had this ready. Maybe you have it. There's an imam that is caught on video, and this is on YouTube, that said, I could probably get it. He was asked something about the apostasy law, and he said, well, if we had gotten rid of the apostasy law, then there wouldn't be Islam today.
Yeah, it was Qaradawi or Hawani. I forgot which one said it. Yeah.
So they're even admitting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is the goal of the apostasy law, and what would happen if it's not there? They're admitting it. They're agreeing with us, is my point.
Yeah. They understand that perfectly. So
can we go back real quick to the last? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it says there some modern Muslims deny that apostasy is had, relying on ambiguity. But there's more than that. There's the Quranis who totally ignore. Okay, a Qur'ani is someone who's a Muslim who realizes some errors and completely gets rid of hadith, and he only follows the Quran. And since the apostasy law is not in the Quran, they get rid of it that way. So
yeah, it's a very weird compromise, and these people put themselves in all sorts of binds because of this. Because of, it's really, even though it's a better position, it's still a very inconsistent position. It's very indefensible, but it's what it is. So let me talk about blasphemy laws a little bit. In terms of blasphemy, you have all sorts of classifications for what can constitute a charge of blasphemy. So you can have the blasphemy itself, blaspheming against the prophet, for example. For some reason, against the prophet, you're given 3 days to repent, and then you're still killed even if you repent. Against God, that's different. You have heresy, or what we call today atheism, because that's the same word that's being used, ilhad. Nifaq, which is hypocrisy. All the people who were in Medina with Muhammad that opposed him, he called them hypocrites. They were probably just honest people who didn't want to believe, but still they were branded that way in the Quran. And of course, shirk, which is polytheism. If you so much as hint at anything that could be considered as associate with Allah, then that can be considered an apostasy, or a road that leads to apostasy. And all of these start with actions or sayings. So it starts always with blasphemy and then leads to apostasy. It's very rare to say that I have apostatized, I'm no longer believing in God, although this is usually the case in Muslim communities that are fully Muslim, in majority Muslim countries. In smaller communities in the West, it's actually possible to come out as an apostate as such, and so there's a big difference between these two. So wanted here to show the actual contrast between what's actually happening as a result of the rules of the state itself, the laws of apostasy and blasphemy, and what people actually do. So I have here 4 situations that are showing how people turn into this mob that wants to kill you. So the first one is the murder of Nahid Hattar. He's the Jordanian journalist that was killed. This happened at the stairs of the court where he was being tried for blasphemy, for sharing a cartoon. So he wasn't even a Muslim. He was a Christian, not a very devout Christian, since he was probably a communist, but still, he was killed for blasphemy, and he wasn't killed by the state. He was killed by a random terrorist. You have the stabbing of Salman Rushdie that we talked about before. The shooting that killed 12 people at the Charlie Hebdo headquarters in 2015. And here you have people in Sudan trying to promote the state to kill someone, and the sign says the had al-had ala al-murtad, so punish the apostate, essentially, and this is in Sudan. So this is a real thing, but again, it's something that very often affects people who become seen or have some kind of an effect based on things that they say or do. You can see here for blasphemy, things are a little bit different than apostasy.
Oh, abolished. Okay, the green. I was
Yeah.
like, what's going on in Canada?
Yeah, so for blasphemy, you can see that this is a little bit different. And here I wanted to say something about blasphemy. In Islam, there is no uh, separation between blasphemy and apostasy. Blasphemy laws were imported as part of the package of laws that came with colonialism. So the idea of having some civil laws that prosecute blasphemy was not part of the law. And it became part of the law afterwards, but it still leads into apostasy because eventually you have clauses in many laws that have to do with apostasy, and so there's a very a strong connection between the two.
Well, conceptually, they're very similar.
They're very similar.
Depending on some interpretations of Islam, a blasphemer is an apostate.
Yeah, but the important thing here is that fighting both types of laws is going to be very important. But the easier target is going to be blasphemy laws, since there is already a global momentum for that. Apostasy laws are much harder because apostasy
What's
is
the global momentum? Oh, there's a global momentum because non-Islamic countries had them recently, and they've been getting rid of them.
Yeah. So it's a kind of a newcomer to the legal Islamic scene, but for apostasy it's much harder because it's a had, and for most people who consider it a had, this is a had of God. It's not something that you can easily modify based on changing laws. Yeah, thanks, Kat.
From the blob next to Germany. So that's somewhere over here. Can you see my mouse?
No. Well, this is mine somewhere here.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a law or a kind of a declaration that came out from Muslim countries that was supposed to act as a kind of a counterpoint to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, obviously, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, even though it didn't really talk about apostasy right away, it had that as a kind of an amendment. It talks about freedoms that clearly contradict what you have in Sharia. And so the Muslim countries came out in the 90s and produced their own, not only to protect their way of behaving and doing laws, but also some people say that this declaration has actually been used and formulated by the governments themselves to help them buttress their own authority. So there are some problematic ideas here. For example, this article says that all the rights and freedoms stipulated in this declaration are subject to the Islamic Sharia.
I mean, that's just saying it is Islamic Sharia.
Exactly. And say same thing here. There shall be no crime punishment except as provided for in the Sharia.
So again, this is just Sharia.
Exactly. So
it's saying it can't contradict Sharia.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why is it that we're seeing this exodus right now? If you look at the largest or the fastest growing group of religious affiliation, it's the no affiliation, the nuns. And so there is something that's happening globally that's affecting the Muslim countries. The advances in science, technology, healthcare, economy, all these things are affecting everybody, including Muslims. And so that there is that factor that's happening regardless of what's actually happening inside Muslim countries. But you also have some destabilization of regimes, which, as we've seen, are actually very much intertwined with religion. And so once this happens, if you look at the blooming that happened right now for free speech in the Muslim world, it happened right after the Arab Spring, even though it was a failed attempt, but it's still something that that created a sense
It
of,
might have failed overall, but it's had some progress from it, is what you're saying.
yeah, exactly. And so there are certain things that can catalyze this. What we're doing right now, these attempts to emphasize that there are people who think differently, that there are alternatives. This is something that's very important. And so what I'm saying is that this whole thing is happening as a kind of a social phenomenon. It's no longer individuals that are some sporadic, isolated people that are not working together. Now there is something sweeping, and there are actual communities of people that find that others think like them.
Well, I'm trying to make that happen with this organization, uniting the cults. It's just uniting the world around some ideals. We should all be in agreement on a few things. Let's not kill each other, for example.
That would be a nice idea.
Yeah.
Especially for reasons of just disagreeing with others about ideas. Okay, so like I said, there are many different aspects that make this whole thing ambiguous. There is this historical baggage that comes from the apostasy wars that didn't really have a precedent, they didn't really continue as such after the apostasy wars. They morphed into civil wars, but then they didn't really address the issue of individuals leaving Islam because they don't believe anymore. It doesn't have that aspect of rebelling against the political authority as such. There's a lot more going on. Possibly it's just this unraveling of the Muslim society that's taking place as a result of the cultural changes. So I think apostasy is definitely a very important phenomenon of the changes, the underlying social changes that are happening in Muslim countries. So it's still being considered a treason, unfortunately, and it will still continue to be considered as such, even though the threat that was initially perceived by the Muslim community, the nascent Muslim community, because of what happened in the apostasy wars, is no longer there. It is still considered as such, and apostates are considered either sick people or bad influences on the society, and treating them as such is probably one of the most important things to target. And so there is a very nice slogan that is carried by the organization, the Ex-Muslims of North America, which is normalizing dissent. I think this is a very important thing, to put a human face to the people who are apostatizing, instead of just leaving them as people who are in the dark. That would easily demonize us and paint us in a way that makes it easier for people to say, well, these are traitors, these are people who have completely left their senses, and they're out to destroy our way of life and so on. Of course, this is not something that can be easily done, especially in Muslim countries. And that's why I think the role of people who are outside is to
That's
help.
why it's our job to be working on this.
Exactly.
But I want to add one more thing. Normalizing dissent. It needs to be more than just you and me and a few ex-Muslims in the West. It needs to be Westerners. It needs to be Christians. It needs to be atheists. It needs to be everyone.
Yeah.
It needs to be everyone in every country, even the countries that don't have these laws. I'm imagining one day in the future, maybe I shouldn't be giving this away, but imagine one day in the future, we give the signal and everyone walks up to their city hall all over the world and says, take down your apostasy laws. And of course, most of those countries don't have them, but we're standing in solidarity with the ones that do.
The British Council of Ex-Muslims, and they're the ones active in Britain. They actually do something similar on a much smaller scale, of course. On certain occasions, they would go to embassies and march towards them and make.
It needs to be the whole world.
Yeah, it needs to be more, but there are people who are really doing a lot of effort in this. Let me just show two quotes to end this on my end. These two quotes come from two preachers separated by a few decades, and I want to show the difference in sentiment. The first one is Ahmed Deedat. When growing up, Ahmed Deedat was a really big name. He's
I remember that name from when I was a Muslim.
Yeah, so he was someone who would go out and debate Christians, basically, and he would write books. And he's very very assertive, has a very nice presence when it comes to standing on the stage and speaking. His successor, Zakir Naik, if you have seen him, is actually he was his direct pupil. He's a much feeble image of Deedat, but still he carries the same idea. So this is actually a very famous quote that Muslims in Arabic keep repeating over and over. He first quotes a verse in the Quran that basically Allah is going to complete His light and in the form of religion and have it prevail over everything. And what they keep saying is that this is going to happen with you or without you. That is to say, you're apostates. You're not going to make a difference. You're going to just leave religion, and Islam is going to prevail no matter what.
That's a kind of a good idea. They're saying we don't matter to them.
Yeah, but they say that half-heartedly because they don't actually believe it. They know that there is an effect. And so they keep repeating this, basically, I think, as a kind of a self-soothing way to provide solace. Okay, that there is something crumbling.
It's like somebody who says, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
Yeah, and so this leads me to the next quote, which comes from Bilal Phillips, who is a famous Canadian preacher that actually realizes that their community is now in danger. He has people who come to him saying that my son or daughter no longer believes. What should I do? So,
well, he's wrong then. It's already an avalanche.
Yeah. So, and he feels it in the form of an existential threat to the Muslim community, different from what happens in Muslim majority countries, because as he puts it, over there is a safety net that would prevent people from having this avalanche happening. But in the West, especially in the US and Canada, this is not the case.
So what's his conception of the constructive steps?
I don't know. You can ask him, but he clearly understands that there is a big problem, and this is something that is not going to go away. Yes, he's a convert cat.
That explains his last name. His last name is a Christian name. It's not a or I don't even know if the word Christian is appropriate there. It's a Western name. I don't know.
Well, it's something that has Greco-Roman origin.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I had.
So the only thing I would like to hit on harder is, what are the obstacles and how do we overcome them? And of course, we've already talked a little bit about all these things, but.
Well, I think the obstacles are huge, but we shouldn't fool ourselves by saying that the work of a group of people is going to demolish this. This is not something that's going to happen by the effort of a few
So
individuals.
I'd like to just say one thing. If you weren't finished there, just one little thing. Most of what is happening that is resulting in all of this is happening independent of anyone thinking about apostasy or religion.
Yes.
It's things like technology advancing and bringing us the internet. The
Yeah.
people who made the internet were not thinking, oh, we're going to get rid of apostasy laws. You know what I mean? So the machinery is all happening under the hood. It's all working towards us, but we can help it make faster.
Exactly.
Is all I'm saying. Let's make it faster. If it was
Exactly.
already going 50 miles an hour, maybe we can make it go 51 miles an hour.
Yeah, that I totally agree.
How do we upgrade?
Yeah, there are underlying things that if it weren't for these underlying sweeping social changes that are taking place, I think it would be still very hard. But now it's like these two things are catalyzing one another. So we build on those social changes, and those social changes can then get somewhat fueled, not significantly. I wouldn't say that we could drive social change that way, but they would be increased or intensified by the efforts of people who are speaking out and thinking about this and explicitly trying to make an effort to make a change.
So I think I asked you this question earlier. I want somebody in the ex-Muslim subreddit mentioned to me, Islam got rid of, or Islamic countries that are Muslim majority got rid of slavery, and that is against, that's a piece of progress. It's moving towards, the future. It's something that, oops, I clicked on that. It's something that Islam had as a law that they got rid of effectively. Has that happened at all in any Muslim majority country now for apostasy or blasphemy? Has anything moved in the positive direction?
I think when it comes to slavery, it's again like apostasies to some extent, in the sense that it has been suspended but not repealed. So if you go to a typical mosque and ask an imam, what do you think about slavery? Is it good or bad? They're not going to say it's bad as such. They would say God decreed that for this and this and this. They might say Islam has improved the situation, but they're not going to say, well, in the 1960s we had...
I really care that slavery is gone. I don't really care what the reasoning was.
Right.
So,
what I'm saying is that it's a kind of a latent thing that could be considered dormant for now, and it's not a genuine permanent change. Now, in the case of slavery, there's a very different mechanism, because there was slave trade, and Europe was part of that. And so when the
Europe was also a victim of it.
It was a victim, but at the same time,
white Europeans were being taken as slaves by the Muslim majority countries.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the Europeans actually did buy from African slave traders and Arab slave traders. And so when that stopped, that actually also provided a kind of a natural block in the face of slavery. And mind you, slavery in reality in the Muslim world isn't really that dead. You can actually see it in other ways, in other manifestations, because the mentality is still there. For example, if you go to many Gulf states and you're a foreigner trying to work there, they appropriate your passport so that effectively you become their hostage until they give it back to you if you want to travel.
Okay, that's bad. I'm going to throw U.S. under the bus a little bit right now. I don't know this too well, but what I understand about work visas is your work visa is attached to the company that you got it with, and you can't switch it.
Yeah, that's true.
Which means you are stuck with that company, and that company can basically do whatever they want to you. And in comparison to a regular citizen, that they can't treat regular American citizens a certain way because they know, well, they'll just go to another job. Different logic for foreigners with the work visa. And it's very similar to what you just said.
That's one aspect. The other aspect that I'm talking about is that suppose that someone is coming to such country as a servant, someone who's just doing regular work that would have been done by a slave in older times.
Okay.
They would be actually treated in that way, mistreated actually. And there are many documented cases of this maltreatment. I'm not saying that there are
You
no
mean
such cases.
today they might be treated worse than if they were slaves 100 years ago?
No, I'm saying that they are treated as if they were slaves.
Okay. The service today, yes.
Yeah. So again, I'm not saying that this is not present in other places in the world, but what I'm saying is that the mentality that was supposed to have been abolished with the laws of slavery is actually still there in one way or another, and it could easily be revived if there is an incentive. Now, there is no incentive because the way that Muslims are supposed to be able to acquire slaves in the first place was in the form of war. It's only after that wars stopped that they started working in slave trades with local populations in Africa and in Europe, in all sorts of places that were poor enough and willing to sell people to them. But when it comes to apostasy laws, like I said before, I don't think that there is an incentive right now because it's still a kind of a low-scale phenomenon. If we start seeing that a lot of people apostatize and then these laws become activated, I'm sure that human rights activists are going to start working much harder in order to repeal them or to do something about them. But unless Western countries have an incentive, especially a financial incentive to do that, I don't think that this is going to happen in that same way in the foreseeable future.
So, different topic along the same logic. One of the obstacles that I see is social media that try to silence our voices.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell do we fix that?
Well, I remember a few years ago when they put Tawakkul Karaman, who is an Islamist of one way or another, in the committee for some enforcement of standards in Facebook. This is outrageous. Someone who is so biased being placed in such a position of power to dictate what sort of criteria are being met. So this the issue that we have over here is something that goes well beyond talking about apostasy or blasphemy in the case of Islam. There are so many other groups that have been affected. A while back, we actually, myself as representative and others, met with representatives from Facebook, and they essentially were talking about exactly these ideas. And they were obviously treating insulting religion as insulting a part of the person's identity. And so trying to...
So you're talking about DEI, diversity,
Yes.
inclusion, and what's the other one?
I
I don't remember, but it's a new name. The older name,
diversity.
maybe this is a derogatory term that's been given to it by the people who would consider themselves on the political right. The derogatory name for them is the woke.
Yes. So,
which is weird. Woke came from like becoming awake, like, you know, like the Matrix, coming out of the Matrix.
It's unfortunate that this,
which is what we are. No, like us ex-Muslims, we're woke. You know, if you just look at the logic of it, but they're silencing us.
It wasn't just us. There are many other groups who were present and who have been affected by exactly the same way, because this was said explicitly by the Facebook representative, that they are considering religion as part of the person's identity, and it's not something that needs to be attacked, or I forgot exactly what sort of terminology they used.
Are they at least trying to cut out a piece, because we're doing different things. I don't burn the Quran. I don't use a bunch of cuss words. I'm doing significantly different things than what some other people are doing. Now, if you burn the Quran and you have a video and you put it on Facebook, and then Facebook sees that as insulting somebody's religion, okay, maybe I could see that being taken down. But I'm saying things like, I don't know if anyone's seen some of my work. I'm very calmly and plainly criticizing things, and I'm really just helping people who are suffering from some stuff that happens to be in Islam.
Right. I think that many people don't actually look beyond the veneer of what's happening. They don't really look at the content, and then
they get a report and then they judge based on the report rather than the content.
Exactly.
So if 100 Muslims report me, it doesn't matter what they're reporting or why or anything.
Exactly. At the end of the day, from the perspective of a company, it's just customer service. Which group has the larger influence? Which group is going to be generating more revenue? We're going to listen to that group, and the other group, hard luck. Sorry.
Okay, that seems to be the same logic that the U.S. does with Saudi Arabia.
To some extent, I would say, yeah. Not just Saudi Arabia. There are many other places where they would look the other way because that's going to serve a certain interest, which I can understand. It's I mean, eventually, it's we're not talking about individual. We're talking about states, and states have certain interests. So if a certain kind of balance happens where they think that this is better to do in this particular way, it's politics. It's not individual, but still, it's something that I would like to influence.
So I don't know that we came up with any solutions here, but this is going to be a long process. I'm going to try to talk to a lot more people about this. I'm really trying to get Ayan Hirsi Ali to not just be on the show, but to help me with this organization. Her foundation, AHA Foundation, it's not just changing the culture, it's also working with lawmakers all over the world. She's had a lot of success in the US too. It's surprising to me that I find out from her and her organization that there are things happening in the US where, for example, in a court case, in a family court, they will side with the basically Sharia instead of the rights of the individuals, the way the U.S. Constitution works, and what she's working on is changing the laws to stop that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, there's a lot of knowledge there. Maybe she knows some of the answers here. I don't know. She started a new project, Restoration. It's on Substack. I think I'm saying that right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a founding member. I paid $500 for that so I can get a meeting with her. Hasn't happened yet, but we will see. So let's see. After that, we have a few minutes left. We have a few questions. I don't know if you know this person.
Yeah.
You do? So do you know what this question is asking? Because then they said this. I said, I don't know what you're saying. They said this. I didn't understand.
Yeah, he originated this whole. I cannot claim to be an expert in what he says, but the whole idea of viewing the current state of Western culture as as opposed to the Orient as such. So Orientalism as a negative.
You mean the East? Orientalism is like the East versus the West?
Yeah. So yeah. Is there something more specific about that? Because this is a very broad thing.
I don't know. Well, Kat is still listening, maybe, and maybe they'll clarify. I don't know. I don't know if this is related, but I've heard criticism, like when I talk about Western traditions or Western ideas or whatever, I sometimes get a criticism like, yeah, but there's other places that also have those ideas, and I'll say, yeah, of course. But I'm just, when I claim that the Western culture has a certain set of ideas, I'm not saying no one else has them. It's just where I happen to learn them. I'm only drawing from English. You know,
but
there's a lot of languages in the world.
Yeah, so there were many stages in history where you ended up with a global culture. And that global culture very often brought with it the characteristics of that particular culture. So if you look at the Roman culture and the way that all the countries that were under the influence of Rome had some form of the flavor of what Rome is.
And Greek, because the Romans got all their philosophy from the Greeks.
Right, but Rome as an actual empire had that influence. The Muslim conquest also produced a kind of an Islamic Arabic culture of the same brand. Right now, we're looking at a Western culture, but that Western culture, I think, is very different in the sense that the way that it built on the values of the Enlightenment that eventually developed in the way that it developed with science and technology, it now exceeds the original basis that it started from.
Yeah, obviously, Japan's in there.
Yeah, so when talking about human rights, they might say, well, this is something that's coming from the West, like that Cairo Declaration that's trying to create the Islamic version of those cultural values that are coming from the West. I don't think this is the case. I think the culture that exists right now is able to transcend to some extent. I'm not saying that it's not Western still, but it's very different from what we had before. When we're saying some that globalization is taking place, we are really talking about a more democratic or participatory endeavor that's very different from what we had in some of these other projects.
And even the concept, okay, if we ask ourselves what is Western culture, some of what people talk about Western culture, not just the Greeks but also the Jewish traditions. So they will claim things about that. The concept of the golden rule. A lot of people say that's Jewish. Like from Jesus. From what I understand, it's older than that and it's broader.
Yeah,
it's bigger. Like maybe there was just a really old thing that spread across the world, a lot of places in the world, and then Jesus also had it. And then that's how it became the West, but the rest had it too.
Yeah, and you can even say that there are elements of what constitutes Western culture that came from developments that originated in Muslim culture. So
okay, what's an example?
So the fact that for the longest period, Aristotle, for example, was conveyed to the West, to the mainstream West, through Arabs. Okay. So this is something that's very much the case. So that it has been colored or flavored by Arab culture. There are many aspects like advances that happened in science and technology during that so-called golden era of Muslim culture that also still have an influence on today. So I really don't have an issue thinking about the current culture as something that's really purely representing the West. It is definitely driven by the West in certain areas, but deep down there are certain values that are now universal, that transcend that original kernel that from which it started.
Okay. I got one more question here from Kat. A clarifying question about the blasphemy issue. So how does that work?
They can also be blackmailed, that they can be accused of
I see
blasphemy.
what you're saying. Do this or we will accuse you of blasphemy. Right? Is that what blackmail is?
I'm not sure how prevalent this is, but I'm confident that there are people who are willing to do something of this sort, especially for people who might be active online, who are trying, for example, to protect their identity. I'm sure that some people might want to expose them, or to have them prosecuted, and so it's
Another clarification. They were talking about the context of the workers coming into the country, where you were already saying they're in a lot of ways being treated like slaves, and then they have the threat of blackmail.
I cannot say for sure. I have no idea, but I doubt that this is the case.
Okay. So we have 5 more minutes left in this little section. Does anyone else who's listening have any more questions? Or Usama, do we have any more left to talk about? How about next steps? That's always a good thing. Obviously, this is not the end. What are the next steps to getting rid of apostasy laws?
Well, that's I guess that's the $20,000 question. I mean, the next step is to just put the foot on the ground right after this one. So
Set
there's
up the next meeting, get more followers, do the 51st anniversary of Feynman's speech, and then the 52nd, and so on. And to be more clear about this, this organization I started, Uniting the Cults, it's not just me. It better survive my death. If it doesn't survive my death, this was a failure.
Yeah, there are other. If I may put a plug here, which is related to that. So our magazine, the Arab Atheist Magazine, has had many people come and go. So
the people running it, yes.
Yeah. So one of the people who founded the magazine at the beginning
passed away.
Yeah, passed away, and the project is still continuing. We had many different people take over and participate in this. Same thing with the Arab Atheist Broadcasting project. There were so many different projects that.
Do you want to put something on the screen about that now or no?
Possibly not now, but I think maybe at some other point it would be nice to talk about this, because we're still finalizing the actual website after the.
Got a big list of things we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, so just to put this in context, not sure if it's a hacker or just someone who was just able to find a loophole in the website. So they took down our website and
deleted all your data.
Yeah. We had to rebuild the whole thing, but fortunately it's almost
and it's better this time, right? Well, at least you plugged up the security hole.
Yeah, it's not just the security hole, but I think there's now a more historical perspective of what's actually being done, because what happened before was that you had layers upon layers of people participating, coming and going. now it's more organized in a kind of a way that's showing the historical progression, including all these materials. Many of them have been deleted either by them, by the owners, or by whatever
hack-
hosting.
Oh,
No, I think it's mainly the hosting companies or the actual owners of the content just moving on. They are kept as part of the actual project, and
How come
hopefully-
Wayback Machine doesn't solve that problem?
well, Wayback Machine has actually been very helpful. Let's just say that, because some of the content that wasn't in the backup version, we had to go and retrieve from
there. Let's
yes.
tell everyone what this is. Wayback Machine. Is it waybackmachine.org or .com or something?
Yeah, it's part of the archive.org project.
Okay, so they are cataloging the internet. And how does it work? Is it they're doing it on their own? Is it web crawlers, or is it you have to tell it to do it?
It's a little bit hard, because when you're looking at what actually gets preserved, they take snapshots of pages that seem to be popular, I think, on web searches. But I'm not sure exactly about their mechanism. But that's what it seems to be, because when I'm looking at the various pages of our website and what actually got preserved and what wasn't, it mainly seems to be focusing on popular things that had a lot of traffic over the years.
Okay, well, it hit 5 o'clock. I got to switch now to the next interview. Okay, Usama?
Okay, well,
Talk next time.
this
Thank you.
has been fun, and I hope that this goes through, not just for this event, but going forward.
I hope so too. We'll put in the work, so it's not just hope. But yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Now for the next one with Eli Schragenheim. So the point of this is a little bit so everyone understands. I said earlier in the first interview, the obstacles to ridding the world of apostasy laws are things that prevent truth seeking. And this is happening everywhere. It's also happening in the business world. It's happening in nonprofits. It's happening in any kind of organization. So that's just the prep for this right here. Okay, Eli. Let's see. I asked you to come on to the show to talk about cult behaviors in the business world. But before we do that, can we talk about your background a little bit?
Look, my own background is pretty much varied because I did and I like it, did many different things in my life. So I'm Israeli, so I had to serve in the army. I studied mathematics. Then I moved into movies and TV directing, and then came to programming. Then I met Dr. Eli Goldratt. He changed quite a lot of things to me. And I started to be first with software, but then as a management consultant and educator. And I wrote several books on this issue. And this is quite something that I like still to continue. As much as possible, really look to how you can significantly improve managing organizations. This is my chief interest, taking from the huge guidance of Dr. Eli Goldratt.
So I'd like to say something to the audience about Eli Goldratt really quick. So he got really big and famous in 1985 with the book The Goal. And what he was presenting was his theory of constraints, although I think that name wasn't in the book.
Quite.
And what I imagine a lot of people think of what theory of constraints is that it's a theory like relativity, Einstein's relativity. And I don't think that's accurate. The better way to look at it is it's the entire scientific field of the business world, which contains many theories like relativity. And it's like relativity in the sense that relativity refutes all other rival theories. That's what TOC does, all the theories inside of it. And I'm not saying that that there aren't business theories outside of theory of constraints that are also scientific. I'm sure there's some of that, but theory of constraints was designed from the ground up with that in mind. In Eli's own words, Eli Goldratt, he was applying the scientific approach to the business world. And to be clear, he was a physicist. That was his first profession. And then he moved into the business world because basically, from what I understand from the goal, people, and I know that book is it's fiction, but he's trying to describe something real. And I think what he described in there was he was dragged into the business world from the university he was working in, from his buddies. And I guess he got really interested in it. And I remember him saying he decided when he was 21 years old, I'm going to teach the world how to think.
Yes.
That's what his goal was.
Absolutely. This was his goal. I believe he had quite a lot of impact on a quite big number of people, but yet not the whole world is getting to understand what kind of revolution he's bringing in, bringing the scientific approach into many other areas like management. Even though, like I said, there are certain differences, because in the business world, you might say it's already part of the science, is to start with what is the goal, what we like to achieve. So scientists like really to understand the whole world. Businessmen try to make good business. There are, of course, also other types of organization in which their goal is not necessarily business or money, but to achieve something else. There is no all that difference, that the whole starting point is what you want to achieve. And now, if this is really what you want to achieve, and we are not arguing about that, this is what you want, this is your right. Now you need, if you really are serious about it, you need to build what does it mean in order to achieve it.
So I'd like to clarify, you just mentioned non-business, like non-profits. Okay, so in Goldratt's words, theory of constraints is for organizations, which is any group of people working towards a goal, shared goals.
Yes,
so that could be a family.
Yes.
So I believe this applies to parenting, although I don't think he really talked about it much, except for sometimes he makes a joke in his videos where he says a child keeps asking why in series, right? Why this? The parent answers, why this? And then maybe the fourth time the parent gets angry and says, go speak to your mother. So, I think he's saying it as a negative thing that he was doing.
Yes, of course, it is a negative thing because this is not any answer that motivates the child to keep asking questions, because asking questions is very healthy. This means curiosity, this means
honesty.
Someone like to know. Of course, it might be that we don't have the answer so that the child can understand just in our mind.
The question is a bit vague.
Okay,
also,
this is our difficulty. Just let us understand that this is our difficulty, that we need to be much better with it.
Yes.
But
blame the teacher more, yes.
Any goal that we put to ourselves could be personal. Personally, I like to focus on organization, even though you are absolutely right that the key ideas of Goldratt could be applied outside the area of managing organizations. Just with managing organization, we have something a little bit closer system that is still currently in the world pretty much flawed, could be vastly improved, and so it's a great mission.
So just to do an example, to help people understand the broad scope of theory of constraints, the concept of constraint I learned it first in chemistry. We called it their limiting factors. If you have a chemical reaction with two reactants and two products, and you need a little bit more of one of the reactants compared to the other, then one of them is driving the total reaction. The other one is, in TOC terms, has plenty of buffer. It is not the constraint. It's not the bottleneck. So I learned this in chemistry, not all these wording, and then when I saw it in TOC, I thought, oh, now I understand what's happening. This applies everywhere. And like you said, yes, it applies to one person too.
Absolutely. But we have to understand a little bit what is the new thing in it. I've learned about scarce resource when I learned the basics of economy. Okay, the word scarce resource already appears there. The thing is that people tend to see the world as a very complex. And part of the whole thinking, it cannot be. So what limits the organization from getting more of the goal is not, well, quite a lot of things limiting us from achieving our goal, and then there is a huge list. Cannot be a true huge list. It has to be eventually one thing that causes many other things. And we need to understand it. So currently in organization, what limits the organization? It could be that the culture of the organization, and let me just define culture as a set of values and beliefs and policies, sometimes is the one thing that prevents the organization from doing more. So many other improvement efforts could improve a little bit here, a little bit there, but not much. And if you touch this, then suddenly you are getting the improvement that you were looking for. And if you don't look for the one limiting factor, well, sometimes there are more than one, but very, very, very few, you just let the assumption that the world is complex to take over. And if it is complex, what can we do? The normal solution for complexity is to divide the complexity into local systems, if you want, some subsystems, and each subsystems trying to look what can be done with that.
Independently of all the other ones, yes.
Independently of all the other one, even though everybody knows that they are not independent, they are very much connected with, but this is what we can do, and that's it. And sort of Goldratt taught many of the people around him that this is not the case. It should not be treated as a case. It could.
So I just want to clarify something. You mentioned culture and you defined it as values, beliefs, and a third thing. I don't remember. Policies, yes. I want to say, in my view, 95% of that is not even in words. It is intuitions, emotions, knowledge that people have that they cannot express in words yet. And part of TOC is to extract it from people and put it into words.
Yes, TOC tries quite a lot to use our own intuition, especially the good intuition about things that we really care about, and try to make it much more clear to us, but really verbalize the cause and effect behind. That it is not just because we somehow feel that to go this way is better than to go this way. Probably there is some reasons, and let us try to fully understand it. And when we understand it, we truly understand the picture and what really we should do in order to exploit the way in the best way that we can, and get a little bit more, because I'm saying the best way. We will never get to the best way. We can be on the way and be better and better and better and better, and this is what we should always try to do.
So I would say one of the flaws in the business world, and I would say this is the whole world everywhere, is that I think people don't recognize that most of our knowledge is inexplicit. And so when they hit a wall where they can't explain something, or at least currently can't explain something, they just stop and they don't continue.
Okay.
And then the knowledge never gets discovered.
Yes, I am trying to understand this part of it. And one of the things that, these are my sort of current thoughts a little bit about it, is there is a huge fear within the organization, because eventually an organization is made of people. And so for me, being part of the organization, I am still Eli Schragenheim as an individual who has his own life and family and wishes and all kinds of things I want to achieve in my life. So as my part in the organization, many employees feel many times even totally not connected to the organization where we work. We need to work in order to make money, in order to be able to live in a way that we like or want about.
So we have a meaning of life, and so that we don't want to
Yes,
do what people fear, which is
yes,
leave.
but I need the security of getting my salary every month.
And not being homeless, yes, in the extreme case.
And
Yes.
not being homeless, and when possible to get promoted, we like it, we love it, and we like that we will be promoted, not the other ones that competing with us on it. So there is internal competition within the organization, and there is a huge fear, in which I like now to raise the other things that I think people don't fully understand, and they don't fully understand uncertainty. And from whatever, from reasons I can explain, the fear from uncertainty is much higher within the organization than with our own life, because with our own, we were born to, we sort of understand it, we live about well enough with it. We have all kinds of strange things that we do. So if I really need to go to a very critical medical checks, sometimes I try to delay it, even though this is so stupid. But this is a kind of fear of uncertainty, fear that someone will tell me something that I really don't like to be told, even. Again, absurdity. But within the organization, here is a kind of fear. I think it will good for me as a manager in the organization to take certain action, call it X. But I also feel that if I take X, there could be a negative result, and then all my competitors in the organization will say, Eli, you simply don't know anything, you need to move out. Which is a huge mistake. First of all, not understanding the impact of uncertainty, and any decision we do is a decision under a certain level of uncertainty, which means there is a certain probability that the result will not be what we hope for, but something else. Many times we are fully aware of it, but we need to make a decision. So we make a decision, and to be then to get so bad critique because of it, I think people are too much afraid of it. Look, some have no choice. take the coach of a, I don't know, a basketball team or something like this. At a crucial point in the game, he needs, if you want, to gamble. Who is a player that would change the course of the game right now? See, sometimes he is making the right decision because he puts someone and everything changes for the good. Many times the change is not good. And then all kinds of people in the press that after the game will make that all the mistakes that the coach did. Come on. Where did you put yourselves in the shoes of the coach having to make a decision? Should I go on A or should I go on B? And who knows? What do you mean, who knows? I can give some kind of probability to here and there, but it is totally intuitive. I don't know, but I need to make a decision.
Can I give a clear example for people that's not in business?
Yes.
So if you were thinking to play the lottery, the kind where you pay $1 and you might win $100 million. And if you were to judge whether it was a good idea after finding out if you won or lost, then you would say, and a lot of people do this, this is, I think, what you're describing. If I had won the lotto, somebody would say that was a smart decision. If I had lost, that was a bad decision. That's incorrect reasoning. You need to be able to decide whether it was good or bad before seeing the result.
Of course, because this is a challenge. The challenge is I have to make a decision when I cannot be sure. I mean, I'm fully aware there is a very small chance that I will win huge amount, and there is a big chance that I will lose $1. So, okay, I'm making a decision knowing the possible consequences.
So, by the way, I do not play the lottery.
Okay, me too, not playing the lottery, but we are doing gambles every day,
Yes.
here and there. It's
Yes.
enough that I don't know.
Every action, in a sense, is a gamble. Yes.
It is a gamble. When I decided to marry, it was a gamble. Turned out to be a great gamble. Okay, but there was a kind of a recognition that here, I mean, I know what I know so far, and I try to put it into the future in a way that seems reasonable, but again, there are all kinds of possibilities here. And we don't understand this. Look, Rami, if I just look, without going really into politics, but I just look in the situation in Israel, at October 7th, all the concepts of our key people, both in politics but also in the military, were totally wrong. They did not read the picture. It took too long to understand something, which means they fall into a concept. Now I see people saying that in this kind of situation, the chief of staff, who was part of the blindness, if you want, now start to nominate new generals. They say, how can you? You are already contaminated with this huge mistake. Tell me something. If that guy, let us suppose everything he did was really for what he believed was the right thing to do, and he made a major mistake. If you now throw him out and you put a new guy in, is a chance of repeating such kind of a mistake bigger or smaller?
Smaller. Because
Really?
you theoretically learn from the mistake if you keep him. Is
Who
that what you're
learned
asking?
more? Who learned more? The one who did not have a clear concept to start with because he was not in the situation in which he had to build a certain concept? Or the one who built his concept and suddenly saw how the concept was destroyed? And if he is a good thinking person, don't you think that he will learn the lesson?
Yeah, it's the second person. And it's like saying he had a scientific theory and he tested it and then he learned from it.
Yes.
Yes.
So it depends. I mean, what we need now are people who are courageous enough to tell themselves that they were totally wrong and there is something deep that they need to change, and they should not jump on what needs to change too fast, because it is never all that obvious. There is something that is obvious. We didn't see this and that. What it will tell you next time with very different situation, with very different people that you are facing, unless you really understand why was I stuck in a concept that I knew even before, that while I gave it the biggest chance, I never gave it 100% probability that this is the right concept. And if I did not give it 100%, it means that I had to be very looking for if something is really telling me that I was wrong, and I needed to be very open to it, which I probably was not in this case. But I need to teach myself that next time I will see when something goes against what I thought, I will still be able to grasp it very quickly.
And I don't know if this is changing the subject, but one major way people can do that successfully is do not ignore anybody that is trying to tell you that you're wrong. So
but
your
even
advisor,
yourself, you can take a CEO of a company who made a deal with something from another country, and then the politics in the other country have changed. I don't want just to mention names of countries, and the whole deal was actually going to a halt. So this guy needs to tell himself, when I went into it, did I see really what might happen? Or I was too much locked in what looked to be too good opportunity to get it passed from me.
so just to link this back to, I just want to link this back. Oh, go ahead.
I need to learn. And my concept is, I wrote a lot about it, is that we need to learn from surprises. And for me, the funny thing is there is a huge tendency not to learn from our surprises, to try immediately to call either, okay, this is in 1 in a million, so what could I do? Okay. And not going to try to understand what the hell did I miss here. Rami, in other times, we were a little bit arguing a little bit about what happened to Boeing. And again, let me just state one observation. I mean, there could be quite a lot more about observation. But the huge flaw in the part of the MAX aircraft was a small piece of software that did something wrong, and then there was a huge terrible thing with a Malaysian aircraft who crashed. And after some time, that was probably difficult for them, because the obvious one to blame were the pilots of the Malaysian company. I mean, how good the pilots of Malaysian company could be. Come on, this is absurd.
Yeah, that is the first thing that was said by Boeing. But yeah, I think that's dishonest to immediately jump to that. It's jumping to conclusions.
But eventually they found out what really went wrong. And then they kept quiet, because how they will look like, how the business will look like, what will be the negative things of the business.
And that is a cult behavior where they're trying to protect the cult.
Absolutely. This is the most terrible thing for me. This was a crime for me. this not telling the world what really happened, and eventually letting to the Ethiopian aircraft to crash under exactly the same circumstances because of the same causality. This is a huge failure of learning, because we cannot be perfect. We cannot, but we need to try to become perfect, even if we cannot.
So can I give a little bit broader explanation about Boeing really quick? Just to tell the audience, if you don't know what we're talking about, please watch a documentary on Netflix about Boeing. And there's a couple good ones on YouTube you could find. And what we're talking about is more the most famous and recent outcomes of Boeing culture. But I want to talk about what Boeing culture was before McDonnell Douglas, before they joined with McDonnell Douglas, and then afterwards. So before McDonnell Douglas joined them, what I heard about Boeing was that their engineering team was amazing, which is, I guess, why McDonnell Douglas wanted to join them. And then when that joining happened, what I heard is, and this is from the documentary, the upper management became the McDonnell Douglas people, and the engineering team of Boeing stayed. And what changed was the upper management was into quotas and not engineering or science. And so they ended up doing things that pressured the engineers to not speak when there's problems, which is against what Boeing culture was. So the culture changed to this new culture, which was very anti-scientific. It is cult behavior. And we gave an example just now, and there's many more, to the point that, engineers were getting fired if they speak up. Whistleblowers are being treated as traitors.
Yeah. Look also, because Boeing is in the air traffic business, and the air traffic business is extremely sensitive about quality, and should be. Maybe some other types of businesses don't need this level of dedication to quality without any compromises. So you cannot just copy the culture from something, I don't know, printing books to flying aircraft with so many passengers in them that you have committed to their safety. And this is all about this kind of air traffic, the commitment to the safety of the passengers. So you need to understand that according to you, the original Boeing culture had to be in place and cannot be compromised. And if it will be compromised, eventually the business will take down.
Meaning that it is anti-profit also.
Yes, absolutely. It's anti-business. Eventually, it's anti-business. So
the reason I mention that is a lot of people think that the McDonnell Douglas management, thinking about quotas, that they're very pro-profit, but they are actually destroying their own profit in the long term.
Absolutely, in a big way. Yes, in a big way. And this is the kind also of learning that other organizations should learn from it. And to what level of service they are committed to, in which they cannot do any concession to certain things, no matter what the short-term business result might be impacted. Because those are much more important. They have to understand it. It's so easy to destroy a business because of these kind of small mistakes that suddenly became huge mistakes.
So another way I think to say what you're describing here is there's like levels of things that are important, and the highest one is If you sabotage truth, it ruins everything else.
Yes. You need to understand this causality and what does it mean. And based on it, you need to, first of all, define the culture of the organization that would support this kind of logic and all the consequences of it. You need to have it in place. And maybe it's not exactly the same for different organizations, but every organization needs to go through it and to define it. And so when this kind of culture suddenly get changed, then could be that the culture became the constraint of the overall organization. No matter everything else, what technologies they have and smart people and money and materials, everything, they all have more than enough, but without the right culture, they cannot go on.
So you're saying flawed culture is the biggest constraint in big corporations?
No, not necessarily. Many times the culture is good enough, and now you are constrained by something else, and you need to
there's plenty of corporations that are fine then.
Yeah,
for culture.
Quite some of them yes, some of them no. What I'm saying is many organizations are not constrained by their culture, but there are certainly some organizations that are definitely
So
constrained.
Boeing would be the example of a corporation where their biggest constraint is culture.
Yes, but I've seen even others in which, for instance, the culture of the top management is totally power game. It's me, it's not you, it's this, and then the whole organization is totally stuck. What can I say? I mean, I've seen it. But in many other organizations in which management are good enough not to do this kind of things, and so they did form about right, not perfect. We never have perfect. But if you improve the culture, at that time, you can improve the overall result by a little bit. But when the culture is a constraint, without facing the culture, you will go down.
To be clear, a small improvement in culture could have a huge effect on the bottom line, the profit.
If really the culture is a constraint.
Yes,
If this is true, if this is the case, yes, then smaller changes in the culture could be very meaningful.
Yes.
On the impact on the goal of the organization.
Yes, and the reverse could happen. Which happened to Boeing. If a company had amazing culture and the culture wasn't a constraint, and then they destroy the culture, now that became a constraint, and that's like saying this non-bottleneck in Boeing became a bottleneck.
Yes, absolutely. Now they are constrained by it, and maybe they have all kinds of luck because they are so big, so they have only one truly big competitor and maybe 2 or 3 smaller ones, but they need to pay a lot of attention.
I mean, according to the documentary I watched, it seems the FAA sort of propped up Boeing's mistakes, and maybe that entity on its own has its own issues separate from what it's doing with Boeing.
Yes, okay. But there are quite a lot of different constraints and quite a lot of flawed assumptions, okay? What you might call pseudoscience that are coming on, all kinds of beliefs that can be proven that they are not good, that they are leading to less results than they should be. The ones that we fought, I'm saying we as a TLC community, fight as much as possible is the notion of the need to be efficient of every single resource. Now, depending on how you interpreted the word efficient, if you say efficient means I have to give as a resource to the organization, let us say 48 hours a week, and in each minute of those 48 hours, I'm bringing value to the company. If this is what happens with me, then I turned myself into the bottleneck of the organization, and it has very difficult impact on the bottom line. Because practically, if I'm that loaded, it means things, it takes a lot of time to do what I should have done because I'm so busy. And any change that I need to react to, change because there is some uncertainty, there is some variability in the world. Okay, so I need a little bit here, a little bit there, but then I don't have time, I cannot. And then everything is stuck. You see, once you understand how flawed is this wish that every resource, theoretically, they like it to work 100% of the time, and I did enough simulations in order to see how bad the situation is going to be if I load the system so all the resources should be fully loaded, and what it gets is total chaos. Now, we cannot allow chaos. And because of this, people in the organization understanding a little bit, at least intuitively, what does it mean, they hid buffers. So if I get a job and I'm saying it will take me a whole week, all my 48 hours will be dedicated to make this job. Actually, I know I can do it with 30 hours. Can. But I will
You're adding a buffer.
Yeah, I will take my time because I don't want my boss to take me suddenly more and more. And sometimes I need more than 30 hours. There is not one time in which I can do a non-trivial job. Writing an article, how long does it take you?
Different each time. Don't know.
Different each time, you don't know. Okay, this is what happens. What can we do? This is truly what happens. There is a lot of uncertainty that we need to understand, and having some excess capacity is part of the obvious means to treat and still be with very good performance to our clients, customers. That we will deliver on time, on quality, everything will be as we committed to. And for this, we must have spares. And we need to understand how much spares we need, and many times the spares will be kind of wasted, but they are not wasted. I don't have a choice when I have this amount of uncertainty around, but to have this. This is a huge, important flaw, assumption that somehow went into the blood of organization of everyone must work all the time, and then it led to putting targets to all kinds of workers because we don't trust them, right? We don't trust them that when there is something they need to do, that they will do it. So we measure their work. So they answer us back by reducing the targets and then never doing more than the target because they cannot afford to. Okay. Here comes Parkinson's law and everything else that is part of what's really wrong in the management of organizations. And this is something that we don't do to ourselves when we are at home. I don't need to look busy all the time with my children. Okay, I don't need to look Of course, I like to play with my children. I mean, now my children are big enough and I have grandchildren to play with. But again, I don't need to justify anything, etc. But when I'm at work, of course I need.
If you have that boss or that culture, yes.
Yeah, look, when this culture is so spread, this is a problem. Let me tell you a story that happened to me. When I switch on from directing TV to programming, I suddenly found myself working with people who were about 10 years younger than me. I am a simple programmer in a company, okay? I was about 35, they were in their earliest 20s. I every day wanted to go home on time to see my small children that I had at the time. So after some time, the boss called me and asked me, you know, Eli, that the culture in now here is that people stay and doing quite a lot of overtime, and sort of it looks like you never stay out of your own initiative overtime. And then I asked him back, please tell me, is any of the clients I'm serving complaining about that I am slow or something? So, no, actually, you got very, very good reviews, also from your peers. So then why? Tell me why. Why should I stay and do again something that actually I finished, actually my clients are happy with this? And he was stuck. I could see, because he had this kind of opposing views coming. On one hand, okay, nobody really complains about me.
Well, I could speak for him. I could speak for him right now if you like.
Yeah, of course. Do.
So he's worried that your action is going to cause an incentive or disincentive, resulting in changing the culture, so other people then act in a way that he doesn't like, which is, in this case, not working more overtime.
But if the culture is, we do have our missions and the clients that we need to satisfy. And this is how do we satisfy our clients. And again, you point to something which means there is basically managers are believed not to trust their employees. When this happens, let me tell you very clearly cause and effect. If my boss don't trust me, obviously I don't trust my boss. And this also has ramifications in what do I tell him and what I don't tell him.
And these are culture issues, to be clear to everyone.
Absolutely, these are culture issues, but what either are the wrong assumptions that can be so easily challenged because they don't make sense after all. So, right, if I don't measure the performance of my people, I still need to have signals that will tell me when I cannot trust someone in my company. I need something like this, okay? And maybe his peers will tell me, because again, what is a culture in my organization? I also need to somehow identify my stars. Please see, from my point of view, if I'm a CEO of the company and I have so many people working for me, I'm really interested in whether I have people that I should really throw out of my company because they are rotten apples, and whether I have stars that maybe will become very important after some time, and I need a little bit to ensure, first of all, that they stay with the organization and hopefully go up maybe the way it should. What about all the rest? All the rest are good. Now let me change this to a measurement system in universities. They are measuring the students and giving them marks. Okay? What is the probability that actually this material I should have gotten A+, but because I was under some kind of tension, etc., eventually I got B-? Is there a possibility that this happened? Of course. So problem is, again, how do we measure students in the university? And again, the same thing applies for me. You try by exams that put some student into huge tension, other students are more confident, but it has nothing to do with their level of knowledge and understanding of the thing. So what I like to get when I teach, again, I like to see those which they don't understand, they are not capable to study this material or something like this, and we should not cheat them to tell them that they can, okay? And there are those that excel so much that they could do so much more. And there are quite a lot of students who are good enough, so they will eventually become good enough lawyers, good enough doctors, good enough researchers, probably not Nobel Prize on one hand, but certainly they will be professional enough. Why do I need to make all those small measurements? Eventually will say that my average of the whole thing this year was 83%, which is less than you who got 87%. Tell me, is there a difference between 83 and 87?
Not when you consider that there's fluctuations, error bars in everything we do, plus or minus 5%.
What does it mean? 83 and 87 means it's good enough, right? Generally speaking. Okay, good enough, you are good enough. So, okay. Maybe I need to see, maybe you are much more than that and somehow. But it's question of how we treat it. How the academy treating it, how the organization is treating them. What they really need to do, again, I need to have a method somehow to see those that cannot do and those that a huge future might be for them. Those I need to know about, or I want to know about, with all the difficulties. But the vast majority, which are all the in between, do I really important to me to make those difference between 82 and 88 even? Why? What's the point?
I think if there is a point, they're not saying it, the people that argue for this. It's a hidden assumption that they don't know they have.
Yes, but they are doing it in the organization itself, which means at least university is temporary. Okay, I'm a student. I need to tolerate it. Somehow these are the rules. So I need to go to exams, which I know I'm not too good with exams, but I do understand the material pretty well. And this is my life. I need to get as much as possible, and that's it. Okay. But then I go into working, and this is about the same, but now it's for many years. And I need to keep very good eye on myself not to fail, and how to go up. And I do all the tricks that I am able to do.
So I'd like to bring up something that I think you were trying to explain a few minutes ago. I think people bring cult behaviors from their past. Cult behavior. So let's say they learned some things, policies, values, and beliefs in childhood, and then also in the first 3 companies they worked for, and now they're in a new company with a good culture. they bring all the baggage from before, their values, beliefs, and policies, that in this new environment, well, in all the environments, it was bad for the company, and they were doing it to protect themselves. But in this new environment, it doesn't actually protect themselves. It makes the company want, well, potentially how bad they are to maybe
Yeah,
get rid of them.
you are
But
speaking about an obvious obstacle. This is for me an obstacle. The company is a company. Getting new people should pay some kind of attention how they can free the new coming in from all kinds of fears that they got during their way. It could be part of the looking what is a chance of this, and this will be very valuable to my company. But certainly when we get them, we need to try to overcome the obstacle. So this is an obstacle.
it's tough. So part of this, we're talking about this problem that that we want to solve in companies, being in some companies their biggest constraint is culture. So what is the solution? What are your ideas for the solution?
Look, first of all, to understand a little bit about some kind about if you call the science of it. What are the cause and effects? What signals can we have, and what is the level of uncertainty, and how can we live with this? Again, trying to create a whole system based on it. If we speak about recruiting people, because I had a long talk with someone in which this is their business, and again, there is a basic flow in almost every company when they recruit a new one. How to write your resume is now kind of a thing that you need to go and learn. Especially if you are in high tech, etc., you need absolutely to learn. And what the organization hiring me is taking me is for a specific job, and I need to prove that I had a very much experience in this very much job, without really looking for the people who can easily learn something new versus people who are, like you say, maybe because of too much bad experience, locked in a certain knowledge and environment and hidden assumptions that for them are absolutely true, and they are not really good enough. But it highlights something more. First of all, for me, it's devastating to see how organizations they fire people, at least in some of the Western world, very easily, certainly in the US, much less in Europe, fire people very easily. And because of this, also, people don't feel too much obliged to continue to serve in these companies that did not fire them, but fired others. And so when I see a job that I can apply and get, and gives me $1 more, you tell me, why should I keep with my old company? So the companies don't look on people leaving as this is something that we should have avoided. They don't want to avoid, but this is a huge loss, because let me tell you, if I go out and then you bring in somebody else, what is the chance that somebody else that made so good impression on you cannot really do my job as good as I did?
I think the chances are lower that the new person is going to be as good as the last person.
Okay, so why they establish this kind that letting very easily people go, and then just bringing more people in. And when they bringing more people in, they don't think about buffering themselves. Maybe instead of bringing in just one, because we need one, maybe just to be unsafe, we will bring two. And you know, if both will look good after 2 or 3 months, we will find both of them good spots. If not, we will need to get part of one, but theoretically we have one, so we look only for one, ties our hands. If somehow we missed, we did not pick the right one, then we are back again with a problem, and we carry a problem for so many months because we let the one who was good out, just we let him leave, and now we are looking for someone else, and okay, somehow we did not pick the best one up front. It's also quite a lot of uncertainty. How do you pick the one who is really fit?
So I think one of the problems here is companies or their culture treats people, employees, as things that don't change, or the things that act the same way every time. Here's what I mean. So take one person who does really well in one company, put him in a different environment, another company with a very bad culture, and he will not act the way he was in that company. He will act in a very different way, which in everybody's eyes might be, yeah, that's a bad way to act. But so the same person acts different ways in 2 different environments. I don't think companies think about that kind of stuff.
But they need to, and they need to understand the limitation of what they can know when accepting one. And they need to understand the loss when someone chooses to go another way.
They're losing all the knowledge that person gained while they were working there and contribute to the company. Yes.
They are losing quite a lot, and they don't try to get, wow, I didn't see it happening. Maybe I should learn, because this was a surprise to me. Suddenly that you came to me and told me that you like to move to another company. Okay, I need maybe to ask myself, why didn't I know about it? What happened to you? Even if I cannot really stop you from leaving, maybe I need to understand much more about how did it happen.
So there are companies that do this thing now called exit interviews. So instead of just somebody is fired or leaves, you try to do an interview with them to find out why.
Excellent. Why not everybody is doing it?
Yeah. Not everyone is thinking scientifically.
All right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there is a need to understand a little bit better to improve ourselves. We are not perfect. We need to understand we are not perfect. We can improve ourselves. We need to see when we made a mistake, learn from it, and really improve ourselves. This is what we need to know, to do, all of us. And this is a way also to improve dramatically our organization.
So still on the question of the solution to improving culture, there's a couple of things I would like to talk about. One is there needs to be education, and obviously companies know they have to train their employees. And I do see companies try to train on culture, but I want to ask you, what do you think companies should be doing? And then the second part of it is, you mentioned something to me in the past about you think big corporations should have something like a intelligence department, like the CIA, like the US has the CIA.
Yes.
So please tell us about that.
Okay, the CIA part comes because every organization is exposed to all kinds of changes, coming mainly from the outside, something from the inside. Like, what is a threat that someone in your own organization will steal money from you. Okay? This
Or
is
take
one.
a secret to another company.
Yes, quite a lot of things like this, but also coming from the outside. So Russia invaded the Ukraine. Well, we are a food company in the UK. What does it have to do with us? If you come a little bit more to think about it, suddenly you see that there are certain things that will definitely bring something that impacts the performance of your company. So you need to point out immediately when this happened that we need to check the ramification of this on us. Then
So
you
that
find-
war obviously causes economic differences in
Yeah.
some part of the world. And so people should recognize it could have an effect on your economy and your company.
Absolutely. There will be effect on our economy, but what does it mean practically for us? What can we do about it? Okay, maybe there is certain suppliers that we need to look elsewhere. I don't know. Also about how we think it might impact our clients. Maybe the clients will have to change some of their behavior if they were grossly impacted economically because of this.
So we as a company could be educating our clients.
Yes, okay, educating our clients, but at least we need to be prepared. Okay, when the corona started, certainly the airline should have known that the number of flights will dramatically go down. Now, I'm not sure how much they understand. They sort of understand, but not fully, what they need now to do when things are coming back. And I have a friend that is doing a great business just based on this recognition that even the airlines did not fully understand the whole ramifications of what happened before, in which many aircraft were just stuck somewhere because we don't need them. And then now that we need almost everything, and now we don't have enough engines that are in a good enough shape, etc. Okay, if you can predict all of these much earlier than your competitors, you can be so much ahead.
And there's lots of actual real examples of this where some big event happens, let's say 2008 financial worldwide crash, where lots of companies, let's say 95% of them, waited until the changes hit them, where other companies predicted. And for example, I mean, maybe you could give an example.
Of course, I mean, Goldratt wrote a great article at that time, etc., because he has seen that the whole 2008 crisis came from the bad loans in the banking systems. But then there was a client somewhere in Asia that they were producing parts for a television. They were not the TV makers. They were produced for big corporations that produce the big TVs. And the demand dropped suddenly from here to almost zero. And they were thinking of how many people we need to fire.
As their first line of defense.
Okay. Eli came to them and said, look, the huge crisis in the banking system might impact all parts of the economy, but the overall number of TV sets sold would not go down. And again, there was already some statistic. It did go down by 3 or 4%.
Which is not enough to fire anyone, right?
Not 80%.
Yes.
But why the orders for you went all the way down? Because your clients, who are a big corporation of producing the TV, their first thing was we need to reduce our inventory.
So they stopped buying parts.
So they stop buying, but they
they
will
had
come
plenty of
back.
buffer.
Okay, but they will come back because the demand did not change all that much. They will come back.
And if
It
I
will
remember
go-
correctly, it did come back within like 3 months.
Maybe a little bit more, but it did come back.
Yes. So they only needed cash to let them survive 3 or 4 or 5 months, whatever it is.
Okay, they needed to look, what is the impact of cash they needed to do for themselves on their specific point of what to do, how to do. But they needed to understand that it is not that the whole market crashed just because currently the order crashed. If
Right.
they
You have to
understand
look
what
at the
happened
entire
in the
economy.
world and just did the right analysis, the economy for TV makers will change a little bit, not dramatically. And if not dramatically, and now we have so much reduced orders, the orders will come back pretty soon. And we need maybe even more orders because maybe our competitors are firing their people. And so when the demand will come back, they will not be able to produce. So the big one will come to us to ask for more, not just the same amount, for more.
Yes.
This was all written in a very clear, very nice article. Yeah, okay.
Do you remember the name of the company?
No, I don't remember. I'm
I
sorry.
vaguely remember Hitachi, but I could be wrong.
Yes, it could be, but again, I'm not sure. So okay, but the phenomena I think looks pretty obvious. So we do have the need for logic. We do have the need for understanding uncertainty, and we do have the need to understand the flawed assumptions that right now exist in the vast majority of the organization. The big one of the biggest one, I mean, it's not the key, but it is a big one, which is called cost per unit, which is a flawed concept by itself. But
it's one of the earliest things Goldratt talked about, I think, in the goal, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, he was...
it's called cost accounting.
Yes, I mean, he said it in an epics in 1983, in which I had a friend there listening to him, telling me how he felt at that time, because Eli said that cost accounting is a number one cause for low profitability. And they were all actually said enemy number one of productivity.
And to be clear to everyone, this is a culture issue.
This is a culture issue because the topic was known to people who really understood. I remember myself in my first year in studying accounting as part of my business studies, my professor for accounting did tell the class, any manager who accepts the cost per unit as is an idiot who eventually will get what he deserves.
And I want to make clear that the person who invented cost accounting told everyone the danger. Don't think this way. But then no one listened to that part and went the wrong way. Eli Goldratt was explaining that.
Yes, also he was explaining that the idea about cost per unit came in the early 20s of the 20th century, in which the vast majority of the costs were really direct labor. And direct labor were paid either per piece or per hour, which about means that the truly variable cost were the vast majority of the overall cost.
So would you say back in 1920 it was less dangerous to get cost accounting correctly?
It got you because you didn't have computers, etc. It got you a little bit good.
It was a good approximation.
A good approximation.
And now it's horrible.
Yes. And then it was stayed on, and then came activity-based costing and starting to do it in a more sophisticated way, in order to see that if I've used 5 minutes of your time, I need to put in my cost 5 minutes of the cost of Rami, which is totally ridiculous.
Where today a lot more of the cost is overhead. So if you try to build in the overhead into cost per unit, and then you make a decision to to decrease cost per unit. Oh, I forget where I'm going here, but when people make decisions like that, they ignore the overhead cost change.
But the big mistake, even if I take capacity, the fact that we use capacity does not mean that cost was actually performed. Because if overall I'm loaded only 70% of what I theoretically can give and will give when I'm required, then if suddenly on top of the 70% I'm doing another extra 5%, nobody's paying me for it. And I don't expect money for it because this is the time I should give to work. And so this time they gave me a little bit more work than usual. So what?
So could you speak to the education part? How can a company educate people on culture?
Look, this is a very ambitious one, and education in itself, I'm a little bit horrified almost by it. Look, I've educated quite a lot. I dare say, if I look on me, that I'm probably much better educated for relatively brilliant people. I am maybe less for people who are not as brilliant as others. And so there are quite a lot of things to deal with education, because there I find even more what you call pseudoscience. Because at least in a business, they try to make some cause and effect, even though when they are really faulty. In education, they go on new programs here and there without really testing it, without really putting on the what we hope from it and what are the possible negative if we go this way. For whom it will work good and for whom it will work so much less than so. I don't know. I suspect many of them do not have the answers. Eli Goldratt did TOC for education quite a lot in order to face some of those problems on how you teach. And one of the important things about how you teach, that the student needs really to understand why someone should educate him on this topic, how it is connected to this student.
A marketing statement that would convince the student why they should learn it.
Yes. So if we teach the Bible to 7-year-old kids, why a 7-year-old kid should learn the Bible? I think they should, by the way. But I think they need to have some kind of, first of all, recognition, no matter what. The people will, when you grow up, you will speak with, which some of them will be more religious than others. Something you need to know. And this is a whole culture of the past, maybe quite a lot also now, that someone that will be appreciated by others need at least to know the basics. So even a 7-year-old kid needs to understand at least why people telling him things that currently for his life, he does not see any use for it. So we need to cross this difficulty. I'm not saying it's easy to explain, but the understanding why I need to know it is very important.
So I'd like to say, if you were finished, were you finished on that point?
Yes.
I'd like to say about education, about also specifically, I mean, education in general, but also a company educating its new people on the culture. It calls into question how education works. And I'm guessing most people know, if I tell you an idea and then later you see me act opposite of that, that's different than if I tell you an idea and then later I do that same idea. So our actions educate also. And really, a lot of the education that we think is bad that people have, these policies from their old environment, those things got taught to them not by words, or not directly, it's by actions. And something to consider if people are watching, you should learn meme theory by The Selfish Gene, a book by Richard Dawkins, and then also The Beginning of Infinity, a book by David Deutsch, explaining how memes propagate from person to person. A meme is an idea that goes from one person's head to another person's head, and what we're talking about is generation over generation.
Yes.
It could be thousands of years, but it applies to a single person, a single family, a company who's trying to change a culture. And so most times that memes are propagating from one brain to another, it is by actions, and really there aren't any words. So as an example, if you say a certain kind of remark and then I get offended and angry and I give an ugly face and then I don't talk to you anymore, those are the kinds that's an idea that can go into your head that you then use later with other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the typical way that people see education is like what they think is happening in school, what they saw in school. And I mean the way those schools thought education was about. And I don't think it's very good. Yeah. Except maybe, I'm going to contradict my statement I just said. I think if you look at education a different way, some education crosses over like this. Like, I'm learning from you now directly one-on-one. You learn from Eli Goldratt directly one-on-one. I also learned some from Eli Goldratt through a book, but I'm learning a lot more one-on-one from that person who learned one-on-one. Eli Goldratt learned from, I don't know who, some other physicist who learned from and then there's Einstein in there, and then Isaac Newton, all the way back. One-on-one, person to person, have been learning from each other.
Yes.
And all of that is people saying ideas, but also the actions and culture is transferring over. Even, so just to go back to what Feynman said in his Cargo Cult Science speech, he said that, and he said this, he gave an apology at the end of his speech. He said, I'm sorry that we physicists have not been teaching you the scientific approach directly. We've only been giving you examples and hoping you learn that way. But that did work. That did work from, you could go back to Isaac Newton till today, physicist to physicist.
Come on, even regular education also works to a certain degree. Okay? People get out of school and they know quite a lot, and then they learn more. So we need to recognize that it's not that we need to start from scratch. We have a system already, and the question is how we improve the system. Taking into account there is already a system. You might be more satisfied or less. Nobody is absolutely happy from it, but to say it's all is total failure, I think this is going the other way. It's not a huge failure. There is something that has been achieved so much, but we need to look on what we do now and how to truly improve it. And what I see that frightens me is all kinds of ideas that look on paper, look very nice, but they were not tested, and then they are done in a huge way. And suddenly it all fails. And then we are going simply back to the system before it, and we have learned nothing. And this, I am truly frightened. And this kind of a thing to say, the education system is not good enough, so let us do something dramatically different. Hey,
Yeah, we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. When we make
what
changes,
can we do now that will bring us the most value, and we will judge it with very big eyes, because we know that some unexpected things could happen as well. We cannot know exactly what will happen. So we need really to judge what is happening and getting the right way. And if needed, we will correct what we did so far in order to be better. So if we tried something and 70% was good, but 30% was new things that we don't like, hey, we need to keep the 70% that were good. We should not just go backwards.
and to be clear, it's actually difficult to know what to keep and what pieces of the system was delivering the results. So if you, for example, tried to make 10 changes all at once, thinking that those 10 changes are the result, and then let's say you didn't get the outcome you wanted, you don't know which of the 10 things was the cause.
Yes, you don't know, even though I still think that with very good analytics, you can have a better understanding. But you are right. Don't do 10 things at the same time.
Baby steps.
Yes, baby steps. We can learn how to do them relatively fast with fast learning.
Yes.
Fast learning, because every step we do might have good part, it might have imperfect parts that spoil some things that we need to identify and correct only that part.
And the point of the baby steps, just to be clear, is to recognize and deal with and factor in uncertainty.
Yes, of course, need to.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about in the business world in the context of all this we're talking about?
The business world needs to look very good on themselves and ask a simple question. Did I, or the business, went up and up and up and up again in the last 20 years, or this was not exactly the shape? Because if this was not exactly the shape, there are certain things I need to learn. So I need to tell myself, I probably made some mistakes, I need to check, and I need to improve.
All right.
And
well,
maybe I need to listen more to others.
Yeah.
With all the criticisms that I have in the world, I don't mean listen just to take what they tell me. But
yeah, we don't mean blindly.
Give it some kind of opening.
Critical listening, yes. Critical listening. Well, I think we're over.
Eli Goldratt, I never took everything he told me as is.
Right. No scientist would.
Okay, but
yeah. I noticed a mistake from non-scientists, people that are lay people, when they say things like, you hear this phrase, 95% of climate scientists believe something. No scientist believes in a theory because other scientists believe in it.
Right.
They judge by the content. And by the way, I did not want to make a claim about climate science. I agree with climate science, science in general. So I wasn't trying to poop on anything there.
Yeah. Certainly, I don't like to put any view about it because I don't have enough knowledge.
I also don't know very much. Yeah. I have not studied anything like that deeply. So we'll go ahead and stop here. And
okay, Rami, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So the final words now. these are like the next steps. I want to explain that we're not going to achieve our goals without working with a lot of people and organizations who share our goals. One I mentioned earlier, AHA Foundation. That's Ayan Hirsi Ali's organization. I modeled this organization after hers to the extent that I understand it and to the extent that I have the knowledge to do what she's doing. I'm trying to change the culture. Her organization works with lawmakers and actually changes laws. I have not done that yet. I do not know how to do that. That is something I would like to learn from Ayan Hirsi or from her organization. Let's see. I've reached out to Ayan Hirsi, and we have a meeting soon. Hopefully, this program actually could put us on the radar with her and other organizations. But other than that, here's how you all can help. And I did this sort of with a gimmick here. Let's see, with 7 levels of love for your fellow brothers and sisters. Okay. So level 1 is like this video. Level 2 is subscribe to this channel. Level 3 is follow us on Twitter or X. The Twitter handle is Uniting the Cults. Level 4 is sign up for email updates on the website. That's unitingthecults.com. That really is good just for people who don't really want to follow the social media. Level 5, we're organizing our efforts at the Uniting the Cults subreddit. So that's r/Uniting the Cults. Level 6, get on the Uniting the Cults podcast. Go to the website and start a chat. And the kind of things to get on the podcast, you could just go look at some of the episodes now. It's all kinds of different things. But think of it as very broad. Like if you have an idea, if you're working on uniting the world in some way, I'm interested. That's what this is about. It's also to help people that are struggling with all sorts of things related to anything, apostasy, blasphemy, and anything related to any of this. Level 6, make a financial donation. Go to the Uniting the Cults website, unitingthecults.com. And then let's see. So let me show you the expense list. The biggest thing here is the $500 to the restoration project. So we could be a founding member. And the other big thing is the StreamYard streaming service for a year, which I'm not even sure I'm going to keep this. I actually don't remember right now what were the features that kept me wanting, their premium. I could just go with the free one maybe. And that's it. That's what the money is for. Milestone number 1, first year. Of course, in future years, we'd like to do a lot more than this basic stuff. This is just the basics. And that is it, everyone. We're going to go ahead and end a little bit early, unless anyone has any more questions. There are no more questions, so we're going to go ahead and end early. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.